Of innovative tools of technological progress, digital transformation, and AI applications. This matter requires us all to consolidate efforts and promote cooperation and joint action to enable ourselves to cope with those changes and seize the opportunities for the good and mutual benefit of our nations. As we believe in the importance of cooperation, Egypt continues to build solid regional and international partnerships to ensure mutual benefit and sustainable development. Egypt is also invested in creating a private sector conducive environment, being an essential partner on the road to development, progress, and prosperity. However, such efforts face unprecedented challenges, both regionally and internationally, given the escalating geopolitical tensions and violations of international legitimacy by some parties. The matter that undermines the endeavors of the economic growth, weakens the efforts to preserve international peace and security, and limits the joint action between countries. Therefore, Egypt stresses that the only way to achieve peace, stability, and development in a sustainable fashion requires the following. First, international dialogue and cooperation should be adhered to. The principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence should be upheld, and the international law and the UN Charter should be respected. Second, disputes should be settled peacefully, escalations should be averted, and the environment for durable solutions of various crises should be created. Third, interstate integration should be sought. Eradicating poverty and hunger should be a priority, and shared prosperity among countries should be achieved. Fourth, national, regional, and world business institutions should be enhanced. The private sector should be enabled to carry out a key role in achieving inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian issue is still at the forefront of the Middle East area. It forms the essence of the regional stability and the main anchor of just and comprehensive peace. Along these lines, I'd like to express my appreciation for credit rating by World Credit Rating Institution. I assure you Egypt will continue the process of economic reform and advance its development trajectory, along with implementing the state-owned enterprises document.
أنا بشكرك جدا على هذا السؤال وأيضا اسمح لي أقول لك إن
Thank you very much for this question. The measures that have been taken in Egypt, whether on the geopolitical level, which I mentioned during my speech, Egypt has tried, not only in the last few years, under what is happening in the Gaza Strip, but for the last 10 years when we were in charge, I was personally in charge of the state of Egypt. We always wanted Egypt to be pivotal, stabilizing force in the region that suffers from some shocks in the last few years. And we have never forgotten our role, because we have to be pivotal, we have to work very hard to be a stabilizing force in the region so that our country is ready to be a launching pad for sustainable development goals that we have set for our countries until 2030. In my speech, I have said that we have taken measures that aim at attracting and incentivizing private sector and to better our infrastructure in Egypt. And this is absolutely necessary to have proper investment, proper infrastructure to attract the investment. The infrastructure per se is in itself a stabilizing factor because businessmen, institutions are inclined to come to Egypt to contribute. Egypt has got a policy based on boosting stabilization in the region, not only within Egypt, but even in the regional and international environment as well. We have always had a positive contribution, not only to keep or serve its own interests, but our overall goal is to in the first quarter was 5.10%, and this is an opportunity for the Egyptian government to continue striving and to have better reforms. Once again, I may have spoken a little too much in response to your question, but I wanted to have an overall picture to make sure that the environment, the business environment is very attractive. We have the free trade agreement that have been signed with Africa, with the Arab region, and we also have free economic zones in addition to the development underway in the Canal Suez, so that we make the movement smoother in these different waterways. Now, if you have projects in hydrogen, in logistics, in communication, in data centers, in pharmaceuticals, and even in education and
So that's a major exercise which is going on. Second, many of the procedural things are getting changed. Mr. Mittal is witness to to get a telecom tower permit, it used to take 270 days. Now it takes 7 days. To get a railway terminal connected to the railway network, it used to take 6 years. Now it takes just about 2.5 months. So that is the kind of simplification, procedural as well as legal, is happening in the country. Our entire criminal justice system, which was of 1800 some vintage, so that has now totally been transformed into a new structure. The Telecom Act was of 1854 vintage. That has been replaced by a brand new 2023 Act. So practically every sector, we are trying to bring in a totally new legal framework, a totally new procedural framework built on the technology stack that we have.
Okay. So, Geeta, I don't know whether you know, but there's a Rajiv Guava committee which is looking at deregulation. I want to ask you, is making another committee to get rid of bureaucratic red tape the best way forward?
Well, I assume that this is not just a committee for its own sake, but the hope is that it's going to come up with actual actionable plans.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, India needs a lot more deregulation. It is still, in terms of ease of doing business, it is still a challenging place to do business. I'd love to hear from you in terms of what challenges you face. So taking out more and more of the archaic rules that have held back business is absolutely critical. But then all other aspects of India will also have to continue in terms of the reforms will have to continue, the ones we talked about on land and labor. One of the areas I wanted to point out, which we usually don't talk about when you're talking about business development, is I want to talk about pollution. Mm-hmm. Pollution is a challenge in India. And if you look at the impact of pollution on the Indian economy, it is far more consequential than any impact of any tariffs that have been put on India so far. If you look at the annual cost to India's GDP of the level of pollution that you have, and it's not just the effect on economic activity, but it's also the loss in lives. I mean, the numbers are really large. Based on a World Bank study that was done, I think it was published in 22, about 1.7 million lives are lost every year in India because of pollution. That's 18% of the deaths in India. I think even from any international investor's perspective who's thinking of coming in and putting up a shop in India, if you have to live there and you have the environment is not of the kind that you feel that, okay, this is going to be consequential for your health, it holds you back. And obviously, not to say about all the Indians that are living in this kind of pollution. So addressing that on a war footing is critical. I mean, this has to be a mission, a top mission for India.
Along with deregulation, we're putting it right up there.
Along with deregulation for India, yes.
So, Mr. Mittal, you work in other countries, you just mentioned in Europe, and you've been working in the US as well. What are the lessons that India can take from there for ease of doing business? You know, what are the things that we can adopt?
Well, I can say certainly nothing from France or UK. No, it's much harder, much harder.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, it's much harder. And they also have the, additional burden of the Brussels bureaucracy, which they have to deal with. There's just multiple layers there. I would say US is a good model, where business is really highly encouraged and, the ease of doing business, I would say, to a good level. And of course, there are examples, fine examples in Singapore and, EU, etc. But I would echo Honorable Minister's point of view here. India has come a long way. I mean, I'm a product of, I started in '76.
Do you know how much India accounts for the global production of furniture in the world? 1%. Can we agree that India deserves more than 1% of the global production? Of course, we agree on that. That's why, for example, the new legislation on QCO, increasing standards and the quality, we welcome very much the intent. We are really, really supporting that India increase the standards of quality because that will help us, for example, to export globally. Then the implementation has to be done in a way that it is done in a smooth way, and it doesn't come as a law, it comes as a way to support the supplier as well. So it is the implementation which is really important for the future when it comes to harmonization of standards. And then advice, the last question is coming from your advice from the CEO. I don't want to be pretending that I know everything, but with the experience, I would say 3 things. Don't come to India for the short-term payback. If you come with short-term payback, India doesn't need you. Come with a really long term, and we are here for the really long term. We are owned by a foundation. There is no profit that goes to private shareholders. Everything gets reinvested into the business, and we have a super long-term approach. So long-term. The second one is engage. Engage with the Indian stakeholder. Engage and in a true partnership and invest time. And the third one, try to understand India from inside and not from outside. You cannot come to India with your prejudgment, your biases, and to pretend. You need to go. I invested a lot of time personally. We didn't take consultant company when we set up retail in India. I personally engaged, meeting customer on the shop floor, customer on the homes, meeting IS official, listening. So you have to really come with a genuine interest of understanding India from within, and then things will work.
That's really good advice, but I'm still going to put you on the seat and ask, India or China? What's easier doing business?
You know, we are a global company. We need to operate globally, so we have to operate all over the world. And then the important thing is not choosing one or the other. The important thing is whenever you go, you have to go with your full set of values as a company. You have to go full in, and then you have to really find a partnership. I often say that so home is the most important place in the world.
Yeah.
And we are in the life at home business. It is because of that we truly believe that we can help many Indians to have a better life at home. At the same time, I am saying quite often, India is helping IKEA to be better. We are learning massively from India, and we take this learning globally.
Okay, I'm going to take that as India. Okay, going to comment a little bit on tariffs, sir. India currently has one of the highest tariffs imposed by the US to any country, almost 50%. How is India insulating its growth story from this?
We are a very resilient economy. The fundamentals, macro as well as micro, are very strong, and that's really helped us through this turbulent period. Our exports have actually increased despite the tariffs. Our producers are finding new markets. We are growing our export sector in multiple ways. For example, electronics exports has now become the 3rd largest exported commodity out of India, after, of course, engineered goods and petroleum products, which was like unbelievable even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, this was unbelievable. We are trying to expand the market, going to new geographies, and also simultaneously we are engaging with many markets, many geographies for good, balanced, healthy, mutually complementary trade agreements. We have had with UK, we have had with Switzerland and 2 more countries. We have had with UAE, with Qatar, with Australia, with New Zealand. Another one is right now in works with Europe. So lots of engagement globally, and a fundamental change which has happened in the last 10 years is India has emerged as a very trusted value chain partner, not just supply chain partner. A supply chain partner would be manufacturing to your designs, manufacturing to your specs. A value chain partner will be partner to you in the journey of design, in the journey of understanding what the customers need. In the same room 3 years ago, when we discussed semiconductors, people thought that India will never be able to manufacture semiconductors. And when I say the value chain partner, today, the entire semiconductor industry believes that India is the most important trusted value chain partner, right? So that feeling, that positioning of the country is very important for us in resilience, in managing the turbulence that we see.
Okay. Geeta, I don't know whether you caught Prime Minister Carney's speech yesterday in Davos. He basically declared independence from the American-dominated past. I want to ask you the question about dealing with tariffs in that context.
I saw some of his, what he said. It was pretty powerful. Indeed, it was a statement about the current global economic order and how that has basically ended and that we have to, form new alliances. Yes. I think there was a big call to that. First of all, I don't think the movie's over. It hasn't ended yet. We will have an important speech later today.
Yes.
That could change everything. So I don't want to sit here and speak profoundly about what the consequences are of what we've heard so far, because it could all be very different tomorrow, right? I mean, one of the reasons that the tariffs that have been announced so far from the US has not been hugely consequential on the world is because the actual level of tariffs, and I did some research on this with the co-author last year, the actual level of tariffs is a fraction of what the headline numbers and announcements are, right? So the statutory rate is about 24%. The actual rate is about 14%, right? So because there's so many exemptions and so many carve-outs. So every time I hear a number, I'm like, I want to wait and see exactly where something sticks. So that's my first piece, is that we just don't know where all of this is headed. What I will agree with, and I think that we don't need to wait for, is that we have permanently moved away from the previous last 80 years of the global economic order. It doesn't matter what comes next, but we're not going back to the time when we had completely close to free trade across all countries in the world. I think national security considerations, economic security considerations have become important for good reason, I think, and therefore the pure efficiency-based model of we're going to buy from the cheapest source is not going to happen, and more countries are going to be looking inwards and building up their own shop, especially in sectors that are important for their security. So I think that has changed. There is no one West anymore. There never was a one East. There was always India, there was China, you couldn't talk about a one East. But we used to talk about a one West, which was, there was the US and Europe were always together, and that's not there anymore. So I don't think there is a one West either. That doesn't mean there's going to be a whole-scale breaking up, but we're not going back. This is a shift that's going to last a long time. And like I said, the movie isn't over, so keep watching.
So one of the things that the minister said, actually, that they are looking to do deals with other countries and trying to sort of insulate the impact of tariffs. Some people are saying this gunboat capitalism of the US is leading to MEGA, which is make Earth great again, versus MAGA, which is make America great again. What do you think about that?
Okay, so firstly, I do want to mention that what we saw in 2025 was that not just India, but China, pretty much every country in the world, found a different market to sell their goods to, or found a different market through which their goods went back to the US, right? I honestly don't think that's a sustainable strategy either. So I don't think we're in a space where this can continue and everybody can have very high levels of tariffs, and India can have 36% tariff rate, and somehow, India would find new markets to send their goods to. There is going to be retaliation. Europe will retaliate to all the flood of goods coming from China. Other countries will too. Maybe India will be concerned about this, a point that Sunil made. So it's not a viable strategy. But what is a viable strategy is indeed having more trade agreements with other countries, which India is doing right now. European Union is doing with Latin America, South America, Mercosur. So those kinds of I think agreements, moving on that front is important. In terms of making Earth great again, are you talking about the fact that we may be moving to something more sustainable, or
yes, more sustainable, more markets, not dependent on one country sort of bullying others into their
I don't know why
thinking.
that becomes make Earth great again. But anyway, I do understand the sustainable part. So, I mean, I think a lot of things have taken a bit of a backseat, and sustainability has taken a bit of a backseat. There is an inherent momentum in it that I think will continue in many parts of the world, including in India. That momentum exists. But if you look at what the trajectory could have been if the US was also a part of all of the climate activity, that would have been a much more stronger transition path. But that said, again, I think that train has left the station. I do think, and it's not just about sustainability, and it's not just about the environment. For many countries, it's energy security. Instead of having to rely on fossil fuel imports, if you can rely on sunshine in your country and use that to produce energy, it's good for your economic growth. It's good for job creation. So I think that is that will continue. Among the risks that the planet faces are climate-related risks, so that's not going away. There's a lot of distraction right now, but we still have to deal with weather-related shocks.
So one of the things that Geeta said, and you've mentioned as well, is uncertainty. I mean, she's saying you have a headline, they say a particular tariff, but she still waits to see what is the effectiveness. You have dealt with uncertainty and very challenging situations. What would be your advice to CEOs in India and around the world that are dealing with this kind of a challenging situation?
No, in the end, you have to make yourself stronger to get the best deal. I mean, we have seen how China was not pushed back by the US the way they wanted to, and they quickly backed off. We have to make ourselves big. I think one great advantage that we have is we are a market for everybody in the world. It's 1.5 billion consuming, hungry, young Indians taking more products, more services every day. It's also producing for the world now. It will have a tremendous amount of leverage with many other parts of the world to have the right deals. 83% approximately of the world trade moves away from the US between everybody else. I don't think so it'll ever come to that you will not trade with the US, but if it becomes completely untenable in terms of tariffs and all that, the world will react. And they will find ways, as rightly pointed out in other markets, other places. What India really needs to do is scale. Scale its technologies, scale its production, get to a point where they have consumer surpluses so they can sell to the world like China. That will take some time. The good news is that India recognized very earlier on that this is time-consuming and capital-intensive. You have to build more roads, more ports, more airports, more railways. This would have taken 10, 15, 20 years and hundreds of billions of dollars. How did India mitigate this? They quickly recognized, I would say, credit to the government and the Prime Minister, get a digital highway in place of world order, the best. Provide enough energy to fire it, because there's no point having a digital highway with no energy. These two things were taken on a priority, very high priority. And on that, you dropped a digital stack to connect everybody for banking, for health services, for everything else. This has provided us cushion to wait for the hard infrastructure that is being built up in the manufacturing, in the real hard infrastructure. And you can see year after year after year, India is getting stronger. My own belief is eventually India will get a fair deal, even from the US. I remain confident.
Okay. So how have the tariff tweets affected your assessment of doing business in India? Because you source and you have a marketplace as well.
Yeah, no, we have a big global supply all over the world. And then building on Gopinath, the trade is like water. If you close something, the water will find another way. But then the point here is that the point I'm building on Yumital, the point is that I think there is too much noise now on the here and now on the short-term impact. And we are putting too much energy as a society on mitigating the pain. I strongly agree with you that these are the times, these are defining times. These are the times where you can build a new competitive advantage, where you can leapfrog as a company, as a country. Let's take one example. where we are heavily investing and at the same time we are advocating, is the marriage in between sustainability and affordability. We are investing in circularity. And you know, the more you invest there, the more you can secure, A, is good for the planet, B, is good for the wallet, because many people today are struggling. So day 2 of the month, almost the whole money is gone. So it's good for the people, but also it builds independence. Independence not only in energy, but on trade. What does it take that India produce with the waste that is created in India? Because if you have that approach, you start to depend less on global trade. And the same will happen with other countries. So we need to find win-win opportunity where we really decide not to put the money in mitigating the pain, but putting the money in really leapfrogging as a competitive advantage. And I think India is one of the countries where we can. India has proven. India impressed me. I was living in India when the Aadhaar card identity got implemented. More than 900 million people got it overnight. The election, 900 people voted in 1 month with no disruption. Doesn't happen in other countries. And then the interface payment, the demonetization. So India has proven that when things come together, it can really leapfrog significantly. Okay. So what does it take that India now takes the opportunity to really be the leader on sustainability and affordability, because it comes with these 3 big benefits?
Yeah, I have 4 minutes, and I do want to get into AI, so you will have to keep your answers a bit short so that I can, give everyone a chance on this. Right now, the AI race seems to be between the US and China. Do you read that correctly, or does India have a place in this race?
India is making very significant progress in all the 5 layers of AI stack. We have already become one of the largest AI-based services provider to the world. Entire IT industry has pivoted from software services to AI-based solutions. The second layer, the model layer, our stack of sovereign models is progressing very well. We must understand today that 95% of the work can be done with a small 50 billion parameter model. You don't require a trillion parameter model to do the things that you need in your day-to-day life and in your enterprises. Our focus on semiconductor industry, the 3rd layer, is very strong. We are investing $70 billion in the 4th layer, the infrastructure layer, and energy, which is the 5th layer. We have opened it up. They opened the entire energy sector, the nuclear energy sector, to private sector, so that we can have a sustainable, clean energy for the AI world.
Geeta, AI is affecting jobs in coding and call centers, which is very big for India. Do you think we can make this pivot like the minister is suggesting?
It will take directed, conscious effort to make that switch happen. It's not going to happen very quickly. Indeed, business process outsourcing, for which India was a big beneficiary of, that is going to be impacted by AI. These call centers, as you mentioned, coders and coding in general, going to be heavily affected. Now, India does have the plus that it does have a good digital infrastructure, which it continues to build on. It has a lot of skilled engineers in an IT sector that supplies the world, so that gives it a good holding. But we're going to have to find ways of coming up with new kinds of jobs. That, again, comes back to the original point about skilling up the workforce, making sure that they are able to benefit from AI. In terms of, if you look at the statistics about how much is India exposed to AI, how much of India's labor force is exposed to AI, it's about 26%. The average for the world is 40%. That's just a reflection of the fact that still a very large number of Indians work in agriculture, right? So that transition has still not happened. Productivity in agriculture has not gone up enough to push people out of agriculture into industry and into services. So that transition is still ongoing. So, there is less exposure to AI in that sense for the entire labor market as a whole. But like every country in the world, I think this is going to be an important challenge. India is already capital intensive for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. If we end up with services also becoming capital intensive in India, then there is going to be a problem with enough job creation. And here, labor market flexibility is again, super important.
So we just have a few seconds, but I want to get into it because you offered Perplexity free to your entire mobile network, right? I want to ask you what your view on AI is because we are offering pervasive access to our market to foreign AI players. How do you see that?
Yeah, I think India will find this very frugal ways of getting to AI development side. I think we have the minds, we have the brains, and as the minister rightly pointed out, there will be new models which will not require trillion-dollar commitment, but maybe tens of billions of dollars. India will do that parallelly. As user of AI, we have now injected in various form factors in our business. Spam is one, billions of messages, billions of calls from protecting our customers from fraud. Our whole network, from design to management is run on AI now. Agentic AI is pervasive all over. Yes, some call centers are getting, affected, and some different, jobs will need to be found for those. But as a country, I would say India is well positioned to make good use of AI for its productivity, automation, and improvement in the economy.
I'm sorry, I'm completely out of time. I'm not going to be able to give you the question on AI. I'm going to conclude. I think this has been a very good news session. I think everyone agrees that India is a force for good, and it's written in the stars. And I hope that this Goldilocks fairy tale has a happily ever after. Thank you very much, all of you.
Okay, got my cue. Welcome, everybody, and good morning. Thank you for joining us here. It's nice to see a full room. I was just saying in the green room, you know, at a time where the dialogue around here is dominated by Greenland and tariffs and clashes, it's refreshing to keep the conversation focused on how to make the world a better place. And that's why we're here today, to talk about healthcare and AI and the exciting convergence when it comes to what the world holds for public health because of this game-changing technology. We've got the perfect panel here, all people who know each other, work together, and are working for the greater good here on this healthcare issue. Bill Gates, needs no introduction, co-founder of Microsoft, chair of the Gates Foundation, one of the largest and most influential philanthropies, core mission, public health. We have Paula Ingabire, she's the Minister of Information Communication Technology for Rwanda, and we have Peter Sands, who is former head of Standard Chartered, but now leads about 8 years the Global Fund when it comes to fighting disease. So thank you all for the conversation. And you know, usually a conversation around public health, we talk about all the problems, you know, the shortage of healthcare workers, the access to funding right now, the inequality. And I think we can do that, but I'm excited to say we can also talk about solutions now and what AI is doing to help solve some of those problems. So Bill, I think we should start with some news, which is a good way to start, because you're announcing today a partnership and investment with OpenAI around Rwanda in global health. Did you do this for us today for the panel?
Sure.
Or for the world?
Yeah, so when people think about AI in healthcare, you know, they're deeply aware that AI is going to help on the discovery side because AI can model complex disease processes and protein shapes, and so it's going to accelerate new tools being available. But I would say it's even more important that AI will be used on the delivery side. And that's true in rich countries, but it's even more true in developing countries where you're never going to have enough doctors or clinicians to deal with the demand manually. And so the AI is entering into the health system, but not just into the health system, it's all the way down to the level of the patient. So the patient is able to talk in their local language and describe what's going on. And so in order to make this a reality, to see what works, what doesn't work, we're thrilled that OpenAI and the Gates Foundation are committing an initiative called Horizon 1000, where we'll go into 1,000 primary healthcare clinics in Africa. And the goal is to make the work there much higher quality and, if possible, twice as efficient as it is today, taking away the paperwork that needs to be done, organizing the resources, so the patient knows what's available and when to come for their appointment. So there's all sorts of things can be improved. Rwanda has been a great partner for the Gates Foundation in a lot of things, and so we're thrilled that that's actually the first country that this work will go into. We'll certainly also, over time, work in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and you have different systems that we have to connect into. Although not this initiative, there's obviously a lot going on in India as well. And so, over the next couple of years, I would expect developing world health may even get ahead of rich world because the need is so great, and the governments are embracing this and making sure that it's moving at full speed.
And it's getting attention. I mean, the fact that OpenAI is involved, I haven't really seen them do partnerships like this. Do you expect some of the other big AI companies to follow suit? Yeah, so, the Gates Foundation, we have a great relationship with Microsoft, with Google, with Anthropic. No, but I talk to, Sam, Dario, Demas, a lot, and Mustafa at Microsoft. And, so it's wonderful for me that the help and advice I'm giving on these AI issues makes me well informed about how we're using it for our three big scenarios. And our big scenarios are virtual tutor for education, virtual doctor for healthcare, connecting into the health system, and finally a virtual agricultural advisor
to some people, this is the most obscure, but equal importance, so that the poorest farmer in the world gets the same quality of advice as a rich farmer. And so we'll mix and match. OpenAI is a little bit unique in that a quarter of their company is owned by a foundation. And so if you actually say, okay, what's that worth? It almost matches the $200 billion in assets that the Gates Foundation is going to be expending over the next 20 years as we, finish our work during that time period.
Yeah, I always thought it was odd that they were structured as a nonprofit, and now I guess there's purpose behind that. So it's nice.
they have a complex structure.
They haven't really operated like a nonprofit.
Well, they're increasing. You'll see more and more from them on the philanthropic side. This is one of the first initiatives. Sam and I have been talking about this. We have regular meetings. They're staffing up the foundation side some, and so I'm really pleased that developing world health in a very concrete way is actually the first initiative that is purely philanthropic. And the 50 million commitment here is just the beginning. I believe that people in Africa should have this health advisor without having to pay anything for it. It should just be a basic capability available to them. And then as you go into the health system, instead of filling out paperwork and redescribing everything, the AI that you've been talking to is summarizing that. And so it's kind of a digital EHR, getting rid of the paperwork together with all the intelligence.
Minister, a big deal for Rwanda. I mean, obviously, congratulations on being the first with this. You have also helped make this country a leader in both healthcare and AI. How did that happen?
I think for us, it's been very clear that technology was going to play a very central role in the different facets of our development as a country. And so with limited natural resources, I think technology becomes a natural go-to and not an afterthought. And so we've embedded that over the last 20 plus years in how we're building some of the foundational digital infrastructure that is enabling and powering some of these advancements, whether it's in healthcare, agriculture, education, and many other sectors. And particularly when it comes to AI, when we started thinking about how, as a country as Rwanda, we can leverage, AI for development, we had to think about where do we have our biggest pain points as a country, and where do we think AI is going to play a role in responding to some of these challenges. So access to quality healthcare, ranked high, access to quality education as well, and making sure, because we have the biggest number of our population is, within the agriculture sector, making sure that they can have access, better access to tools that allow for better productivity, at the same time addressing food security concerns that we are trying to address as a country. But particularly for healthcare, and we're very grateful that the Gates Foundation has really chosen Rwanda to be one of the countries where they start this engagement with OpenAI. And what we're looking to do is creating decision support tools for our 60,000 plus community health workers that provide, primary health care to our communities across the country. And to Bill's point, there's also a conversation that is going on with Anthropic as well to see how we can have an instant health intelligence platform that then feeds into the entire national health planning systems and allows us to allocate better resources. And so we're very confident that AI is going to deliver these gains. When we started off for Rwanda, we're looking at the fact that when you look at the patient-doctor ratio, the numbers were really alarming. I was talking to Peter earlier. We came up with a strategy to have we call it 4x4 strategy. And so the idea was to quadruple the healthcare workforce within 4 years. We're 2 years down the road. We've already, from an enrollment perspective, we are already at 3.8 of the workforce. And so, which means within the next remaining 2 years, we should be able to quadruple our workforce. But then again, they're going to need these tools to support with better care delivery to ensure that some of the administrative tasks that they've been, working on, we can use AI to do that, so they are more focused on delivering, better and targeted care to our people. And so we're looking forward to, creating more partnerships, piloting, but also most importantly, scaling these solutions across the country so that we deliver the gains that we're looking for.
That was a good tease for an Anthropic. Now they're going to all compete with each other to try to do this, which is great for you. How do you do AI? I mean, do you guys have data centers? Do you use the American models only? Do you use the Chinese models? How does that work?
So for us, we've looked at a couple of things. We are a country where when we started this digital transformation journey as a country, it's more than 15 years ago. So I did speak earlier and mentioned we had a lot of data at rest that we're not using. And so the starting point, when you talk about AI, what fuels AI is data. And so we had to go back and look at what kind of data sets do we have, building a national data hub, building national data intelligence platforms that help us with that was very critical, because then once we build these models, they need to be trained on our own data, they need to be context specific, and they need to be coming in to address a real problem. And then the second one is really to look at all different models and see which one is a good fit for what we are trying to address and use it to train. Obviously, there's efforts down the road to be able to create our very own models, but we don't have to boil the ocean at this point in time. If there are models that are already available, open source, we can use those as long as we make sure that we have the right data sets and we're removing and paying attention to the biases that could come through if we don't feed the right data into these models.
You have many fans, but Peter Sands is among them, who sings your praises. How unique is Rwanda, Peter? Because in your efforts, you cover all of Africa and developing world. How unique is Rwanda, both in the pioneering of the healthcare and the technology space here?
Well, I'm probably going to embarrass Paula, because I do think Rwanda is really kind of a beacon of what can be done. You're talking about a country which has already got to, 97% connectivity. I mean, there are quite a few fairly rich countries that haven't quite got to 97. Also, this point about the 4x4, this is a government that set out an ambition to quadruple the health workforce 2 years ago and is now almost there 2 years later. When you think about kind of executional delivery, that's quite unusual. I do think that AI is really powerful. I mean, I feel like a kid in a toy shop when I start thinking about all the things we can do with it, but I also know I only have pocket money. And so we have to make choices. And I think one of the things that Rwanda has been able to do is actually be very deliberate in its prioritization. To Bill's point about, we could well see low and middle income countries adopting these kinds of tools faster. In fact, this morning I was told it's already happened, in the sense that if you look at it in terms of reach and impact, what's happened with TB screening, we're about we've invested about 170 million over the last 4 years doing AI-based TB screening. I'd be told that that is already the largest single application of AI in health, which may or may not be true, but it's certainly a very significant one that is delivering very significant impact. I think the only note of caution I would add is we face in many parts of Africa and in low and middle income countries more generally some very basic problems, i.e. there are a whole lot of primary healthcare facilities in the continent that don't have internet connectivity. And if you don't have internet connectivity, it's hard to leverage AI. And indeed, some of them don't have power, and it's hard to have internet connectivity if you don't have power. So we've got some fundamental things to fix. I also think perhaps the hardest challenge, well, I had two challenges. One is we do have to have this, the whole thing has to be framed around problems needing solutions as opposed to a whole bunch of tools needing a problem to fix. And there is a little bit of people running around with a whole lot of hammers looking for nails. And we need to locate it very, very firmly in what are the big health issues we need to fix, and therefore how can we use AI. The second thing, and we were talking about it earlier, is in a way, and this is no disparagement of all the wonderful software engineers out there, the easier bit is the tools. The harder bit is the people who can actually use them and make different things happen. And in many places, I think the constraint on the pace of progress we can make in using these usefully is, have we got the people who can actually do that? Particularly because as soon as people are going to be trained in somewhere like Rwanda, there's going to be a whole host of interested AI companies and others who will want to hire those people, right? And unless they can have career opportunities and reasons to stay in their countries, we're going to see the same kind of brain drain as we've seen on the health workforce side. So I think fixing the people side of it is a crucial part of it.
So you said we have to find the problems and then figure out the solutions, the nails before the hammer. What are, say, top 3 problems on your mind that you'd love to figure out solutions for?
Well, one of the reasons I think the TB example has worked so well is we've known for a long time that if we can find the people with TB, we can treat them. The trick is, how do you find the people with TB? So we had this glaring problem, and that's been, I think, led to very focused use of AI to solve that particular issue. There are a host of other problems, and this is where we need a kind of dialogue between health people and the software engineers, because in a sense, the health people don't quite know what the tools can do, and the software people don't necessarily know what the problem is. But I'll give you another example. We have increasing instance of resistance, malaria being resistant to current first-line treatments. So artemisinin-based treatments. And in somewhere like Rwanda, where we have very sophisticated disease surveillance, genomic sequencing of malaria cases and so on, we know what's going on. The trouble is, if you go to Burundi or DRC next door, we don't know what's going on. And understanding the patterns across the continent of where resistance is and what type of resistance is occurring seems to me like a problem where AI could be incredibly useful. And it's really important because, to put this in perspective, in the early 60s, our main treatment was chloroquine. We had chloroquine resistance. We had a massive surge of deaths, and the whole kind of malaria project was put back. We know something similar is happening now with artemisinin resistance. We don't know enough about it. And that, to my mind, is a good example of a problem I'd love to use AI to help us address.
Can you fix that with AI, Bill?
Well, you can understand, looking at all that genetic data, where you look at the mosquito genetics and the parasite genetics, yes, you can. Fortunately, in this case, we do have a whole new class of drugs that we've done in a partnership with Novartis, a thing called Gamlum. And it's a bit more expensive. And so the question, you don't want to just roll it out. And in fact, as soon as you roll it out, the clock starts ticking on that you'll get resistance to that. And so as Peter says, figuring out where in the continent this is emerging and being willing to spend a little bit extra there while we get the price of this down. Gamlum, when it first comes out, it's more expensive. In about 3 or 4 years, we hope to have a form of it that's less expensive, and so we'll apply it there. There's vertical AI, like TB diagnosis, or the thing that we use an ultrasound to scan a pregnant woman, understand, is this going to be a complex delivery? So should the woman make sure to get to a higher level health facility? And then there's this horizontal use where the AI is literally available to the patient even when they're not at healthcare. And then when they walk into healthcare, it's listening to that. Right now, there's a lot of paperwork. You have to write down this patient. You have to write down that they received this vaccine. That paperwork is very imperfect in terms of how you identify the patient and how is it readable and filled out. In this digital world, and yes, you got to have the electricity and the trained workers, but the idea of creating all of that data in a very reliable form without using the time of the clinician, it's pretty dramatic. The ability to say to a patient, come in at this time, as opposed to just everybody coming in the morning, and waiting. This is a system that digitization is going to lead to lots of efficiency. Yeah. And that's why getting it out and learning. This is the first year that we're really going to see the horizontal application.
I love talking about this and hearing about the real world cases of what you can solve with AI, everything from the mosquitoes to, what you were just talking about, Minister. It's interesting that you are the Minister of Information, Communication, and Technology and not healthcare, but working very closely on this. I mean, how do you put these real world scenarios to work in what you do?
So maybe before I respond to that, I'll pick on what both Bill and Peter highlighted around malaria. And I think we've seen a recent surge of malaria cases across Africa, and Rwanda is, one of the countries that has had to deal with that. And to Peter's point, there's this whole resistance to traditional malaria treatment method that's been there. But what we've done, and that's why I like the point Peter made around finding the problems and figuring out what's the best way to solve them and which technologies make the most sense. For us, what we did was, one, to use a combination of both AI and drones. And so you're able to use drones in terms of figuring out what are the mosquito breeding sites across the different communities, using a bit of AI for prediction and modeling. And then based off that, we're also using drones for spraying as well. And so in many ways, that reduced, the malaria cases that we'd be able to get. The second part was where you have our community health workers being the frontline workers for primary health care. 70% of the cases they deal with on a yearly basis are malaria cases. And so if you're empowering them with these decision support tools that help with better diagnosis, better prediction, then I think we're able to see how AI along the entire pyramid of care can be used to sort of, not just from a prevention perspective, but also to treat and lower these cases and lower the number of deaths that you could see across the board. But coming back to your question, and I mentioned it earlier, for us, technology is central to everything that we do. And so the point that was being made earlier, figuring out the problems, for us it was knowing what are the biggest pain points in healthcare. If diagnostics is one of them, where do we use AI and other emerging technologies to solve for that? The other one was around demand forecasting for health commodities, because you would have stockouts and then slow procurement processes. Eventually, the prices become high and very unaffordable for our patients. And so the idea was, how do we use AI-enabled market intelligence to better do demand forecasting for these health commodities and make sure that we're reducing on the stockouts that we're having. Bill talked about maternal health care, where we're using AI-enabled ultrasounds to support that. And so what you're seeing is that there's less referrals that are happening across the board. So we've done a similar exercise even in agriculture, in education, to say, what are the pain points we're all trying to deal with from a policy standpoint as a national government? And do we see an opportunity for AI and other emerging technologies to help solve for that? And then we're able to work with various partners to co-design what kind of solutions can help to do that. And so to your point, today, when I see the Minister of Health as an example, because the conversation is on health, they're very much our digital ambassadors, because everything they're doing, they're data-led, evidence-based. They're making sure that they're leveraging technology for all the interventions, and that's what we want to do to make sure that it's mainstreamed across the different sectors.
I mean, it really requires a whole of government sort of approach. Bill, do we do this in the United States? I mean, do we have this kind of thinking about technology first and pioneering AI within our healthcare system?
Well, the U.S., spends over $10,000 per citizen per year. And, so people's expectation of the healthcare system are very high. We have a lot of doctors. In most of the African countries that we work in, you hope that they have $100 per person per year. And so, it's a factor of 100 different. And, you have a lot less doctors. Most Africans will never meet a real, what the U.S. would call a doctor, ever. And so it's really about primary health care. And the big advances we've made that have allowed us to cut childhood death by 50%, maternal death by 40%, HIV deaths by over 50%, it really has to do with integrating into this primary healthcare system. It's not about doctors, giving malaria medicines, giving HIV medicines, even TB diagnosis. We have to be able to do that out in the rural areas. So, I'm very excited about what the U.S. can do with AI. I told the person who runs the NHS, Wes Streeter, if they use AI properly, that alone might get them reelected, because the current citizen expectation that the NHS waiting lists will be cleared and that they'll have cheerful doctors who don't feel overloaded, there's zero expectation for that. And yet, I believe if during their mandate there is enough time to really get that going.
You should tell President Trump that.
Tell him what?
I don't know. that if they do this right, he'll get reelected, maybe, if he thinks so.
Okay, he's not supposed to run again, but...
I mean the Republicans, and he hasn't ruled it out.
Anyway, that's a complicated topic. Dedicate a whole AI cluster to working on optimization there. So did things look a little bit different, but the potential is absolutely the same. The rich world is going to be more regulated because the bar that you're comparing to. But even so, doctors are seeing today that when patients walk in, they've already talked to the AI. And so you're going to end up with the AI that the patient talks to and the AI for the healthcare system. Mm-hmm. In countries like Rwanda, we'd like to start off where it's not two systems, that if the patient's talking to the AI, then as they come into the clinic, that summary goes to the doctor, the transcript comes back, so it's always available to them to ask more questions to, even when they're not in the health system. So, there's an opportunity to show a deep level of integration right from the very beginning.
It strikes me, Peter, when Bill talks about doctors and how many Africans will not even see a doctor. If we were having this conversation in the U.S. focused around our country, it would be AI is coming for my job. There's not radiologists are freaking out. There's not going to be a need for radiologists. In the developed world and low middle income world, it's the opposite, where with the shortage of healthcare workers, doctors and nurses, AI can really be a solution here.
Absolutely. I mean,
the reverse.
We face this issue with, there are well over 1 million Sudanese refugees in Chad, and we had set up mobile clinics with the government of Chad to go into these refugee camps and do screening for TB, because frankly, whenever you get situations with large numbers of displaced people, you end up with TB. And the question is not replacing any radiologists. There were no radiologists, right? And so if you want the screening to be interpreted, there is no alternative. So in some ways, I think the one of the reasons this may well take off faster in low and middle income countries is because there won't be the resistance from people who say, this is taking my job and I don't want to change the way we do things, because in fact, it's compensating for the fact that those people don't exist. But I want to pick up on the horizontal point that Bill made, which is one thing many medical systems in low middle income countries have excelled at is creating paperwork. There is an enormous amount in many healthcare systems of literally paper records with carbon copies and all this kind of stuff. And that makes it very difficult to capture because it's on paper. It also just creates an enormous amount of time for overstretched healthcare workers.
Do you mean like records, patient records?
Well, if you've ever gone to, if you'll go to some village and the community health worker will proudly take out a big kind of thing like this, and they've carefully written in, the name of each patient and what they had and all this kind of stuff. And then you think to yourself, well, A, that took quite a long time, but B, how is that captured in any kind of national disease surveillance system or so on? And the big difference is that now in Rwanda, your community health workers have an app on their phone. It has the details of the patient. They put it in. It's all recorded. They can look at what happened last time. They don't have to go back through the files. And also, from a national point of view, that data that's being inputted by the community health worker is being captured. So your community health worker, you've got like 60,000? Yeah. They become, they are your disease surveillance system, right? And that's incredibly powerful. And then once you've got that kind of level of data capture, you can be applying AI tools for pattern recognition of all sorts of ways of detecting perturbations. This region is seeing something slightly different we didn't expect. So those taking paper out of the system, capturing the data, I think that's an incredibly powerful.
Can you do that? Can you guys at the Global Fund go and take all those paper stacks and make them digitized?
We're certainly investing in it. I would say that different countries are at very different states in terms of where they are on that pathway. But we do face a challenge, right? There's less money than there was. I mean, that is the reality. And a lot of the money that was being invested in things like disease surveillance has stopped.
Recently?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because major donors around the world have
Present
reduced.
company excluded, right?
Well, it's actually quite broad-based. We've seen quite a lot of donors reducing funding quite significantly, and that means that the and we face a challenge, which is that, and let me put this in perspective. We've actually just had our 8th replenishment. We've just raised just under $12 billion with some donors still to go. Actually, that shows remarkable commitment in this context by the donors who support the Global Fund. But we are going to be allocating less money to countries, and they have had sharper reductions from other sources. So countries are going to face some very difficult choices. Do they invest in underlying systems, things like disease surveillance and laboratories, or do they invest in basic life-saving things like first-line treatment of malaria, keeping people on antiretrovirals? And so there will be some very difficult trade-offs there. But I think the thing that's exciting about AI is that it allows us to kind of change the equation a bit and maybe get quantum leaps in efficiency and effectiveness that means we get, in a sense, more bang for the buck.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got to be really focused, not on the cool tools so much as where can we really disproportionately have greater impact.
Mm-hmm. Bill, what the funding, is it governments pulling back? What is going on in that environment?
Yeah, almost the top givers to global health have all reduced the amount they give. And so, Gavi raised, which does fundraising every 5 years. They were in Brussels in June for the replenishment hosted by us and Ursula von der Leyen, and we raised, we were down over 20%. Global Fund, actually, we were worried it would be even worse, and so things went better than we expected, but it's still less money. And so the Global Fund board sits there and says, okay, how much do we cut TB versus malaria versus HIV? And that's, the situation we find ourselves in. And, this has real impact. From 2000 to 2024, we had record reductions in childhood death, much faster than ever in history. In 2025, for the first time, more children died than the year before, 4.8 million versus 4.6 million. And, that's because donors cut money. And if you can't And some of them cut in a very abrupt, unexpected way that really disrupted things like getting malaria chemoprophylaxis out, getting bed nets out. And so we're dependent on these donors. As Peter said, AI is going to help us do more with less. The overhang is not just the development assistance cut, but also the indebtedness of the African countries. They are paying more in interest than they paid to run their healthcare system. So this is the first time that their net interest costs are very high. And in the past, when this has been the case, there have been debt relief. And whether the world cares enough and will prioritize that with so many challenges going on, that is very difficult. So the story of the miracle of global health and the very positive story of innovation, including AI, we have to do a better job, getting the voters in these countries to be proud of what they've done, and in the face of very tight budgets, to maintain what is, less than one, all but the top 10 donors, it's less than 1% of their budget. So in the U.S., it's well under 1% of the U.S. budget. And yet, we've forgotten how to make that case to get people out to see it, to show them the efficiency that we provide for every dollar that they donate.
Is this something that the private sector can step up around, like your partnership today with OpenAI?
Well, yes. In general, the private sector, when you can't just call them up and say, hey, buy measles vaccines, to save lives. They're like busy doing their private sector thing. The tech giants, including OpenAI, do want to devote some of their resources to helping the world at large, to show what AI can do. And so they will be partners on a lot of these things. And, for example, the computer time that it takes to let the patients in the healthcare system do all these queries, that's going to be provided for free. And so nobody has to think, gosh, I'm going to have to, pay a subscription to get this, or that they're going to get some funny ad, while they're being told how to deal with malaria. So yes, the appealing to the tech sector is important. Every sector you have to think, okay, what can the agricultural companies do? What can the pharmaceutical companies do? And, we do a rating. We fund a group that rates the various pharmaceutical companies in terms of their generosity to help out with global health issues. And fortunately, people care how they get rated. We'll probably do that for the AI companies at some point, just so the ones that are doing a great job get the credit they deserve.
Everybody needs credit. Minister, how have you found the access to funds, the environment? Has it changed? Has it been a challenge? And how are you able to do more with less?
Yes, it's been challenging, and I think one way of doing more with less first is being able to prove value for yourselves, but also value for the funding partners, because I think, to Bill's point, they won't just fund for the sake of funding. There has to be like a win-win type of engagement that you're able to craft and put on the table. But what we've been able to do is really being laser focused with where we deploy the capital that we get, whether it's public or private money that we're able to get, and also to figure out what other programs that could be catalytic in a way that would be able to unlock more funding. So recently, last year in April, we were able to launch the AI Scaling Hub together with the Gates Foundation. And what the Scaling Hub is looking to do, because I think many countries are struggling with this, is that many countries have done pilots, but what happens, how do you move away from a pilot? Because a pilot in itself is difficult to even say, this is the value, this is the societal impact that we've been able to get, and this is how we're able to measure it. And so what we've done through the Gates Foundation is to be able to launch this AI Scaling Hub, where we're picking a handful of use cases that we'll be able to deploy and scale. It does two things. One is that it shows the proof for delivery. Two, you're able to immediately create impact through low-hanging opportunities, as opposed to waiting for a big pocket of money that will come for you to sort of fix all the issues and problems that you already have. But what it's also helping is that not every solution has to come from government. So how do we mobilize the industry, the startups that have these ideas and just need a place to test and try some of these solutions, and government becomes a test bed, or the country becomes a test bed for scaling this. And so I think finding those kind of win-win partnerships is what has made it possible. And obviously, as you go along, as you show progress, as you show impact, you're able to mobilize more partnerships and funding.
Right. I mean, Peter, how do you measure it? I mean, the topic du jour on Wall Street is now, like, what is the return on investment with all of this AI, and when is it coming? Is it different than how you previously measured health outcomes and mortality, or are we using the same metrics to apply here when it comes to this game-changing tech?
I think fundamentally you want to be coming back to the same metrics. I mean, the metrics that we ultimately care about are how many lives have we saved? Cumulative total now is 70 million. And are we reducing infections? And ultimately, our test is per dollar we have, how much progress are we making on those things? And, you know, when I look at, say, the TB screening, with digital X-ray, the cost, once you got the digital X-ray machine, and they're now these cute little very mobile devices you can take on a Toyota Land Cruiser. The marginal cost of doing an X-ray is extremely small. If you put it through an AI engine and your technology partners have allowed you to do so for free, that's pretty good. And so our cost per high probability case of TB has gone down dramatically. And that, to my mind, that's a metric I can get really, really excited about. And so I do think that coming back to the same fundamental metrics, and also this comes back to the thing of starting with the problem, is we keep looking at what is driving the trends in lives and the trends in infections, and that if we work back from that, what are the levers that we can pull, and which of those levers can we pull harder if we've got an AI engine that is making us smarter or more effective or faster in the way we do it. And look, less money is a bad thing, you know, and has real impact on lives. The good side of it is that it's a stimulus for us to challenge the way we do things, and it's a stimulus for innovation. And I think what you are seeing across the sector is actually people looking very hard at how they can do things differently in this environment, because we simply have to. If we just do the same thing with less money, we're going to end up with more people dying. And that is not an answer that we're prepared to live with.
No. Bill, I mean, you mentioned the child mortality numbers, which are very depressing. Can that trend change? Can it change as soon as this year, even with the lower funding amounts, because of what we're talking about?
I don't think the next year or two will be good, because, you know, we had 10,000 USAID workers that were managing these systems, and we're having to change how we do things. Some of those changes in the 4 or 5 year time frame actually can be more efficient. You know, we're integrating more into the health system. We're using the new tools. You know, the data tracking is getting a lot better. So, you know, the number could go up, you know, maybe 5.5 million. It won't go back to 10 million. The goal that the foundation has stated is that during the 20 years that all the money gets spent, we believe we can eradicate some diseases, including malaria and polio, and we believe we can get the under 5 mortality number down, cut it in half again. So that would be below 2.5 million. So we better start to see this upward trend start to bend and come down, but you may not see that for 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. I was going to ask the timeline.
Yeah, I mean, that increase is entirely in Africa. Yeah. Asia continued to make progress. And in Asia, we have countries like India, Vietnam, Indonesia that have grown their economies enough that the amount they need aid has gotten very, very modest. For example, Gavi has been able to say to India, we'll help you technically with low prices, but you have to fund your work. You know, Global Fund is constantly focusing the money on the countries with the greatest need. They are very analytical about that. And so we have the benefit of those countries freeing up some resources. It means that the countries that we're working in are, you know, DRC, Somalia, CAR, some of the toughest, but you know, that's our fate, is to help those where it's the most challenging.
Well, there's definitely reason for optimism, and I think actually this discussion was a really nice start in terms of talking about some of the problems and some of the solutions. So thank you all for the candid comments and for doing what you do.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Thank you guys. Stay on set. Sure.
Since we've TVs here, some of them going live. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're all very welcome. We had originally called this press conference to call out our Taoiseach, Micheál Do Nothing Martin, for 13 months of inaction on the Dublin Airport cap. We are really concerned that given the complaint made by Airlines for America to the US administration, that the White House will, or there's a real risk that the White House will block Aer Lingus flights landing in New York. Or worse still, you know, a national catastrophe could befall. They might block Micheál Martin going to the White House in March. So it's time for action, and we want to call, we and the American Airlines are calling on our Taoiseach, Micheál Do Nothing Martin, to scrap the cap. It is not good enough to say it'll happen at the end of this year or 2 years' time. They had a government programme published in January 2025 that said they would scrap this cap as soon as possible. As soon as possible doesn't mean 15 months later. The NAMA legislation was passed within 24 hours. We don't think this is as urgent, but 13 months is not as soon as possible. And we want the cap abolished by legislation by the end of January, failing that by the end of February. And if it doesn't, then we are calling on the Trump administration to block or cancel Micheál Martin's visit to the White House until the US airlines have a fair shot, or we lift this cap at Dublin Airport. I understand we've been slightly overtaken by some social media controversy with Elon Musk, which we will be happy to address at the end of this meeting, at the end of the briefing. We'll run through this pretty quickly and then get you on to the meat and stuff. So Ryanair is wonderful. We're growing very strongly in Ireland and all over Europe, rising to 207 million passengers last year. This summer, we're operating from 96 bases, 224 airports, and we are growing strongly. The only problem is we can't grow as strong as we'd like here in Ireland because we have a do-nothing Taoiseach and a do-nothing government have failed to lift the cap. The reason we grow so strongly is we have such a cost advantage over every other airline in Europe. So our cost per seat is just 35 euros compared to Wizz, EasyJet, who average around 75 euros, and BA, Air France, Lufthansa are 180 euros. Current developments this year, our traffic is up 3% to 207 million passengers. We're growing our market share across the EU, particularly in those countries such as Sweden, Slovakia, Italy, Albania and Malta, who are abolishing travel taxes and lowering airport charges. They're following the recommendations of the Draghi report, which 15 months ago called for a much more competitive European Union. And we need a much more competitive European Union if Europe is going to increase defence spending. There are some countries like Belgium, Austria, France and Germany who are still raising taxes, but they are losing capacity and losing traffic. And the critical thing for Ryanair is we have 300 aircraft on order. We start taking the first of these new MAX 10 aircraft in January of next year, 2027. We want to deploy these aircraft in countries all over Europe, particularly in Ireland, but the cap prevents us from doing so. Last year in Ireland, we've grown traffic at Dublin, Cork and Shannon and Belfast Airport. The most remarkable thing about the cap is how completely ineffective it is. So the traffic cap at Dublin Airport is set at 32 million passengers. But thanks to the efforts of the airlines, Ryanair, Aer Lingus and Airlines for America last year, we got a court injunction which suspended the cap. As a result of that last year, mainly thanks to Ryanair's growth, we grew by an extra million passengers at Dublin Airport. Dublin grew by 1.4 million passengers to 36.4 million passengers. It's now 4.4 million passengers over the cap. And yet our government still won't abolish or won't pass the legislation they promised to abolish this cap. The airlines have taken this to the European courts. We expect a decision from the Advocate General sometime in February and a final court ruling in June. We believe the cap is illegal because it's contrary to the European Charter, which protects freedom of movement. But we're calling on our government, why 13 months later have you done nothing to remove the cap, which you promised you would as soon as possible? And the reason we believe is that Micheál Do-Nothing Martin is wasting his time on a round-the-world tour, getting his photograph taken, eating Ferrero Rochers, and doing bugger all at home on the cap, on housing or on infrastructure. And there is a real danger now. The A4A complaint, which was submitted to the US administration in December, demands Ireland has to respond to that by the end of January. And if the response doesn't consist of we will immediately abolish this cap, then we think there is a real likelihood under the Trump administration that Aer Lingus flights will be blocked landing in New York. Micheál Martin will be blocked from visiting the White House in March, and then you will see the cap abolished within 24 hours because it'll be a national emergency when Micheál Martin's overseas travels are constrained. Good news in Ireland, we're still growing strongly this year in 2026. Again, thanks to the injunction we have against the cap, we're still growing our traffic. We have 42 aircraft in Ireland, 2 new aircraft, 214 routes. We expect to grow traffic in Ireland by about to 25.5 million passengers this year, including a 4th aircraft and 4 new routes in Shannon. In Dublin, we're growing strongly. Traffic up last year by 4% to 18.7 million. But Dublin is a real challenge for us and for the other airlines. This illegal cap is blocking growth. The US airlines are not willing to commit to long-haul routes or to putting more routes in there until the uncertainty of the cap is removed. We as a short-haul airline can continue to grow because we can, if the cap is reimposed, we can flip those aircraft out of Dublin reasonably quickly. And it's time for this do-nothing government to act. As I said, we have a do-nothing government, Micheál, a do-nothing Taoiseach, whose world tour continues while it fails to get anything done at home. We don't object to our Taoiseach parading the world, eating the Ferrero Rochers, but we would prefer if he actually stayed at home and implemented his government programme and let some of his ministers do the overseas travel. And this is a brief snapshot of the last 4 months in our glorious leader's life. So in September, he was handing over rugby balls in Canada. In November, he was at the COP conference in Brazil. We have an environmental minister who could have done that. In November, he was at the G20 in South Africa. The finance minister could have gone there. In November, he remarkably stopped off for a jobs summit in Angola, where not one job has been created in Ireland as a result of his visit to Angola. and very defensive. Oh, I'm here representing the country. Nobody objects to me. Yeah, sorry, we do. We don't mind you on your overseas travel as long as you're implementing your government program at home. But the government program at home has not been implemented. 13 months later, we still have the cap, and with a 20-seat majority, he still hasn't abolished it. And it continues. In January, he was off in China for 4 days with the Ferrero Rochers, and this week, where is he? He's dossing in Davos. Tonight, they're hosting a dinner for 80 people, top executives, to focus on jobs. The most important thing Micheál Martin could do for jobs would be to abolish a cap at Dublin Airport and let Ryanair and the other airlines get on with the job of growing traffic, growing tourism, and growing jobs in Ireland. But of course, that wouldn't involve him getting his photograph taken or nibbling on the Ferrero Rochers. We have a very exciting 7-year growth plan for Ireland, but it's only implementable if this government takes some action or uses its 20-seat majority. We believe we can grow traffic from 40 aircraft over in 2025 and 23 million passengers to 60 aircraft and 35 million passengers over the next 7 years. That would see dramatic growth at Dublin. Cork would grow from 4 to 7 aircraft, Shannon from 3 to 7 aircraft. We would open a new base in Knock, which is currently not a base, a 2-aircraft base in Knock. All we require is, one, scrap the cap and allow Dublin to handle the 60 million passengers that it can handle with 2 runways. Freeze the Dublin Airport, already high Dublin Airport fees at its existing $16.50 per departing passenger. That would still allow them to build the additional terminal facilities we need, but they would have to stop. Their current proposal is to waste $9 billion building stupid things that airlines don't need at Dublin Airport. And much more importantly, at EU, focusing on the Draghi report, we need to bring ETS, which is the environmental taxation system in Europe, into line, or a level playing field. We only tax European citizens travelling on intra-EU flights. We exempt Americans, Chinese, the Gulf carriers, all coming to Europe, coming to and from Europe. It is indefensible that we only tax our own citizens and exempt everybody else. The only way to fix that distortion is to bring ETS, environmental taxation, into line with Corsia, which would result in lower fares for all EU citizens. And so in summary, as you know, we are Europe's #1 airline. We have grown in Dublin. We're still growing in 2026, 125 routes and 18.7 million passengers in Dublin. The DAH are proposing to put charges up 10%, despite record traffic and record profits. Micheál Martin has, 13 months later, still failed to scrap the Dublin Airport cap, which he promised to do as soon as possible. We believe it's because he's too busy on his worldwide tour. He spends more time abroad than Elton John does. We want and can deliver 50% traffic growth by 2032. And it is imperative that this government acts quickly before Aer Lingus flights get blocked in New York, or God forbid Micheál Martin's March visit to the White House gets scrapped. We have in recent days, as you'll see, have run into some controversy with the owner of X, Elon Musk. I don't quite know why he took such umbrage over it. I had a discussion about, we have been in discussion with Starlink, his satellite system, for about over 12 months now. It is a very good system. We like the Starlink system. It is a terrific system. It works very well. The problem is, if you put it on board aircraft, there is a cost of that of about $250 million a year, including the cost of installation and then the fuel drag. You have to put not 1 but 2 aerials on top of the aircraft fuselage. That will have a between 1 to 2% fuel drag. We spend about $5.5 billion a year on fuel, and therefore it would increase our fuel bill by about 100 to 200 million. The Starlink people believe that 90% of our passengers would happily pay for Wi-Fi access. Our experience sadly tells us we think less than 10% of our passengers pay for this access, and therefore we can't afford to shoulder costs of between 150 or 250 million a year. If Starlink wants to fit the flights, fit our aircraft and pay for the fuel drag, we'd happily put them on board. But the only way we see Starlink working on board our aircraft on short-haul flights is if you give it away for free. And like most things in life, if you give it away for free, passengers will use it. If you want passengers to pay something modest like €1, €2, or $3 on our average 1 hour, 15-minute flights, we think less than 10%. I think, and that's even optimistic, probably less than 5% of passengers will take this up. I thought that was a reasonably measured response to why we're not using Starlink. Elon Musk apparently took great umbrage and resorted to insulting me on X the weekend, calling me an idiot. I think yesterday he also rounded on me and called me I think a retarded twat. All I would say to Elon Musk is he would have to join the back of a very, 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 very long queue of people who already think I'm a retarded twat, including my 4 teenage children. But we do want to thank him. We've had, I think, 3 or 4 million hits on this seed sale. Our IT team launched yesterday, which is the Big Idiot seed sale. There's 100,000 seats available for sale at just $16.99, which just goes to show that Europe leads the world in low airfares. There's no airfares like this in North America. We're later on this morning going around to the ex-offices in Cumberland House to present or to give Elon Musk a free ticket. He doesn't even have to pay the $16.99, a free Ryanair ticket, to thank him for the wonderful boost in publicity, which has seen our bookings rise significantly. They're up about 2 or 3% in the last 5 days, which, given our volumes, is a very significant boost. So thank you to Mr. Musk. I take no insult at all as being called an idiot or a twat. As anybody with teenage children would know, you're frequently called an idiot and a twat at home. I don't need to go outside to be insulted. But he's wrong on the fuel drag. We noticed he was holding a poll about should he launch a bid for Ryanair. We're a publicly owned company. He's free to do so at any time, but non-European citizens cannot own a majority of European airlines. But if he wants to invest in Ryanair, we would think it's a very good investment, certainly a significantly better investment than the financial returns he's earning on X. And we want to thank him sincerely for the additional publicity. Eddie, anything else you want to add in terms of the growth strategy for Ireland?
No, I mean,
or your reflections on, or have you also called me an idiot and a twat
from time
on a regular
to time,
basis?
But no, you're quite right. I mean, on the whole connectivity, there are lots of companies doing this, and you got the 3 parties, you got the customers, you got the providers, you got the airline. I think it'd be actually much less than 5% of people would actually pay for it. I'd say Wi-Fi would be a good thing to have on board, but it would make our fuel more expensive because there is some drag on that. And when we come up with a solution, then we'll have Wi-Fi on board, but we're not paying for it.
Sure. Okay, any questions?
The issue of
John.
Wi-Fi is something that's come up for many, many years for airlines, and as you mentioned, that kind of fuel drag. Why have you been talking to Starlink for 12 months if you know that obviously you don't really want it, that it's going to incur that kind of cost in terms of the fuel and the drag, etc.? Would you even think of trialling it on some of the aircraft to see what happens and see what the take-up is like?
I mean, look, there would clearly be a demand for Wi-Fi on board our aircraft if it was free. You know, other airlines, mainly long-haul carriers like Aer Lingus, like Lufthansa and others, are talking about installing Wi-Fi on board as a facility and giving it out for free. But their average fares, particularly on long-haul, are over €1,000. Our average fares are €45. And we cannot afford that kind of, to pay that 150, 250 million cost to install Wi-Fi unless it can be paid for. We have had discussions with Starlink and other providers, Amazon, Vodafone, and others. A lot of it has focused on, you know, how can we, is there a way we can jointly put this on board? We'll trial it for you. We give you a platform with 200 and 300 million passengers across Europe, but you pay for it. You sponsor it, or can we get joint sponsorship? Like, there's always ways of which you're looking at creative solutions that might overcome what is our fundamental issue with putting Wi-Fi on board, and that's cost. We don't believe passengers will pay for it, but it would certainly be a welcome addition if we can in some way finance it and put it on board our aircraft for free. Yeah, and we've had many years of experience. You get on board our aircraft, lots of people are there on 1-hour flights, but they're on their laptop, they have Netflix and all this kind of stuff. We don't believe there is significant demand on the basis that people would pay for it on 1-hour flights. Sorry.
Michael, Stephen Murphy, Sky News.
Stephen, you're welcome.
On X has now called you an insufferable chimp. Is that kind of rhetoric really insulting to the chimpanzee community? And should anyone take this spat seriously at all? I mean, the share price hasn't moved much. EU regulations prevent him from trying to buy Ryanair in any case. Is this not just a case of 2 highly successful, publicity-hungry businessmen trading immature barbs at each other to get tons of free publicity?
I think that's a very unfair characterization. I do think it's unfair on chimps. But, you know, it is very good for our bookings. And, you know, if we can prolong these we love these PR spats that drive bookings on Ryanair. I'm sure it does wonders for Elon Musk and his X or whatever subscribers he has on X as well to be fighting with somebody. But, you know, if it's, as long as it doesn't involve safety, and we've never compromised on safety, any of these spats are great for bookings and great for awareness all over Europe.
But he's putting humanity on Mars, and you're saying he doesn't know anything about aerodynamics.
Well, I mean, that's pretty self-evident. You know, his claim is that there is no aerodynamic drag by putting aerials on top of, you know, which comes as a great surprise to both Boeing and Airbus, who have spent literally 100 years refining the aerodynamics of aircraft. I mean, we're fitting little winglets on the side of our, scimitar winglets on the side of the wings of our aircraft at a cost of, you know, a couple of $100,000. But they save about 2 or 3%. They improve. So tiny little amounts of improvements in fuel drag result in very significant fuel savings. But tiny impediments like aerials hanging off aircraft would add to costs. But we're very happy to continue the controversy. I welcome, I welcome the accusation that I'm a chimp. I think it's somewhat unfair on the chimp community, but chimp chump, as long as it increases Ryanair bookings through January, February and March, it's all good fun and entertainment. Yes, sir.
You described X as a cesspit.
Yes.
In style of Elon Musk, do you think X would be less of a cesspit if it was led by somebody called Ryan? And who would your preference of Ryan's be?
Look, I mean, I have very little time. I do believe social media, X in particular, is a cesspit. I'm not a member, never subscribed, don't participate in it. But I find my personal objection to social media is anonymity. I mean, we have numerous examples of, you know, people being, Simon Harris's family being threatened anonymously on these things. You know, and you go through enormous. I fail to understand why, if you want to put something up on social media, put it up under your own name. And, you know, I hear this nonsense defense, oh, in Iran, you know, well, not in America, not in Europe. Your freedom of speech is protected in the US and in Europe. And I fundamentally disagree. I believe that governments should now legislate, both in Europe and in the US, to remove anonymity. Post away to your heart's content, but put it out under your own name. And if you want to slag off politicians, or if you want to, you know, make false claims about safety. I mean, we had this originally earlier on back in the website days. You know, people were posting stuff on anonymous websites claiming that Ryanair was unsafe, and you know he was a pilot at 23. We went through the Californian courts and found out eventually it was some 17-year-old in Navan sitting in his PJs, you know, making up this stuff. So I would just remove anonymity, and you know, people have freedom of speech. But you have to be responsible for what you say, and I fail to understand why you have things like X, and it's not the only social media which protects anonymity, which gives all these keyboard warriors the right. And I think the most recent controversy with Grok, you know, undressing children or undressing women is frankly offensive. I don't understand why governments don't make it illegal. That's nothing to do with freedom of speech. Women and children, and the occasional man, I presume as well, should be protected from not having your images nudified. There's enough porn out there for those who want to watch porn, but you know, I think it is a social media and you know things that enable nudification or paedophilia or you know child abuse, and there's lots of cases of that, should be outlawed. But the easiest way to do it is remove anonymity. Yes.
Michael, I suppose previously I sat in another room like this with you before, and you referred to Catherine Martin and Eamon Ryan about 2 years ago as dunces. You led a big campaign with them having dunce caps on. Do you think people are thinking you're getting a bit of a taste of your own medicine now with Elon coming for you?
I don't think so. I mean, firstly, we were entirely vindicated. Both of them lost their seats at the subsequent election. I think we are now living with the consequences of 5 years of green failure. Road transport, Dublin is the most congested city in Europe. For 5 years with an aviation policy in Ireland that allegedly promotes growth in traffic, tourism and jobs. We had a cap at Dublin Airport. But I think the Irish electors have had their say and clearly agree with me. I'm not always right, but if somebody wants to have a pop at me, I'm all up for it. Shoot away. As I said, I have 4 teenage children, so there is nothing that Elon Musk can say to me that my teenage kids haven't already said to me. But if it results in a bit more PR for Ryanair or helps us to promote a world-leading seat sale during the dark months, weeks 2, 3 and 4 of January, it's great. I'm more than welcome it. but I'm well able to take my own medicine, so, you know.
Well, can I just ask, would you welcome somebody like Elon Musk as a shareholder in the company, and are you calling today on Starlink and Elon Musk to sponsor basically a trial run of the technology on board? And if it was successful, would you consider using it, or is it going to be hard to gauge if people are using it for free?
No, firstly, we welcome all shareholders on our share register. Now, obviously, we have an obligation to have a majority to remain EU-owned and controlled. So it would not be possible for Elon Musk, even if he wanted to acquire Ryanair. But I would certainly encourage him to invest in Ryanair. I think it's one of the best airline investments. In fact, I think it's one of the best investments out there. What was the second part of the question, Fergus? Sorry?
Just in relation to, are you asking for a trial run basically today?
No. Look, we have had discussions with all of the Wi-Fi providers, you know, and the bigger ones, Amazon, Starlink, and Vodafone. They're all excellent systems. You know, I don't have any issue, and I would be, well, to say publicly, I think Starlink is a terrific system. But the economics of putting it on board short-haul aircraft, where we on our customer base don't believe they will pay for it, are prohibitive. I mean, we tried this. There was a good example about 10 years ago when we put these in-flight entertainment systems on board. These kind of, we had the glorified PCs and we were renting them out. And I thought this would be the greatest thing since sliced bread. We wouldn't be able to keep them stocked. At the same time, we put on lottery tickets, which I thought was the greatest stupidity known to humankind. Nobody ever buy that rubbish. 10 years. I think the onboard in-flight entertainment systems lasted about 2 months, and the lottery tickets are still going strong 10 years later. So, you know, we would always be happy to trial these things, but, you know, when you start, and it's not something that, it's not like, you know, we can roll these out on board and put them on the trolleys on board the aircraft. For us to refit these aircraft, we take the aircraft out of service to refit aerials on them. This is a huge, you take the aircraft out of service, it's a huge capital expenditure to fit this technology onto the aircraft, and then you have a fuel drag going forward. And if the trial doesn't work, you then take the aircraft out of service. You have to deal. This is not simple. You know, if you start playing around or drilling holes in aircraft fuselages, it is very expensive. It is technically difficult, and if it results in a fuel drag, it is something we would never go near. But we are very happy, and we are continuing to have discussions with Starlink, with Amazon, with Vodafone about the possibility of doing it, but only in a way where it will lower our costs. And those discussions will continue. So we would not rule it out at any stage. Yes, sir.
For your results next week, is there anything we can expect to see now? So would post-tax profits of around 5 billion, is that a realistic target?
No, as you know, because we have third quarter results on Monday, we're in a closed period, can't say anything about results or guidance or anything else. It'll all be dealt with on Monday, when hopefully our seat sale with Elon Musk will have successfully concluded and this country will have blown over. Yes, sir.
You said that X is a cesspit. Are you comfortable with Ryanair maintaining an account and posting there, given like you said it's a trial?
No, sorry, no, I said all social media, in my view, is a cesspit. I wouldn't confine it just to X. There's worse than X out there. Am I happy for Ryanair to be on these? Yes, I am. You know, we have to be out there, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or Snap. Oh, God help us. We're on TikTok. We have one of the biggest corporate accounts on TikTok, which I think, personally, is the greatest amount of rubbish I've ever seen. I don't see much of it. Talking airplanes. Jesus. Is this what the world is coming to? But if that's where you can reach the younger generation, that's fine. But on all of these sites, we post on Ryanair, we post under our own name. If we say something wrong, we're responsible for it. What I think should be stopped, and what governments should tackle, both at European and US level, is remove the anonymity. So I have no difficulty with social media, as long as everybody's posting on their own names. But I think it's fundamentally wrong that people are out there with all the various scandals, whether it's nudification or child pornography or suicide ideation, whatever that is. Do it under your own name and fine. Then at least you're maintaining and protecting freedom of speech. But stop this thing where keyboard warriors can use anonymity to, to death threats at politicians. Like, nobody deserves that kind of stuff. Female celebrities who are nudified on these things, they don't deserve that. And we need to have a bit more common sense this thing. When governments seem to be frozen, ooh. Now, I'm not surprised our government is frozen because Micheál Martin is useless anyway. with a 20-seat majority, 15 months later, he still hasn't scrapped a stupid cap that he's completely ignored already. But, we need to be much tougher. And he's out there in Davos today passing around the Ferrero Rochers with representatives from X and all the other American social media companies. Well, he needs to carry a big stick and do something. Europe should be doing something about removing anonymity from social media and trying to tidy that crap up. Yes?
Have you had any direct contact with Elon Musk since the spat, and what do you think his motivation is?
I have no direct contact with Elon Musk. I am not, as you will know, on X. I don't think I have any way of reaching him. And I have no reason to be in contact with Elon Musk. What's his motivation? I presume he rants and raves on X. I think it's good for him promoting X and his own views on X. And we're very happy to respond in kind on the Ryanair X platform. And if he wants to call me an idiot, he wouldn't be the first, and he certainly won't be the last to call me an idiot or a retarded twat. But if it helps to boost Ryanair sales, you can insult me all day, every day. And Eddie Wilson as well, who's, readily insultable too, although somewhat younger and more attractive than me.
Do you despair for humanity, Michael?
No, I am optimistic for humanity, John. We are bringing low-fare air travel to many more millions of European citizens in the next 8 years. Instead of carrying 200 million passengers a year, we'll be carrying 300 million passengers a year, which is one of the great successes of the single market and European Union. Europe spends far too much time pulling wool out of its own navel instead of, crowing about its successes. And with the single market in Europe and the deregulation of airline has been one of the stellar success stories of the European Union. In America today, the cheapest airfares are north of $100. We originally started by copying the formula of Southwest Airlines, who had $10 airfares. Last year, their average airfare was about $130. Last year, Ryanair's average airfare was €45. We wiped the floor with American, in terms of competitiveness, with American air travel. Now, America has a lead in AI, America has a lead in IT, but when it comes to air travel, Europe wipes the floor. That doesn't mean that Ursula von der Leyen, shouldn't be doing something on reforming ATC, a level playing field on environmental taxation. As the Draghi report highlighted, there is much to be done, but she's not much use either. So we will continue to campaign for further reform. But no, I look forward with nothing but enthusiasm for humanity and the human race if we could just move the kids a little bit more off social media. But they will adapt to that. I remember when I was young here in the late 60s, early 70s, and we used to watch, I think, about 3 hours of television in the evening. RT would come on about 6 o'clock, one station, black and white, and we'd watch Wanderley Wagon and a few other programs. And my grandparents thought, your heads will be fried. Oh, you're watching too much television. Now you're 24-hour television, and the kids are on wall-to-wall social media.
Do you think we should follow Australia's route and try and ban it for
I think anybody trying to ban social media to under 16s is wasting your time. You may as well be, I can't remember what it was, trying to stop the tide coming in. 16-year-old kids, 14-year-old kids will wind their way around a ban faster than Ryanair seats are selling out today on today's seat sale. The politicians in their 40s and 50s imposing bans on under 16-year-olds will be, in relation to phone access associated, will be hopelessly ineffective. I do believe, however, that one of the ways, rather than trying to ban something, if you really want to ban something, ban anonymity on social media. Force people, and all of the internet companies know who's posting, but they should be posting under whatever it is, their own name or their own account names, and it would clean up a lot of the crap on social media. Yes, Connor, sorry, I didn't come back to you yet. Connor. Look, technology will ultimately crack this thing. I'm sure we'll get to a 6G and an 8G and a 10G eventually, and I have no doubt that instead of putting aerials on the external of the fuselage, we'll be able to fit an aerial in the internal of in the front or the rear galley or something, or the baggage hold. Technology will ultimately get there. We live in a hyper-connected world, and people will ultimately have free access to Wi-Fi on board short-haul aircraft. So I've no doubt the technology will get there, which is why we continue to be in dialogue with Amazon, with Starlink, with Vodafone on this. It will come. But we cannot see a way at the moment where the model, anybody will pay for, I mean, even if you look at the long-haul airlines, the Lufthansas and the Aer Lingus, big song and dance, but, it's free Wi-Fi access now. I've travelled on Aer Lingus across the Atlantic, and the Wi-Fi access isn't great at the moment anyway. So even if it was free, I'm not sure it would be dramatically improved. But it's coming, and the technology will keep improving.
So you're waiting until it doesn't need an external area?
We're waiting until, one, we can get it sponsored or guaranteed that it doesn't, or that it becomes some sort of, that it doesn't have a cost penalty for us. And two, we and together our partners can give it away for free. And then I think people will genuinely use it. I mean, use lots of places where you go to hotels, or you're going through places where, you can have free Wi-Fi access, but they want your email address. Maybe you do something like that, and that gets more people on board with their internet address. And there's lots of ways, but I think ultimately the technology and the commercial agreements will result in free Wi-Fi on board short-haul aircraft as well. Simon, you're very welcome to Dublin.
Good morning.
We hope you flew Ryanair.
I did fly Ryanair.
Excellent.
That's why I arrived at 10:15.
No, that was it. Cancel his return flight, will you?
Do you think, inadvertently, that Ryanair might be fueling smartphone addiction because it's now 3 months since you said you've got to check in with your smartphone? And how's that going?
No, I mean, already before we started that in November, we had about 80% of passengers checking on smartphones. That number is now up to about 98, 99%. Yeah. And I hasten to add the other 1.5% are getting their paper. We're printing the paper boarding pass for them free of charge at the airports as long as they've checked in online. But no, are we fueling smartphone addictions? I don't think so. Ours are transactional. If people are traveling with us, it's all done online. And we think that is the way of the future. But thank you for flying all the way to Dublin to ask that super, really intelligent question. To what?
Purchase a Tesla. For you to purchase a Tesla.
No, absolutely not. I live in Mullingar, 50 miles from Dublin, and my favourite mode of transport is a Landini tractor. So they don't. We're not at the electrification stage yet. Eddie, I think, is the proud owner of a Tesla.
No, not a Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
No,
what is it?
Not an Audi.
Oh, an Audi. There's no support for Elon Musk and his social media website or his electric cars here.
Michael, when is your next meeting with X?
What?
A meeting with X at all?
I've never had a meeting. I don't think we've ever had a meeting with X. I mean, we have meetings with Starlink on fitting the aircraft with Wi-Fi. But we've no reason to meet with X. I mean, someone said Ryanair does have an X account, but no, I think we are sending around to the X Dublin offices this morning a free ticket for Elon Musk as part of our Big Idiot seat sale, and I would hope that I've included myself and him in this Big Idiot seat sale. I suspect he's a bigger idiot than me, but nevertheless, he probably thinks I'm a bigger idiot than him.
Are you going to the X offices today?
No, I have an airline to run. We are hand delivering the free ticket around there. I'm sure there'll be something posted on our social media accounts later on today.
Michael.
Yes, sir.
What do you make of the handling of the Kenny Jacobs situation?
Of the who?
Kenny Jacobs.
I don't know the detail of it, and I'm not in a position to comment really. All I would say is, it seems clear that Kenny's error appears to be that he's upset some people in Fingal County Council and some bureaucrats in the Department of Transport. And I think every one of us on a daily basis should get up and say that the first thing we will do today is to upset people working for county councils and certainly useless bureaucrats in the Department of Transport. I imagine that if he is replaced, the job description for the next leader of Dublin Airport will be, please don't upset Fingal County Council, or they might write to the Department of Transport and complain about you. I mean, we have much bigger issues to frown. I don't think he's done a particularly good job at Dublin Airport. He championed this ludicrous tunnel, 220 million, a tunnel under the taxiway, out to nowhere. It's a tunnel to take people out to where the cargo aircraft are. Now, the parcels don't need tunnels. You know, they can drive around the outside of the aircraft. But it is more of the kind of gold plating. They want to waste this kind of money so the regulator will give them more further increases in fees. And we live on an island on the periphery of Europe. It is vital that Ireland continues to provide efficient facilities and low fare access on and off this island. Now that we finally got rid of the green lunatics, you know, the idea that we're all going to be cycling to Brussels, or you know, like some of the famous green MEPs getting trains to the UK and boats to the. We don't have time to. Green MEPs may have 3 days to waste getting to Brussels, but the rest of the world doesn't. So I think the situation is not is. I regret the situation he personally finds himself in. I think it's a bit of a mess, but it seems to be a mess that is caused by criticising those in Fingal County Council, you know, who are presiding over this stupid and illegal cap. And I think the much greater danger for Ireland is that, you know, if Aer Lingus flights could well be blocked from landing in New York, Micheál Martin might well be blocked from going to the White House in March, and then you'll see this legislation passed within 24 hours. But for 13 months, Micheál Martin, and it's in the programme for government, we will scrap this cap, quote, as soon as possible. 13 months ago, you know, with a 20-seat majority. And it's not like they've been busy passing other legislation last year. This government does very little, but it's led by somebody who spends far too much time being wheeled around abroad, meeting global leaders, instead of, which would be fine as long as you were having a cabinet meeting here at 8:30 on a Monday morning and getting stuff done. He wanders in at about 11 o'clock on a Tuesday and then disappears to Davos for a couple of days.
Michael, if Ireland qualify for the World Cup next year, will Ryanair consider putting on long-haul flights for fans to the States and Mexico?
There are very few things on which I can be truly certain about, but one, we won't be putting on flights to the US, and two, I'm fairly sure Ireland won't qualify for the World Cup anyway. Which is why I urge everybody, keep booking booking your short-haul holidays to Europe in June and July, because don't worry, Ireland won't be in the World Cup.
Do you think there will be a trade war between the US and the EU? And if so, how do you think that will affect pricing coming into the summer period?
I mean, honestly, none of us know. But I think it is time for Europe to stand up to the US. I think, you know, if Trump threatens Europe with tariffs, Europe should respond in like measure. And Trump will chicken out, tackle. He generally does. You know, Europe is a big, wealthy economy with the second largest trading bloc in the world after the US economy, and Europe needs to get its act together. How do I think it would affect our business? Who knows? And I certainly don't know. But I don't think a trade war would last very long, given the amount of American businesses that are based here in Europe, given the amount that Europe imports from America and vice versa. But, you know, we have to have a more belligerent foreign policy towards certainly the Trump administration, and we would hope that eventually common sense will prevail. I mean, I think if you look at Trump, he is, at the end of the day, is interested in doing business. He certainly has midterm elections coming in November. He certainly wants the US economy to be doing well, and I don't think Trump, 8 months out from midterm elections, can afford to have a trade war with Europe. But, you know, it is absolutely imperative. I mean, you know, we have all grown up in the 80 years post the Second World War, where, thanks to NATO, and certainly thanks to free trade, the world is a much wealthier place. And, you know, we should continue that. And, you know, as a big importer of American aircraft, we are the largest investor in American aircraft outside of North America. We own a fleet of 630 Boeing aircraft. We've ordered another 300. They make great aircraft. I am a huge supporter of America. It has done wonders for free trade. It has done wonders for promotion of democracy. And these things will pass. But, you know, Europe does need to get its act together. And if Trump wants to have a row with Europe, well, let's have a row right back.
So you're confident Boeing would eat the tariffs?
Pardon me?
Are you confident that Boeing would eat any tariffs?
I'm not. But again, none of us know. But certainly during the last, I mean, generally speaking, aviation, aircraft and engines have been excluded from most previous tariff instruments. The Europeans are big importers of Boeing aircraft. the American airlines, particularly on the long-haul side, are big importers of Airbus aircraft. So, if you look at the number of jobs in America, Boeing, GE, the engine side, huge numbers of American jobs depend on aviation exports. Aircraft and engine exports are one of the biggest manufacturing exports in the US, and similarly here in Europe into the US as well. So I would hope, from a selfish point of view, that if there is that there won't be a tariff trade war, but if there is a trade war, that aircraft and engines will be exempt. But we take delivery of our last 4 aircraft from Boeing in February, and then we don't have another aircraft delivery until spring of 2027, when hopefully we get the first of the great new MAX 10 aircraft.
Is there anything in that contract for the MAX 10s that allows you to alter the contract in any way if something like tariffs have been imposed?
We would never comment on the contents of those contracts. They're entirely confidential. Next question. Barry.
Michael, where do you see fares going this summer?
At the moment, we believe fares are likely to rise 3 or 4%, some small single digit, but that's our normal thing. They may level out or fall if fuel prices keep falling. Again, I think one of the things that I think Trump is focused on in advance of the midterms in November will be driving down oil prices and driving down interest rates in North America. Thus, you have the row with the Federal Reserve, and certainly every attempt there with the removal of the Venezuelan president to boost oil supply and maybe drive down gas prices. But, that's me merely speculating. If oil prices fall or continue to fall, and there is generally an expectation that of a supply glut this year, then I think a lot of those oil price savings will be passed on in the form of lower fares. But it's hard to tell. The overriding kind of dynamic in Europe at the moment is constrained supply of aircraft, constrained seat supply. Even we this year can only grow, and we're taking 29 aircraft from Boeing this year. We're only going to grow our seat supply by about 3%. So it is very tight. You have most of Europe's Airbus are still going through the Pratt & Whitney engine repairs. So there's very little capacity out there, which is why, again, we urge the Irish government, when drag Micheál Martin back from Davos today, kicking and screaming, and tell them to pass the legislation so that with that spare capacity, we can actually put some growth continue to grow here in Ireland and continue to grow in Europe.
We've been talking about these capacity limits out there and the fact that they're pushing up fares for about half a decade. When do you see
About 2 years. Jesus, Barry, we've had COVID and a war in Ukraine.
I'm going buying the tickets.
Yeah. Book earlier. There's available at $16.99 as we speak today, but clearly you're not an idiot.
No.
You wouldn't qualify for this seat sale.
Okay. When do you see the capacity constraints easing?
I mean, there is all of the indicators at the moment is there will be no easing in capacity or a kind of upturn in capacity above kind of GDP growth before 2030. Both Boeing and Airbus are hugely backlogged on deliveries. And Boeing still has to get the MAX 7 and the MAX 10 certified. They're pretty confident they'll get it certified later this year. And even if they do start those deliveries, with the exception of Ryanair, no other European airline has any significant aircraft orders between now and 2030. Wizz had, but they've delayed and deferred most of them, probably because they can't afford to buy them or they've nowhere to fly them. But there's very little capacity, and if there's a backlog of orders coming from the Middle East. Riyadh Air wants to buy 100, 200 short-haul aircraft, but can't get any before 2030. The Turks want to buy another 500 aircraft. The Indians want more aircraft. So all of the demand, and the Chinese haven't ordered a Boeing aircraft for about 7 years. So there's a huge backlog of demand. Now, there could be some geopolitical disruption over Greenland, Ukraine, Taiwan, God knows what's going on in the world, and the world feels a very uncertain place. So that might, historically when the airlines are doing well, usually something comes out of left field, whether it's 9/11 or a Gulf War, that sets back air travel. But based on everything we see this year, we think it's reasonable to assume we expect to grow our traffic from 207 million last year to about 215 million in the next 12 months. And we think there might be a modest 2, 3, 4% increase in airfares, but we haven't a clue yet.
I think it's important, Barry, like you see where that capacity is going. Like yesterday we were in Italy, they're growing by 9%.
And Albania.
Michael got to go down to Albania yesterday. They're growing by almost 60% this year with Ryanair aircraft, and 9% in Italy, 11% in Morocco, 3% in Spain, and we're going nowhere in Ireland because there's no decision on that cap, you know. And when you have no capacity growth, you're going to have fares rising, you know.
I mean, I was down in Tirana in September announcing the new, we're opening a base, 3-aircraft base in Tirana in March. In September, and the problem in Tirana was they have one terminal building that serves only 8 aircraft. Said it's too small. I think Wizz have an 8-aircraft base in Tirana, so you need to double the size of the terminal building. He said, don't worry, we're going to start in September and we'll finish in March. I said, no, you won't. It'll take 2 years, or if you, Micheál Martin, it could take 3 or 4 years. They start in September. They've already finished the building. I was down there yesterday, again announcing a 4th-based aircraft. The building is built. They're just doing the internal fit-out. And that could be done in 5 months in Albania, which contrasts with Micheál Martin doing nothing, just to scrap a bloody cap in 13 months. Like, some governments get it and get on with it. And some governments, sadly led by Micheál Do-Nothing Martin, don't get it and do nothing. Simon?
Yes. Now, just going back to Elon Musk, you've given him a free Ryanair ticket.
Yes.
I'm sure he'll be very grateful. Are you going to give him any advice on which airline he should buy?
I know it would be inappropriate for us to give him any investment advice. I think he's running polls on X, though, where he's getting lots of advice from lots of idiots on X. As I said publicly, we welcome everybody investing. Anybody who wants to buy shares in Ryanair is free to do so. We're a publicly traded company listed on the European and the US stock exchanges, but a non-European, we would politely and respectfully point out that a non-European cannot acquire or control a European airline. Any else?
John, you've spoken to COMAC before, and given the geopolitical environment and whether that persists for however long that persists, does it get you to thinking at all strategically about, you know, where you need to position yourself in terms of future aircraft orders and possibly reducing your reliance on Boeing if the environment we're in continues and we end up having, you know, longer term tariffs or whatever? Would you align yourself more closely maybe with COMAC and see what they're doing? Would you be interested in placing an order with them?
I mean, look, we have previously talked to COMAC. We signed a design agreement with COMAC, I think, back around 2014, 2015. The problem and the challenge for COMAC is they're producing very few aircraft. Like Boeing is now Boeing are rumoured yesterday to be launching a production line for 737s up in Everett. They've only ever made them in Renton. And that would increase Boeing's monthly production from about 43 aircraft to about 65 aircraft. So COMAC last year, I think, built about 60 aircraft in the whole year. And the problem is the more COMAC grows, and COMAC is doing what the Chinese have always done. They're basically sub-assembling an A320. All of the avionics, all of the engines, all of the real complicated parts are all European. So it's GE engines or Sonecma engines. It is Honeywell avionics. It's Collins avionics. So the faster or the more COMAC grows its production capacity, the more they draw from the already constrained supply chains for Airbus aircraft here in the US and in America, and in US and Europe. So COMAC is not going to come to anybody's rescue before certainly the early or mid-2030s. The aircraft they're making at the moment is only 180 seats, so it's too small for us. I have no doubt, you know, we're placing aircraft orders here. We ordered 300 Boeing MAX 10 aircraft back during COVID. Those deliveries are due to come to us from 2027 to 2034. So we are the best positioned airline in the world for controlled capacity growth and growth of low-fare air traffic for the next decade. Now, there is still an issue with Boeing still needs to get those aircraft certified and delivered, but they're pretty confident, and I think under the new management, certainly led by Stephanie Pope and Kelly Ortenberg, I think Boeing are doing very impressive things in turning the business around. But even if I didn't want to order Boeing, if I went to Airbus today and said, your aircraft are more expensive, but I want to order 100, which I would like to do for the Laudamotion fleet. We have 30 A320s in Laudamotion, but they're coming up to the end of their lease in 28 and 29. Airbus cannot deliver me a narrow-body aircraft or an A320 or 321 until about 2032 or 2033. So there's no aircraft available. So thinking strategically, we're in a very fortunate position to be able to have controlled growth out to 2034. We would certainly need to do another aircraft order in the early 2030s. But the chances of there not being some unforeseen downturn in aviation or some unforeseen downturn in the world between now and 2030, the early 2030s, are, I think, zero. Because there's always some catastrophe visited on the airline industry every 3, 4 or 5 years. The last one was COVID. We emerged out of COVID, and then Putin illegally invaded Ukraine, something that, I disagree fundamentally with Trump on. I think Trump is right on NATO needing to increase spending. Trump is right on rowing back against environmental taxation. Trump is right on an awful lot of his economic policies. But he is historically wrong on Ukraine and not criticizing Russia. And he is historically wrong on tariffs. Tariffs have never succeeded. They have never worked. And they will never succeed or work because they increase inflation and the cost of living for ordinary people. So thinking strategically, we're about as well placed as any airline can be, and I would certainly hope that we will be able to pick from maybe 3 suppliers in the early 2030s, Boeing, Airbus or Comac, but we have to wait and see what happens between 2026 and 2030 first. Anybody else?
Michael, is Trump right or wrong on Greenland?
Yeah, Trump is wrong on Greenland. I mean, I think the US has persuasive and real kind of defense concerns on Greenland. But if you have, I think they already reached agreement with Denmark and with Greenland after the Second World War. I think they had 12 or 15 military bases or air bases in Greenland. If you want to reopen those bases, I think you'd get nothing but support from NATO and from Denmark. But you can't in this world just go in and say, I want Greenland, give it to me. I mean, what would you then say to the Chinese if the Chinese want to go and invade Taiwan? Or what do you say? I mean, well, I think he's already historically wrong on Putin just pushes invades Ukraine in what is clearly an illegal invasion. And I think he is, historically wrong on that as well. But look, people also need to stand back. History has shown us you have American administrations. This administration will last for another 3 years. There will be midterm elections in the States at the end of this year. I have no idea what the outcome of those midterm elections. But if he loses the House or loses the Senate, there will be a dramatic change in US politics. And there will be another presidential election in 3 years' time. So there will be another US president. And I think Trump gets lots of things right and he gets a number of things wrong. But that's democracy, and he was elected. And we, certainly in Europe, have to manage that relationship for the next 2 or 3 years. But where he's wrong, Europe should stand up as a strong trading bloc and tell him he's wrong. And stop trying to pander to him and invite him to dinner when, he wants to. I don't understand why he needs to own Greenland. It's certainly not for some defence or military reasons, because as a member of NATO, and Denmark is a member of NATO, I don't think Denmark or Greenland would have any issue if Trump wanted to reopen those bases in Greenland and invest in Greenland. But you don't need to own it for that.
There's been woeful underinvestment in Ireland's military. Do you think there should be significantly more spent on Ireland's military? Should Ireland consider rethinking its neutrality given what's going on in the world?
I think Ireland has no option but to, Irish neutrality is a joke. Much beloved of the left-wing lunatics in this country. We are a defenceless island on the periphery of Europe. We are not able to protect either our skies or the seas off our coast. And I think Europe will be running out of patience with Ireland on this. I believe Ireland should be a member of NATO. I think Dev was historically wrong in the 1950s, when we should have joined NATO in 1945 and the late 1940s. We would have developed deep-sea submarine ports off the west coast of Ireland. NATO would have built about 25 airports across Ireland, and we would have far better infrastructure than we've managed on our own. But Dev made the chronic mistake I wanted to be isolationist. Isolationism has never worked. It didn't work in Ireland in the 50s and 60s, didn't work in North Korea, and didn't work in China during in the 70s, 80s, and 90s either. We live in a world where free trade works. Free trade reduces costs for consumers and increases the wealth of nations, and has done so since Adam Smith wrote his treatise in the 1850s. And Ireland needs to wise up. We need to generate much more revenue, and we do need to significantly increase our defence spending. And I would personally think Ireland should be a member of NATO. I don't know how you can be a member of the European Union and not be a member of NATO, because either we're going to support Europe when it's under threat, as it is currently in Ukraine. If Putin decides he's going to invade the Baltic states or Finland or Poland, what are we going to do? Oh, sorry, we're neutral. We have to come to the aid and support of our European allies, as we should come to the aid and support of our American allies. I have no difficulty with the left-wing loonies whinging about us using Shannon Airport. Shannon Airport benefits significantly from US military, or the US military using Shannon as a stopover point for its troops, etc. And we should encourage that. And anything that annoys the loony left in this country should be actively encouraged. Any other questions?
Are your negotiations for your contract, are they moving along? Are they nearly finalised?
They are moving along at a glacial pace. We have far more pressing things to deal with. I'm already contracted up to 2028, and there's really not much pressure on me or the board to finalise any new arrangements. Like, we are dealing with things like the price of oil, Boeing delivery delays. Why can't we get Micheál Martin and with a 20-seat majority to scrap a cap at Dublin Airport when the Ambalians can double the size of their terminal in 5 months? Really, my contract falls way down the list of issues that need to be addressed. Okay, folks, thank you very much. Appreciate your time, and Eddie and myself are available for one-on-ones and or anything else. Emer's going to line up one-on-ones. Thanks very much. Yes. We've done all the photos. You missed it.
How are you doing? Great to see you. Right. Good to see you.
Come out a little bit from the screen.
No, come on, quick. Yes.
One more like that here. Just take one step out from the screen.
No, we're done.
So I don't know. You're right. Thank you very much. And now the last thing is important that to understand which is the trend. This is 15 minutes here. This is also business out. 15. 15. 5-0. 1-5. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. 1-5.
Power bank. Maybe a power bank or something for 5 minutes or. I have 80% a little bit electricity. You have power bank?
You have cable. You have cable.
Okay, it's enough. For video, it's enough. Okay.
Che t'hanno detto? 10 minuti. Loro t'hanno scritto? Allora dice sì. Sì, dice qualcuno qui dice la stessa cosa.
Das ganze Terminal. Siehst du, auf die Terrasse ist komplett voll. Alles ist voll. Ich bin gespannt, ob man noch was durchholt. Ich habe eine ganz schön schlaue Kurzleistung. Normalerweise
da wo die Linie stehen, ist viel zu knapp für Festbremsen.
Ja, aber er könnte
wenn dann wahrscheinlich halt hier vorne halt oder sowas und dann wieder zurückrollen.
Mal auf der Querbahn, ja, das würde auf jeden Fall schaffen. Das muss man nicht ja wohl mit Zuschauern gesetzt leisten. Hier ist ein bisschen leid. Wobei mit der schweren Person an Bord. Ja, ich ist doch nur. Ja, 7,5er statt so ein Jumbo.
Fängt großer auf und jetzt schon wieder geschmälert. Ja. Armes Indie.
Wie sind die Helis, als die das geübt haben, wieder raus? Sind die so raus? Ja. Es gibt nur diese Richtung. Weil wenn sie gehen in diese Richtung, stören die. Machen nur einen Teil.
Du musst doch was essen, Jan.
Diesmal muss man einfach 2 erstellen.
Oh, fuck. Scheiße. Hast du erst noch gelernt, sein, ne? Hast du Papierstöckchen? Alles gut.
Oi, hey. How are you? No, it's not 7.
Bestimmt irgendwie.
7-4
Kannst du den Fremden so gut gemacht haben, oder? Immer ein Taschentuch und dann feucht. Mit Handschuhen geht's, oder? Ja, ist aber nicht gut dafür.
Das ist Davos, ne? Discreto.
More or less.
So, ihr seht gerade, was für ein Kabel da ist. Ist das eine Powerbank?
Ja.
Natürlich für 2-3 Minuten mal ein bisschen laden oder willst du auch am Limit?
Nee, ich hab sogar noch eine. Also wenn du ein Ladekabel hast, krieg ich noch eine zweite Powerbank.
Ich habe nur 18%, aber bei der Kälte kann das ziemlich schnell runtergehen, dass man vielleicht ein bisschen.
Du hast ein iPhone, richtig?
iPhone, genau. Also einen alten Stecker.
Alten Stecker nicht, aber kannst du hinten dran machen.
Ja, das wäre nett, also nur für 5 Minuten.
Alles gut.
Danke. Ich wollte eigentlich, war nicht beabsichtigt, so
lui ti passa davanti ma non si ferma, cioè non fa l'inversione a U, no. Come invece lì ti dà cosa devi poterlo fare di più se ti fa inversione a U, giusto? Il conto che te passa, il conto che invece fa così e poi i nostri stanno là sono le inversioni a U, quello che è un po' di che? Se domani ma non mi pare, mi parano bianche più che altro, perché di solito non sono bianche per l'Americans. Sì, ok, se te passano fai uno in furgoncino e uno ciancarello legato dietro. Bello, sono tutti francesi. Pure belli, pure belli. Sì, bravo. Sì, Belgi.
Was für eine Hubschrauber oder auch Trump oder ja, ich hoffe, dass sie das hier überhaupt rollt. Ja, dass sie da schon wieder mal schauen. Ja, das kommt ja.
Questo simile a quello è. Io il mio modello era proprio più grandicello, solo rosso. Me lo ricordo, tutto rosso.
Nix am Anflug.
Polizia prima sta parlare con uno che stava alla squadra, infatti ha fatto uscire. Non so che stava troppo, non so, oppure questo è sceso per me. Stava a parlare con lui e poi se ne sono andati, no? Brutto quando non capisci. Magari vado già, perché sennò dobbiamo staccare. Il turno è finito, ma è arrivato. Senti, ma quanti tu avevi? Libertari 80? Ti ha messo a Vabbè sì, quando gli dico ciao a tutti, siamo tornati in Italia, noi. La roba non esiste. Che fa spirato. Cozze come del tellino. Roberto?
Das Problem ist halt, es ist die einzige Warnung, wenn man mal hochgeht, wegen das kein Bock auf Platz erreicht.
Ha detto? Io confermo, no? C'ho l'occhio su ora. Ti scrivo we don't see ancora. giusto?
Forse quella è già il
Sta
tempo che
in
scrivo.
americana aereo.
Sì?
Sì.
Lo vedi?
Yeah, sì.
Tanto io l'ho scritto, poi mi mandano qua la foto, io faccio la foto col tuo.
Glielo.
Arriva? Eccolo. L'ha fatto bene?
Sì.
Hai registrato? Sì. Bravo.
Was hast du gesagt mit starken Bremsen?
Dai.
Ja.
Sembra che sta girando verso sinistra, se la polizia sta qui vuol dire che torna allora. Giusto Lillo?
Guarda il monitor.
Sì, sta venendo.
Guarda il monitor. Va bene?
Sì, ce l'hai. Verso sinistra. No, ce l'hai.
Sono messi davanti qua.
Gira più di qua. Mo perché sei coperto dalla polizia, però per me continua piano piano a girarti verso così, bravo. Fermate così. Giusto a serio, io non vedo più.
Andavo dietro.
Ah no, ce l'hai.
Sì.
No, sta venendo verso di te, guarda, sta vicino alla polizia, eccolo, ce l'hai. Grande.
Jetzt muss er wieder alles vorrollen. Ja, wahrscheinlich, ja. Wollt ihr schon wieder zurück oder was? Meine Fresse. Was für ein Aufwand.
Sta venendo qua un'altra volta.
Ah no, sta venendo qui? Allora rinci. Per me viene perché se c'è la macchina qua. Eccolo, che sta girando, sta proprio dietro la macchina. careful, man, we are still live, eh?
Io rimarrei qua.
Sì, anche perché c'è. Quando lo faccio io, quando stavo io col telefono,
Great job.
no, io ho fatto io. Yes, is all on the same things. Che vuol dire? Bravo, guarda, dillo, non si vede già più, quindi hai fatto no bene. Arci. Andiamo! Sì, guarda, adesso l'aereo non si vede più, però fra poco ti fa l'elicottero. Eh? Boh. Ah, certo, dici, che so. Hamlet. Non so che basta. Più che altro non so proprio se vado a Londra io. Beh, abbiamo fatto guarda, qui ce l'avevi per 4-5 secondi.
Hast du Radar für die Eurocontrol sozusagen oder was? Okay. Sie habt jetzt frei bekommen oder was? On Duty gerade oder was? Oder off Duty oder Pause? Eine langgezogene Langpause. Okay. Wo ist Sky Guide? Mehr heute oder normal besetzt? Mit der Polizei oben oder was? Oder wie ist das? Oder also ihr dürft es nicht sagen, aber mit der US Air Force sozusagen, mit ein paar Leuten vielleicht. Okay. Ja, ja. So, kann ich heute Abend erst senden vielleicht. Oder ihr macht halt jetzt noch, oder ihr
Ah, ecco, adesso sta arrivando qua.
Che l'aereo?
Ecco. Poi lo posso fare. Ha fatto del bello qui.
seid ihr erst vor kurzem angefangen mit der Freiheit?
Ja, also wir haben dieses Jahr, in den letzten Jahren haben wir verschiedene Versuche das mit uns gemacht, aber jetzt dieses Jahr haben wir 2 Landprogramme, die wir
Für die Helis da sozusagen. Ne?
das wahrscheinlich eine Woche oder so.
Devi mettere il codo poi fa.
3 Jahre dabei.
Ja, schöne Zeit. Was war das mit deiner Bundesseite?
Vediamo se tanto non è che te prendi la U, io prendo questo. Vediamo se tanto i vostri.
Aspetta, vai quando vuoi.
Scusa? Sorry. Can I...
Niente, adesso te fa mettere.
Sorry. I'm in live and there.
You want to get close?
No, I think no. Thank you. I try like this. Because now I try to do something. I don't know if.
Bravo, tu vai più dentro possibile, fai il fuoco. Oh ma non riesci a fare.
Vai.
So für einen Night Shot. It's happening. Dai, si dà un po' te. Look it out.
Io volevo dire che ci sta. Looks the live is correct, no? Sì. No, look, it's with a digital duplicator, but it's fluke. It's all fluke.
Yeah, but I think
Better than nothing.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
You're good. L'ho ringraziato io. Lui lo porteranno in macchina, mi ricordi?
Magari anche a piedi.
È uscito pure al sole,
Infatti
notte
stavo lì,
alla luce, è uscito al sole. I am Italian.
He probably worked from the airplane to helicopter, right?
Yeah, I guess. This as a full package. We, as you know, last September, we were in New York. Say when you see something?
I don't see, I see just people, but comunque sembra che ancora devi uscire, no?
Eh sì, anche se mo la scaretta sta là. Qui poi magari la scaretta ancora la devono attaccare, che ne sai, cosa che si vede illuminata a destra che è un elicottero, secondo te potrebbe essere? Lo vedi a destra dell'aereo?
Ah.
Stavamo così vicini, dici, l'elicottero, può darsi,
Quello non ce l'ho inquadrato. Però sì, dovrebbe molto
sì, perché lui lì ce l'ha a piedi allora.
Bravo, quella mi sa la coda dell'elicottero.
Potresti vedere qualcosa piccola, ma non si capirà mai se...
Lo sai, c'è ragione che non preso
Sì, la coda però si vede tutto. Bravo.
You see, there is a helicopter just in front of the sky.
It's blinking, but I think the rotors are not on yet. Yeah, the helicopter in front is the marine one.
This is a helicopter, yeah. I think he is still inside. Forse. Forse ci siamo, eh? Maybe now. Cioè, uno vestito di bianco. Ma che è il Papa? È lui? È lui? Sì, eh? Was he, man? I think so. Maybe it's now. Maybe now, here. Well, I don't know. Ma telefonate helicopter behind the airplane?
Oh, lui dice che i elicotteri potrebbero partire subito.
Sì, ma vedi...
Tu lo vedi, sta sempre là, no?
No, ma ho entrato...
No, l'elicottero.
2 ce ne stanno. Ci sta un altro dietro la scaletta.
Vabbè, gli faccio il pugno così.
Sì.
Vede che lui c'ha qualcuno dentro, il fotografo, capito? Magari sta di guarda.
No, ma magari sta tranquillando.
Ah, lui magari era quello che voleva dire agli altri. Ah, no, ok, vabbè. Quello è un ok, nel senso sì, c'ha ragione. Comunque quello lì che avevano chiamato per primo stamattina c'ha posto meglio di lui, perché c'ha il buco dritto per dritto. Quello che hanno fermato stamattina gli hanno chiesto.
Però l'aereo qua c'era...
No, qua non c'aveva. No, dico adesso. Ah, anche quello che ha toccato il filo spinato è cascato e ghiaccio.
For you, the helicopter will go this way or this way? This way.
Che dice?
Where they came from.
Ah, okay, the same way. Però magari quando si alzano andranno anche là.
detto, guarda che io vengo qua, mi ha detto niente. Ho detto, mo che vengono i gatti io vengo qua, O io dico, Roides, ciao.
Senti, mo come te lo dico sto spostando, perché io come vedo che si stanno a muovere di cose, lì stiamo a
E famo come prima?
Sì.
Io piglio l'aiuto e ti cambio il copo.
Input.
This is for charge, and this is
Output.
for...
Okay, understand. Okay.
Niente, non c'è niente. Questo è carico. No, lui non riesce perché qua lui si attaccava come se dovesse caricare. Io ho detto no, ma questo è per caricare.
Amigos.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Good
I
luck
have
for
to
you
go.
and for your country.
For your life.
Yeah.
Ciao. Ciao. È un falco. Bello,
Sì, è lui. Bello, mazza.
Ah no, un attimo mi
Sì,
sembrava che
si sta a muovere, il verde si sta a muovere.
si sta a muovere, move,
Vai, gomma.
Siamo.
Vai.
Move?
Questo?
Sì.
Okay, thank you very much.
Aspetta che faremo questa roba.
Next time you should ask a bit more nicely. Just saying.
What? Sorry?
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, from 8 o'clock in the morning, this
Yeah.
is my place, okay?
But you,
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. But next time, I mean, you were very impolite to me before, so next time just be more polite and then.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Ma poi fa la bolla bene, che faremo tempo,
Sì, no, sta bene.
Dice lì qua? Cazzato.
Sì, vabbè, devo essere più gentile.
Ma io ho detto, ma guardate, non ha risposto. Giulione Barzini.
a rincorsa devono via.
No, penso magari vedi, guarda, da qua vedi, stanno andando di là e poi faranno il giro, io spero. Sono tutti insieme, mi sembra.
Il primo qual era? Quello verde.
Ti fai tramite la rete tanto, no?
Eh sì, poi qualcosa forse, ma qui mica la faccio.
Questa sta per il verso di te, uno, ma ancora tocca terra, mi pare, capito? Eccolo, l'ultimo si sta alzando. Sta passando dietro la casetta adesso e mo te si scopre. Vedi?
No. Ci stanno altri dietro?
Però sta lontano, poi segui questo ancora. Ok, adesso ne sta arrivando un altro proprio davanti. Alza poco poco, alza poco poco. Vedi? Bravo. Rimani qua che te se ne arriva un altro pure. Un altro ancora un po' più su qua.
Ancora?
Sì, ce n'è un altro. Allora fermo qua, ecco. Ah, sì, ce ne sono altri due dietro. Guarda sbucanando, ecco.
Mazza, ho fatto male. No buono, no buono. Ho seguito.
Senti, ma gli vuoi dare qualche taglio?
what I mean. I mean, this is our job. I don't understand. Yes. still think to see something.
Bien sûr. Oui, je t'entends. Oui. Ok. Sans caméra, ok. Ok, d'accord. Je sais pas qu'est-ce que t'en penses. Moi, en fait, ce qui me fait peur, c'est que s'il y a des sliding doors ou quelque chose à couvrir, est-ce que la caméra de Vitaly, elle est bien là-dessus, tu vois, je sais pas, faudrait lui demander lui ce qu'il en pense. Ok. Et ben dans ce cas, ce qu'on peut faire, peut-être que tu peux nous retrouver à l'entrée, comme ça il te file sa caméra et moi je peux rentrer avec la mienne. Ouais. Ok. Attends, il est quelle heure là? 15h30, il a... Ouais, le temps de repartir dans l'autre sens, machin. Ouais, au moins, je pense, le temps de passer la sécurité et tout. Ah ouais, c'est sûr. Oui, absolument. Ok, ça marche. Ça va. Merci. Oui, ça me va très bien. À toutes. Et attends, c'est toi qui montes le live ou c'est moi qui dois monter? Ah, ok. Ok, très bien. Impeccable.
Now my feet and my legs are too good. You have what?
Warm patch.
Yeah. Yeah. No, fine. No, not the like more like the set out. Because I'm not doing it. But like the same. It's much more tiring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start shortly. Please take a seat. Thank you.
today. Wow. In the last quarter century, a sitting president of the United States has come to Davos only twice. Both times it was Donald Trump. So when I asked to serve in this new role that I have, he was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was a president's willingness to bring together people from governments, from business, across institutions, across perspectives, to think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution that brings together the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders, anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue. And particularly, importantly, this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic. But once again, we're forcing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth, and initiatives like the Trump account, designed to give more Americans a direct stake in the growth of the U.S. economy. As he enters the second year of his second term, we are interested in hearing his plans for 2026 and beyond, and will no doubt create more and more conversation. And that's what the forum is about, a serious conversation in the spirit of dialogue. Discussions where the world is headed, where are we going, and these discussions would be incomplete without the President of the United States, the most important leader in the world. We appreciate him here, so let me introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. It's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit, driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every 1 new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories
to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under Sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states, and will soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. Sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory, And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know. Everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. But there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere. And we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it, when I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I've worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s, F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6. It's supposed to be the first stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with this scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because he has to, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it, you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often, as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible president, just horrible president, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election, when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden, they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. I did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election, he was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house, who for the first time in their lives are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast and people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We'd still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I then realized that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us and probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of, and she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me, and they don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3, and that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China, they're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We were there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good. Because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals, who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing. And we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalian? They turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, you know, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over a $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call them mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures, which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're truly brilliant, brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, And some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you. And we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success, and the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before, and I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
Yes, good.
You
I got set up now. I did know.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. Sure. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And that was, I called it a great achievement. But things happen, bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars, if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side, because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that, I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, you know, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money, too, in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was as high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, you know, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, what, you know, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, you know, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all, and again, so big is we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem, and otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to be, you know, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition between the U.S. as the largest economy in the world 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, you know, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, "Do you think you could use a different name?" And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they would.
You're a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. He said, "Let me teach you about diplomacy." Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was like lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke, and Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, "Sir, there's one man better than me." And he introduced me to Chris, and he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. "Sir, you didn't introduce me." I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the US and Denmark? Because, you know, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, you know, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe. Just like, you know, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think there could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, you know, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with but we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation, and it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be, so I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. You know, the United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. What happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now, I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid, but if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the board of peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there, but that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace, because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change a plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think you're... but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
se manifiesta en que podamos libremente adquirir un bien con el fruto de nuestro trabajo o podemos recibir un bien que libremente nos den o hereden. A su vez, el derecho de propiedad, en especial por sus consecuencias dinámicas, se vincula con el principio de apropiación de Locke, por lo que ahora la propiedad no solo puede derivar en una donación, regalo, herencia y o intercambio, sino que se suma a la apropiación del descubrimiento y de una creación. Finalmente, estos derechos se complementan con el principio de no agresión, el cual establece que ningún ser humano tiene derecho a ejercer agresión de ningún tipo contra otro ser humano, lo cual no solo incluye la agresión física, sino también todo tipo de coacción, coerción y o imposición bajo amenaza de uso de la fuerza. De ahí que definimos liberalismo acorde al profesor Alberto Venegas Lynch hijo como el respeto irrestricto del proyecto de vida del prójimo, basado en el principio de no agresión y en defensa del derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad, cuyas instituciones son la propiedad privada, los mercados libres de intervención estatal, la competencia entendida como libre entrada y salida, la división del trabajo y la cooperación social. Naturalmente, asociado a este ordenamiento social, surge la cuestión de si el mismo es justo. Por ende, para determinar si el sistema es justo, la referencia obligada es Ulpiano, cuya premisa básica constituye las bases del derecho romano y sin duda es uno de los pilares de la civilización occidental. Así, la justicia es la constante y persistente voluntad de otorgar a cada cual su derecho, esto es, la intención de dar a cada uno lo suyo, lo que le corresponde. Sin embargo, la sentencia de Ulpiano no se quedó ahí, sino que a continuación añadió que los principios del derecho constan en vivir de modo honesto, sin causar daño a nadie y dando a cada cual lo que es suyo. Por lo tanto, de todo esto se deriva que una de las características del capitalismo de libre empresa es que es una doctrina justa. Dado el entramado institucional emergente, el cual además hemos probado que el mismo es justo, ahora es momento de probar que además es eficiente. El primer planteo al respecto fue realizado por Adam Smith, quien utilizando el argumento de la mano invisible postulaba que cada individuo persiguiendo su propio interés llevaba al máximo bienestar social. Más tarde, los neoclásicos, guiados por una idea de la mano invisible basada en el óptimo de Pareto, lograron derivar el primer axioma de la economía del bienestar, esto es, todo equilibrio competitivo es óptimo de Pareto. Sin embargo, esto implicaba abrazar una estructura matemática que dejaba abiertas las puertas a la intervención estatal, bajo las buenas intenciones de corregir los fallos de mercados, los cuales, desde mi punto de vista, no existen. Para ello, la prueba que ha desarrollado Hans Gemma Hoppe, basada en los derechos de propiedad, en línea con el principio de apropiación originaria de Locke, junto al principio de no agresión, no solo resulta satisfactoria en probar la optimalidad, sino que además no deja lugar a duda para que haya intervención. De este modo, Hoppe señala: cualquier desviación de este conjunto de reglas implica, por definición, una redistribución de títulos de propiedad y, por lo tanto, de los ingresos, desde los usuarios y contratantes de bienes hacia los no usuarios, productores y no contratantes. Por lo tanto, cualquier desviación en tal sentido implica que habrá relativamente menos apropiación originaria de recursos cuya escasez sea conocida y por ende habrá menos producción de nuevos bienes, menos mantenimiento de los bienes existentes y menos contratos y comercios que sean mutuamente beneficiosos. Esto naturalmente implica un menor estándar de vida en relación con los bienes y servicios que pasan de mano en mano. Además, el postulado que solo el primer usuario, no el último, de un bien adquiere el derecho de propiedad sobre el mismo, nos asegura que los esfuerzos productivos serán tan altos como sea posible en todo momento. A su vez, la noción de que solo la integridad física de la propiedad, no el valor de la misma, debe ser protegido garantiza que todo propietario llevará a cabo los mayores esfuerzos productivos de valor, esto es, esfuerzos para promover cambios favorables en el valor de la propiedad y para prevenir a contrarrestar cualquier cambio no favorable en el valor de la misma. Por lo tanto, cualquier desviación de estas reglas implica una reducción de esfuerzos productivos en todo momento. Nótese que al pivotear sobre la propiedad privada y no sobre funciones de exceso de demanda derivadas de ejercicios de optimización, permite alcanzar un óptimo sin la necesidad de supuestos esotéricos que luego brindan sustento a la intervención estatal. Al mismo tiempo, evita caer en el ridículo empírico del segundo teorema de la economía del bienestar, que postula la independencia entre producción y distribución, como si la opción entre capitalismo y comunismo fuera neutral en términos de resultado. Por lo tanto, habiendo probado que las instituciones del capitalismo de libre empresas, sostenidas por los derechos naturales, el principio de apropiación originaria de Locke y el principio de no agresión, no solo que son justas, sino que además son eficientes, al menos en términos estáticos, es momento ahora de probar que el capitalismo de libre empresa cumple con todas estas mismas propiedades en términos dinámicos. Jenofonte, ya 380 años antes de Cristo, señalaba que la economía es un saber que permite a los hombres acrecentar la hacienda, mientras postulaba que la propiedad privada resultaba el vehículo más provechoso para la vida de cada cual. Luego de ello, Jenofonte se ocupa del concepto de eficiencia, el cual lo aborda desde dos perspectivas. Por un lado, desde una visión estática, define como eficiente a la gestión de los recursos disponibles tendientes a evitar el despilfarro, donde además resalta el beneficio de la propiedad privada al señalar que el ojo del amo es la mejor fórmula para engordar su ganado. Por otro lado, Jenofonte, en su segunda definición de eficiencia, se adentra en el terreno dinámico, señalando que, a su vez, la eficiencia implica incrementar la hacienda. Esto es, se trata de aumentar la cantidad disponible de bienes por la vía de la creatividad empresarial, esto es, por la vía del comercio y la especulación. Este último criterio de eficiencia es de importancia para el estudio del crecimiento de una economía, a diferencia de un modelo estático en el que solo se contemplan lo que Robert Lucas Jr. definía como los parámetros profundos, esto es, preferencias, tecnología y dotaciones de recursos iniciales. En la esfera dinámica, tanto la tecnología como las dotaciones iniciales pueden variar. Y de hecho lo hacen continuamente como resultado de la creatividad empresarial. Es más, un capítulo aparte obedece a la institución de la propiedad privada y que, pivoteando sobre ella, la escuela austríaca de economía, desde Mises, Hayek, Roth, Marquista, Hoppe hasta Jesús Huerta de Soto, han demostrado la imposibilidad del socialismo y, por ende, echando por tierra la fantasmagórica idea de John Stuart Mill, que postulaba la independencia entre la producción y distribución. Una sordera académica que derivó en el socialismo y que le costó al mundo la vida de 150 millones de seres humanos, a tiempo que aquellos que lograron sobrevivir al terror lo hicieron en una absurda pobreza. Acorde a lo señalado y en línea con la segunda definición del análisis de Jenofonte, la teoría económica ha identificado 4 fuentes de progreso económico. En primer lugar, tenemos la división del trabajo, la cual fue ejemplificada por Adam Smith con la fábrica de alfileres. En el fondo, se trata de un mecanismo por el cual se generan ganancias de productividad que se manifiestan como rendimientos crecientes y que, si bien su límite está delimitado por el tamaño del mercado, el tamaño del mismo se ve afectado positivamente por ello. Sin embargo, vale la pena aclarar también que este proceso virtuoso no es infinito, cuyo límite choca con la dotación de recursos iniciales. En segundo lugar, la acumulación de capital, tanto físico como humano. Respecto al capital físico, es crucial la interacción entre ahorro e inversión, poniendo de manifiesto el rol fundamental del mercado de capitales y el sistema financiero para lograr a cabo dicha intermediación. Por el lado del capital humano, el foco no debe limitarse al plano educativo, sino que también debe considerarse el desarrollo de capacidades cognitivas desde el nacimiento del ser humano, su alimentación y la salud, elementos fundamentales para poder acceder a la educación y al mercado de trabajo. En tercer lugar, tenemos el progreso tecnológico, el cual significa poder producir una mayor cantidad de bienes con la misma cantidad de recursos o producir lo mismo empleando una menor cantidad de insumos. Finalmente, tenemos el espíritu empresarial, o mejor dicho, la función empresarial, la cual, de acuerdo al profesor Huerta de Soto, constituye el principal motor del proceso de crecimiento económico, ya que si bien los 3 factores señalados son importantes, sin empresarios no habrá producción y el nivel de vida sería extremadamente precario. Donde la función empresarial no se focaliza tanto en la eficiencia de corto, sino más bien en el crecimiento de la cantidad de bienes y servicios, lo cual deriva en mayores niveles de vida.
Ghislaine, whatever her name is, she needs to be brought into
lo
this body.
verdaderamente importante es
And
expandir al
I'm
máximo
hearing
la
that,
frontera de
oh, well,
posibilidad de
she's
la
going to
producción.
plead the fifth.
Así,
First of all,
la
then let her.
eficiencia
And
dinámica
secondly,
puede verse con la
legally, on
capacidad de
most
una
of these
economía
questions, she
para
can't plead
impulsar
the
la
fifth.
creatividad y la
On
coordinación
grounds that she's going to be
empresarial.
incriminated?
A su vez,
She's already
el criterio
criminal.
de eficiencia dinámica
So
está
what-
indisolublemente
so let's
unido al
bring
concepto
her
de
in.
función empresarial,
Let's do those
siendo
things.
esta la
Let's
capacidad
bring in
típicamente
every
humana para
single
darse
person. I don't
cuenta
care
de
what
las
they
oportunidades de
are,
ganancia que
Democrat,
surgen en el
Republican, and I've
entorno
said this
y
publicly.
actuando en
My
consecuencia
mother
para
got on me
aprovecharse
about
de
this.
las
I don't care if
mismas,
my mother is in
haciendo que se
the
vuelva
Epstein
fundamental la
files.
tarea de
We
descubrir
need
y
to
crear
see
nuevos fines y medios,
100% of the
impulsando una
Epstein
coordinación
files
espontánea
to
destinada a
ensure that we
resolver
are
los desequilibrios del
doing
mercado.
right by these victims.
Por otra parte, esta
The legal
definición de
analysis does
eficiencia
not
dinámica que
support
propone Huerta de
criminal
Soto
contempt,
combina adecuadamente y
a
de modo
real
coherente la idea de destrucción creativa
investigation,
de
a
Schumpeter con la
fair,
eficiencia adaptativa
bipartisan
de North.
investigation
Naturalmente,
would lead us to
dado
the
el rol de
conclusion
la
that we
función
want to hear
empresarial,
from the Clintons,
son
that
de
we
vital
want to hear
importancia las
from
instituciones bajo las
everyone.
cuales se
But right now,
desarrolla
we
la
don't even
misma.
know who else
En
is
este
in
sentido,
the
tanto
Epstein
Douglas North
evidence,
como Jesús Huerta de Soto
because
ven como una función clave de las
Bondi has not
instituciones
turned over
la de
that
reducir la
evidence, and
incertidumbre.
that's the massive
Así, mientras North la
violation that we're
presenta como un
seeing,
conjunto
that
de
my
restricciones
my
ideadas por los humones que
colleagues on the other
estructuran la
side of the
interacción
aisle
social de un modo
don't seem to have any
repetitivo,
urgency about
Huerta de
the
Soto considera que estas
massive
instituciones
violation of the
concebidas
law.
por seres humanos
And Pam Bondi
emergen
needs
de un
to be
proceso de
here
interacción
to answer
social
those
de
questions,
modo
but that is like,
espontáneo,
oh, well, we'll
sin
put
el
it out.
diseño de
We'll
una
get
sola
there.
persona,
We're
las
working with
cuales
them.
reducen la incertidumbre del proceso de
How you
mercado.
doing? Sorry.
De este modo, como señala Roy Gordato, el marco
Before I
institucional
recognize Mr. Gill,
adecuado
I
es
want to
el que
point out
favorezca
February
el
11th,
descubrimiento
Pam Bondi
empresarial
will
y la
be
coordinación,
in front of the
por lo que en
House
este
Judiciary
marco la
Committee.
política económica
February 9th,
debería
I'm sorry, February 9th,
orientarse
February 9th.
a identificar y remover todas las trabas artificiales que
Ms. Maxwell.
dificultan el proceso empresarial y los intercambios
Ms. Max,
voluntarios.
yeah, February 9th, we're
En este
deposing
sentido,
Ms.
dada la
Maxwell.
influencia
February 11th,
determinante de
Pam
las
Bondi will be
instituciones
in
en el
front of this
progreso
committee.
económico,
So there's a lot
ello nos dirige la
of
mirada
wheels
hacia
moving
la
right now.
importancia de la
Chair, Mr. Gill
ética,
from Texas.
ya que aquellas
Thank
sociedades
you,
que
Mr. Chairman.
adhieren a
I just think
valores
it's worth
morales y
pointing
principios
out that
éticos
the
más sólidos en el
obvious
respaldo de las
reality here is that the
instituciones
Clintons are
serán
doing
dinámicamente
everything
más
they possibly
eficientes y
can
con
to
ello
not
disfrutarán
come
de una mayor
testify
prosperidad.
before the committee or have any
Así, el problema ético
real
fundamental para
transcript
concebirse como la
or
búsqueda de
information
mejor
about
manera
his
para fomentar la
engagement and
coordinación y
involvement
la
with
creación
Jeffrey Epstein over a
empresarial.
long period of
Por lo
time.
tanto,
I mean,
en el
we've been
campo de la
working
ética
for
social se llega a la
5 months
conclusión de
to
que la
nail
concepción
down a
del ser
date
humano
for a
como un
deposition,
actor creativo y
working in
coordinador
good faith, and
implica
the
aceptar
entire
con carácter
time
axiomático el
the
principio
Clintons
de
had
que
been
todo ser
debating
humano
this
tiene derecho
committee
a
at one point
apropiarse de los
even
resultados de
deciding
su
that
creatividad
they were going to
empresarial.
propose Christmas
Es
Day,
decir, que la
Christ's
apropiación privada de
birthday,
los frutos de
as a
aquello que
date
crean
for
y
a
descubren los
deposition. I mean,
empresarios
that's not good
es un
faith.
principio del derecho natural.
At
Porque
one
si el
point
actor no
they
pudiera
proposed
apropiarse de
that
lo que crea o
instead of
descubre,
doing a
entonces
deposition,
se
they're going
bloquearía
to
su
have
capacidad de
Chairman
detectar
Comer and his
oportunidades de
staffer
ganancias y
and a note
desaparecería el
taker
incentivo
go
que
up to
tiene
New
para
York
llevar a cabo sus
City,
acciones.
where they
En
could create,
definitiva,
where they
que
could
tiene
ask
para llevar
Mr. Clinton questions and create two
el principio
different
ético que
sets of
acabamos de enunciar
records
es la base
about what
fundamental ética de
Clinton said.
toda la
That's
economía de mercado.
obviously
Por lo
quite
tanto,
different
lo que acabamos de
than having an
demostrar
official
es
court
que
reporter
el capitalismo de libre empresa no
precisely
solo
write
que es
down the
justo,
words from the
sino
former
que además
president.
es
Competing staff
eficiente
notes are
y
simply
además
not going to
es
cut
el que
it.
genera una
So
mayor
we've spent
tasa de
5 months
crecimiento.
working on this. It's about time that they comply with a
modo,
lawful subpoena
por lo
like
tanto,
many other people have.
Dado el marco
And there's
conceptual de la
some
eficiencia
suggestion
dinámica y
that
la
we're
existencia de
selectively choosing
dilemas
who
entre
to
eficiencia y
enforce
valores
these
éticos
subpoenas
al
against.
momento
I
de
mean,
diseñar
as
las
you pointed
políticas
out
públicas
multiple times,
resulta de interés su
Jeffrey
implementación
Epstein
en la
visited
vida
the
real.
White House 17
Más allá de
times.
los
He flew
enormes
at
logros que
least
hemos mostrado
26
durante
times
esos
on
años de gestión,
Epstein's private
estirpando un
plane.
déficit fiscal de 15
There's a
puntos del
clear,
PBI, bajando la
long-standing,
inflación
obvious
del
connection
300% al
between the
30%,
Clintons and the
reduciendo
Epsteins,
el
and I
riesgo
think we
país
need
en
answers for
2.500
that.
puntos
And
básicos
I
y
hope that
haciendo
we get
crecer
that,
la
and I hope that
economía,
our colleagues on
mientras
the
que
other
la
side of the
pobreza
aisle
bajó del
will
57 al
join us in that. And with that
27%,
said, I'm happy
llevando
to
políticas
yield 2
públicas
minutes
guiadas por
to my
valores
colleague, Ms.
éticos
Anna
y morales.
Paulina Luna.
Me gustaría entonces
I'd
hacer
like to
foco
just say
en
that
el
I do
caso del
agree with some
Ministerio de
sentiment of
Regulación,
both,
como lo llamamos puertas
both of my
adentro,
colleagues, to
el
include
Ministerio de los
Mr. Bell,
Rendimientos
who actually just
Crecientes.
spoke to wanting
Dicho
justice for the
ministerio está
victims.
inspirado en la
But it's
evolución del
important to
PBI per
note
cápita
that
desde
the
la era
reason why the
cristiana,
files have
el
been
cual
delayed
tiene
in
la
release
forma
is
de un palo de
because of
hockey.
Judge Paul
Esta
Engelmeyer
figura
in New
surge
York.
del hecho de que hasta
This
el año
judge specifically
1800
ordered the
el PBI
SDNY
per cápita es casi
to do a
constante
second
y a
review,
partir de ahí
and
se
for
multiplicó
those
por
documents to
15
then be
veces,
certified
en un
by
contexto en
U.S.
el que se
Attorney
multiplicó
Jay
por 10
Clayton.
el tamaño de la
So if you want to
población.
get mad at someone,
En paralelo,
look no
mientras que
further
el
than
PBI
Judge Paul
crecía, la
Engelmeyer, who
pobreza
then
extrema cayó
also,
de niveles del
at the same time,
95%
just denied
al
Massey and
10%.
Ro Khanna's motion
Sin embargo, esta maravilla implica la existencia de rendimientos crecientes, lo cual en economía se lo asocia a estructura de mercados concentrados, y ahí es donde surge el dilema de política pública entre eficiencia paretiana y justicia. En el análisis paretiano, los rendimientos crecientes implican la existencia de no convexidades en el conjunto de producción, lo cual, digamos, no permite derivar funciones de beneficios que arrojen un máximo, por lo que ni la oferta de bienes ni la demanda de insumos son óptimas. Frente a ello, se propone regular a las empresas y asimilarla a un caso perfectamente competitivo. Esto es, matar los rendimientos crecientes y con ello el crecimiento económico. Si no, miren los efectos que causa la regulación en todas partes del mundo. La visión basada en los valores éticos del capitalismo señala que si a esa posición se llegó por descubrimientos, intercambios voluntarios y sin violencia, el principio de no agresión, no hay motivo que justifique la intervención. De hecho, la intervención es una violación del derecho de propiedad, por lo que al castigar los beneficios, el crecimiento potencial de la economía cae. Por ende, la intervención y la regulación son dinámicamente ineficientes, por ser violentas y por ende injustas. Es por ello que desde la llegada a la administración en 2023 hemos llevado a cabo, gracias a la ciclopia tarea del ministro Federico Sturzenegger, 13.500 reformas estructurales, las cuales hoy nos permite tener una economía más eficiente dinámicamente, lo cual nos permite volver a crecer. Esto es Make Argentina Great Again. Por ende, esto muestra lo cuestionable del análisis del óptimo Pareto. En función del mismo, muchos consideran pertinente que se regulen dichas estructuras concentradas, asimilándolas en resultados a un modelo competitivo. Sin embargo, como había señalado, ello implica matar los rendimientos crecientes, cuyo efecto colateral no deseado es el de matar el crecimiento. Nótese que bajo esta misma línea podemos abordar los temas de inteligencia artificial. En este sentido, dicho instrumento podría verse como la versión siglo XXI de la fábrica de alfileres de Adam Smith, es decir, un potenciador de rendimientos crecientes y con ello mayor crecimiento y bienestar. Por lo que lo más responsable que pueden hacer los estados respecto al tema es dejar de fastidiar a quienes están creando un mundo mejor. Para decirlo más directamente, los políticos deben dejar de fastidiar a quienes están haciendo un mundo mejor. Al mismo tiempo, quiero señalar que todos los temores asociados a escenarios distópicos son una tontería. La respuesta es Adam Smith. El límite de los rendimientos crecientes está dado por el tamaño del mercado. Y finalmente, no debemos olvidar que la puesta en marcha de
Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and the DOJ have been in defiance of a legal subpoena of this committee that has nothing to do with the Kana-Massey law that keeps getting referred to. And so when you're saying that Judge Engelmeyer is the reason, that is actually not the case as it relates to the subpoena. And so they're still violating the law and have been since July, to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to begin by echoing the comments of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. As someone who spent my career as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as a law professor, the rule of law is important. No one should be above the law, including presidents and former presidents, and congressional subpoenas are an important part of that rule of law. And I think the Clintons should be here. I think it's very shameful that they're not. They also have to admit I'm very troubled by this criminal contempt motion. As a lawyer, I know that I don't know this area of law, criminal contempt. So what I did is what any decent lawyer does. I asked people who do know this area. I called a number of colleagues, former colleagues, people who are former DOJ attorneys, experts in this area. And it's hard to get 10 lawyers to agree on anything, but they all agree that this was unprecedented. And under a normal administration, a normal DOJ that's not politicized, they would never bring criminal contempt charges in these circumstances. And I say non-politicized DOJ because many of us are very concerned that this Department of Justice has become weaponized in this administration. Under Pam Bondi, we have seen them go after Trump's political enemies, including people like Adam Schiff and Lakeith James with bankrupt charges. We've seen them refuse to investigate an ICE agent who clearly shot and killed a woman at point blank.
We've seen them fire line attorneys who refuse to go along with indictments that they describe as political and illegal. Now, the closest comparison to this particular criminal contempt case is Steve Bannon. And there's well-established precedent here. Steve Bannon refused to answer, saying he will only answer questions from this committee if Trump told him to do so. That wasn't like delaying or obfuscating. That is willful defiance. And that's what the courts found, and that's why he went to jail. And again, while I think that the Clintons should be here, what we're proposing here is a very serious matter, bringing criminal charges against the former president of the United States. And I listened to you very carefully, Mr. Comer, for the last hour, and I heard you describe them as delaying, as dragging their feet, negotiating for 5 months. But I never once heard you say they just outright refused to comply with the subpoena. And dragging their feet is not the same as non-compliance, it's not the same as contempt. And so if we think they're dragging their feet or obfuscating, there are lesser things we can do, including civil contempt. And I have to ask, like, why are we not thinking about alternative measures rather than bringing criminal contempt against a former president? And I also want to point out that on November 14th, and I want to ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record, Donald Trump wrote a Truth Social post in which he demanded that the Republicans go after Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers in relation to Epstein. Later that day, Cam Bondi announced that they would be bringing investigations. And now that we saw later that this committee brought subpoenas against the Clintons. This seems very political, and people I talked to in my district view this entire matter as politicized. They view this as why Bill Clinton. And look, if Bill Clinton is guilty, let's put him in jail. But what I have a problem with right now is that we seem to be doing something that is unprecedented for Bill Clinton. We're bringing criminal charges against him, potentially, that we would not do for any other individual in these same circumstances. And that, again, is not my opinion, it's the opinion of everybody I talk to. It says it's not a close matter. And so I have deep concerns that this looks like a political witch hunt against Trump's critics, that it will be referred to the Department of Justice, that we have seen as politicized. Many of us had deep concerns that they're breaking the law on a daily basis. So I have trouble with this. I don't know yet how I'm going to vote, but I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Palmer, why we did not pursue alternative measures, particularly when the Clintons, by all accounts, were actively negotiating. Whether you thought that their offers were not sufficient, they don't strike me as noncompliance or defiance of this subpoena.
2026 es el año en que les traigo buenas noticias. El mundo ha comenzado a despertar. La mejor prueba de ello es lo que está pasando en América con el renacer de las ideas de la libertad. Por lo tanto, América será el faro de luz que vuelva a encender a todo Occidente. Y con ello pagará su deuda civilizatoria como muestra de gratitud a sus bases en la filosofía griega, el derecho de los romanos y en los valores judeocristianos. Tenemos por delante un futuro mejor, pero ese futuro mejor existe si volvemos a las raíces de Occidente. Esto es, volviendo a las ideas de la libertad. Que Dios bendiga a Occidente, que la fuerza del cielo nos acompañe y viva la libertad, carajo. Muchas gracias.
Driven by the Democrats and Ms. Lee, the original motion to subpoena the so-called Epstein files was introduced. Unanimous consent to present.
Without objection, so ordered.
So within that is minutes. Here's the original motion from the Democrats. Move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena. Listen carefully, you alleged journalist and you, the beloved American citizenry that's paying attention to this. Move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena to the Department of Justice for the full, complete, unredacted Epstein files to be delivered concurrently to the majority and minority of the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform. That's it. That was the motion presented by the Democrats. That motion immediately struck me as very poorly written because it had no recognition of recognizing and adhering to
the existing long-standing criminal justice procedure designed to protect the innocent. It had no timeline. There was no timeline mandated in their own motion that would force the DOJ to comply with said timeline. There was no mandate for a particular percentage of release. There was no prohibition for actions in performance of compliance with their motion, which would become a subpoena from the Oversight Committee. It was not even the identification of Epstein. It just said Epstein files. Epstein who? You think the DOJ has not prosecuted more than one Epstein in the history of the DOJ? It was very poorly written. So, Republicans, noting that there were a lot of people missing from this, if we were going to do this, allow it to move, there were a lot of people missing. So Mr. Perry introduced, I remind my colleagues that this is my time. You recognize the decorum of this Oversight Committee. Perhaps you'll be recognized to speak. Mr. Perry introduced a motion to amend the motion to subpoena by the amendments to include William Jefferson Clinton, imagine that, use the whole name, and Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, amongst others. But of everybody on Scott Perry's list, the most defiant has been the Clintons, and the Oversight Committee has been very patient. I submit for the record, unanimous consent, I ask Mr. Chairman, the actual subpoena produced on August the 5th, at a hearing on July the 23rd, the subpoena was produced on August the 5th.
Without objections ordered.
Everyone has essentially complied to the wishes of the committee. Who's in control? We are. With a majority, we determine. The most defiant has been the Clintons. That's why we're here today. Back in July, after Scott Perry introduced an amendment to the Democrats' motion expanding the list to include the Clintons and others, including Republicans, Ms. Mace introduced an amendment to the motion to subpoena, saying, I move to amend Ms. Lee's motion to include the redacting of names of victims and any personally identifiable information of said victims and any possible child sexual abuse materials. And the subpoena itself, and I'm closing, Mr. Chair, the subpoena itself stated that the DOJ is to provide all the material requested and recognizing redactions required by law. So you're talking about 1 million documents. It takes time to redact 1 million documents. But the DOJ is performing and is delivering, and the Clintons are.
I'll give Walkinshaw an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But before we go to Mr. Walkinshaw, Ms. Mace has 2 more unanimous consent requests, and I'm going to give Mr. Walkinshaw an extra minute if everyone's okay with that. Ms. Mace?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues, too. The whole Epstein saga and working with people on both sides of the aisle on the Epstein files and the working with the victims has been extremely enlightening.
Yeah,
this doesn't sound like unanimous consent.
Can you present the unanimous consent?
Oh, here's the unanimous consent.
Yeah, okay.
Through the Epstein thing, this is a tweet that I did about judges. I learned that, not all the judges have been forthcoming with information and files. I tweeted out on November 28th, impeach corrupt judges, especially South Carolina judges. I've done this about a dozen times or more. I'm guilty as charged. Last week, an attorney named Robert Murding, I would like to enter his image into the record, too.
Without objection to ordered.
He is trying to hold me in contempt and told a judge should be thrown in jail for, among other things, tweeting out that judges should be that judges should be impeached. This is what happens to survivors. This is what happens to victims. And
I'm sorry.
I would like to enter my predator bill into unanimous consent as well.
Without objections ordered. And
thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Walkinshaw for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll restate what others have said, which is that anyone who has information relevant to our investigation, including President Clinton, should talk to the committee. And I'm glad that he's agreed to do so. I have read, Mr. Chairman, that one of the sticking points in the negotiation between you and the Clintons' lawyers has been your demand that questions be asked about non-Epstein related issues. And it surprised me because I'm sitting here today listening to your intense interest in understanding more about the Clintons and their relationship with Epstein. So I'm curious why you have for 5 months demanded that you and other members of this committee be able to ask questions unrelated to our investigation of the Epstein files and Epstein's sex trafficking. And I'm happy to yield, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything that we've pertained to with respect to the deposition pertains to the Epstein files.
Okay, so you haven't demanded that the conversation, the questions be limited to the Epstein files.
The staff attorneys are communicating with the Clinton attorneys. That's the communication going back and forth. This investigation is about the Epstein files.
Okay, so you're willing, and you'll say here publicly, you're willing to have that conversation that limits the conversation, the questions just to the Epstein issue and files. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think the Clintons' lawyers have been under a different impression, so we made a little progress.
The Clinton lawyers are full of crap.
Made a little progress on the negotiation here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're 32 days past the statutory deadline and months since this committee's subpoena, and Congress has received, as we've heard, just 1% of the files. More than 5 million pages remain hidden. Instead of holding the Attorney General accountable for this failure, the majority is trying to change the subject today. Frankly, I find it insulting. We have to bring our attention back to the people who should be our focus, the survivors of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking operation, the women and girls who were exploited, abused, ignored for years. They deserve the truth, transparency, and justice without delay, without excuses, and without any political protections for the powerful or the wealthy. That's what we should be doing. Not scoring partisan points, not creating distractions, working to uncover the full scope of his crime so the survivors can see accountability. And if we're truly serious about justice, we can't ignore one of Epstein's most well-documented associates, President Donald J. Trump. We have documented communications, including a signed birthday note from Donald Trump containing explicit sexual references and referencing wonderful secrets between them. Emails from Epstein saying that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. Donald Trump acknowledging he knew Epstein was a, quote, creep and that Epstein recruited girls and women from Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying he wants to cover up the files because, quote, my friends will get hurt. If we're committed to transparency and justice, why is that off limits for this committee? Why is his name absent? Why no discussion of Attorney General Bondi's refusal to comply for months with this committee's subpoena? Why no contempt for Attorney General Bondi? What we're witnessing today is not oversight, it's not accountability, it's part of a cover-up, a diversion. And it didn't start today. Despite clear legal requirements in a law that Donald Trump signed, a subpoena that you signed, Mr. Chairman, and repeated public promises, Attorney General Bondi has failed to release the files. It's entirely within her control, and yet only 1% has been produced, more than a month late. And even that sliver is so heavily redacted that it mocks the law. It mocks the law. And it mocks this committee's subpoena. Let's be honest about the transparency that Attorney General Bondi has provided. This is DOJ Epstein data set number 4. It's number 4. Data set number 4. This is part of the 1% that folks have been talking about this today. I'll close with this. Attorney General Bondi and the Trump administration missed their deadline. They're ignoring our subpoena. They've withheld 99% of the files, and they have obscured the little that they did release. It's not a coincidence. It's intentional. It's about protecting one man, Donald J. Trump, from accountability. Release the files. I yield back.
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chair, unanimous consent request.
Okay, I'll recognize you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a political article entitled "Clay Higgins Explains Why He Was the Lone No Vote on Epstein Files Release." Without objection to order.
Chair recognizes it'll be on our side, Mr. Perry, then Mr. McGuire. Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm disappointed at where we're headed here. Look, I think that legitimately both sides want all the information. I know I sure do, with the proviso that the victims and innocent people are not damaged in the release of that. What's interesting to me is that the only time my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to talk about any of this is when they can bring up the current president's name, but they're not interested at all in anything else. And I would just say this regarding the timeline, because I'm frustrated with it too. You know what would have been great? Would have been awesome if we could have truncated the timeline when the Democrat DOJ was in power under a Democrat president and there was any investigation whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends on the other side of the aisle weren't interested in these victims at all when they could have done something about it. Nary a word was said, and certainly nothing was done. All this advance work could have been done by them had they cared. But this is not about caring about anybody. This is all political theater because they hate the current president of the United States. I get it. It's disappointing to me. These victims should have their day, and they should, all this information, regardless of who it touches, should be out, with the proviso that the innocent are protected. I know that's not of any interest to you. I get it. That's unfortunate. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, earlier I asked unanimous consent to receive into the record the actual subpoena presented to the Honorable Pam Bondi by this committee regarding the DOJ's release of the investigative files on Jeffrey Epstein that was dated the 5th of August. I'd like to enter into unanimous consent associated with that entry, the letter written by this committee on August the 5th to Attorney General Pam Bondi, referencing the subpoena and giving specific instructions.
Without objections ordered.
I'd like to also enter into the record actually, I don't believe this has been released prior to right now, is the schedule associated with the subpoena. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of specific instructions from this committee regarding the subpoena delivered on August the 5th. Now, unanimous
without objection to order.
Schedule as well. I'm sure the media will be fascinated with that. So the professionalism that this committee has pursued, to clarify for the citizenry, the professionalism that this committee has embraced and pursued has been squared away, impeccable. And that includes recognition that the Department of Justice, as stated in the subpoena, is is to comply with redaction procedures of established law and criminal justice, long-standing procedures. So I heard someone mention 5 million files. That is the first time I've heard 5 million files. But I know that there were originally 250,000 files. And the Trump administration found another 600,000 files. So we were talking about, to round it off, 1 million files. Every one of those individual documents has to be reviewed by agents of the DOJ and their supervisors before they can be officially approved for release. That's the law. The DOJ has 400 agents working full-time on just releasing these documents. Now, you may argue that at the end of the day, you want to see the release of what they completed that day. I would say that's a fair narrative for discussion. But to say that DOJ is not fully engaged in complying with our subpoena is not accurate. It's not intellectually sound. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to offer into the record these official and legal subpoena documents. I yield.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, Mr. Frost.
I have 2 articles. One is from Politics PA. Quote, Representative Perry referred to the House Ethics Committee for refusing subpoena.
Without objection, to ordered.
The other one's a CNN article. GOP reps Perry and Biggs formally object to subpoena from House January 6th.
Without objection, to ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have sat here listening, and I am quite perplexed. It does take me back to my legal days. And so when I think about a subpoena, one of the things that we normally look at when we are trying to determine whether or not contempt is going to be ushered into the conversation is whether or not there's been substantial compliance and what it means to actually look like you have substantially complied. It means that you're taking reasonable steps to follow a court order, that you're acting in good faith, and typically that serves as a defense. So if we are still crafting the parameters of said subpoena, for instance, my colleague, Mr. Walkinshaw, just asked whether or not this would be limited to the Epstein subject matter. For me, if they responded at all, then there is some sort of compliance, which they did. They didn't just throw the bird. They didn't just say, forget it. But more importantly, I just want to point out that we are living in an age of hypocrisy, because my other colleague just pointed out that Mr. Perry sits here and somehow sits in judgment of others. Frankly, that is what people are kind of getting annoyed by, is the hypocrisy, because Mr. Perry still has an outstanding subpoena that was never complied with. In addition to that, he talked about we need to care for the victims. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and I will yield my time. But I don't believe that Mr. Perry ever signed off on the discharge petition in the first place. So I don't know if he is just doing what he believes is politically expedient, but I will tell you this. I refuse to be a puppet, because Democrats tend to be of goodwill. We always want to do the right thing. We are always trying to follow the rules and follow the law. Unfortunately, we are living with an administration that does not care. We just want some type of parity. So, for instance, we all want to hear from President Clinton. If for some reason you said, we will give you, say, Pam Bondi, and then we've got President Clinton with it, or say maybe President Trump and President Clinton, 2 presidents, because we know that both presidents actually had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But what looks political and looks like one can get away with everything, especially since that's what the Supreme Court has stated, that's why it looks like it's just gamesmanship. You only care about following the rules so long as you can invoke those rules on what is typically perceived as your political enemies. This is why we are falling apart in this country. We are supposed to be about checks and balances. It should not matter whether or not you're associated with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, independent, or whomever, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, whether you're a black immigrant or whatever. But it seems like we only have a political agenda in this committee, and that's why everything goes off the rails. You only love law enforcement when they're going after black, brown, immigrants, that kind of folk, right? But on January 6th, you didn't care about law enforcement because they still don't have their plaques up. We continue to do the right thing and say, yes, apply the rules equally across the board, and then y'all play in our faces and you only apply it to one side. I am asking for one commitment, and then I will yield to the ranking member. Mr. Chair, will you commit to me as the chair of probably the most important committee in this Congress, especially in this moment where people are concerned about the level of corruption that exists within this committee? Will you promise me that you are good for doing whatever is right and following the evidence, no matter who is on the other side of that evidence?
Yes, and that is why I subpoenaed the estate. And we had no idea what was, nobody knew. Nobody knew
I
what was in the
understand,
estate documents. And I, without hesitation, subpoenaed the estate. We've subpoenaed the Department of Justice.
And that's where we got the birthday letter. We subpoenaed
Because
the
of
estate. Hold on,
the
Mr.
subpoena, right.
Okay, we got the birthday letter, but we can't just get the evidence and then not follow up on the evidence that we actually get. I will relinquish the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you. I just want to just really clarify one. Thank you very much, Representative Crockett. Just to back to Mr. Walkinshaw's point, I think it's important to clarify that in communication, Mr. Chair, with your team and the back and forth with the emails, the Clinton team made it clear that they wanted to answer questions about Epstein, but that was not something that your team agreed to, only about Epstein. And so that's, I just want to make sure to clarify, and I appreciate you clarifying, Mr. Comer, that you said that you would limit the questions to only Epstein. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think
what the Clinton said that is not true. What their lawyer said is a complete lie.
Well, I'm glad that you clarified for them, because it's been their impression that it's been. I'm just telling you, it's been their impression.
He's paid them too much money then over the last 5 months.
And sir, I'm not. I'm just reading emails, and I'm just reading the back and forth between them and your team. It's been their impression that those questions were going to be beyond just Epstein, and so I'm glad that's been clarified. So thank you, Mr. Walkinshaw.
Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you. 5 months is plenty of time. The Clintons are doing everything they can to avoid questioning. And the American people want to hear from the Clintons. You know, Bill Clinton brought Epstein to the White House 17 times. He had him on, and Bill Clinton was on the Epstein airplane 26 times. So the American people want to hear from them. I don't understand why our friends on the left can't understand that. They support these crazy policies like open borders, 20 million people coming to our country. They've been robbing, raping, and killing the American people. You know, Lake and Rowley would still be alive. And instead of protecting law-abiding citizens, they defend the criminals, and they want to have a defund the police movement. It makes no sense. These criminals they put back on the street, recommit the same crime, and they're like, why'd they commit the same crime? All Americans have the same goal, the same American dream. We want to live, work, and raise our family in peace. We just might disagree on how to get there, but the Democrats seem to always be wrong. The American people don't want boys undressing in girls' locker rooms, but for some reason, the Democrats support that. 5 months is plenty of time. The American people want to hear from the Clintons, and they said they had no relationship, but they definitely did. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time back to Ms. Luna.
Thank you. I just kind of want to point out, first of all, specifically to the letter, the hand sketch that was allegedly the president's. I believe there's a $10 billion lawsuit that was filed that, according to the president, the organization that published that is actually trying to currently settle, so just to clarify. But aside from that, I wanted to actually ask Mr. Min a question, if he's here still, if he would be willing to vote for a contempt in the Clintons if they refuse to come in and testify on a fine of about $1,000 a day until they comply with the subpoena. But I don't know if he's here. Is he still here? No. Okay, well, I think that that's just something to consider. You know, we have the ability to do those fines, and I think that that needs to be considered, especially if, you know, optically there is reason for pause for Democrats not wanting to vote for that based on the fact that President Clinton was a former president. I understand the optics of that, and I also understand re-elections. However, nonetheless, the Clintons are defying a subpoena, so sometimes financially, people can be motivated, especially if there's a fine, and that's something that we actually all reserve the right to vote on. And I think that that's actually a very good option, especially being that most Americans would go to jail for defying subpoenas. And so I do not think that there needs to be any special accommodations made, especially given the nature of this, but I do think that that can be a tool to motivate. So I'd like to suggest that to you, Chairman Comer, also to you, Ranking Member Garcia, that would be a good method that we specifically reserve if we choose to use alternative means of contempt.
Representative, would you yield to me for a question?
Yes.
So it seems like you're open to changing this, what we're voting on today, so that way we can get to a place where we actually hear from them. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
What I want, yes, I would like to have the Clintons coming into Congress to give a transcribed deposition. Yeah. I think that Chairman Comer has made that clear, but I also think having just Garcia and Comer drive all the way up to New York without that, I think that optically that sends a very bad message as the separation of powers and authorities Congress has. And then I also too think that, you know, it's kind of a slap in the face to people that typically would not have those accommodations made for them.
Yeah, yeah.
With that also, you know, being a part of this, I think that, you know, Bill Clinton specifically said he wants the files to be released. And I think that we also need to consider the fact that there is a judge. I know Mr. Garcia disagrees with me on this, but based on the email that I have seen on Judge Paul Engelmeyer, you know, if you have someone that is ordering the DOJ to do a second scan of the files, if it's politically motivated, that's impeding an investigation. And I'm tired of judges, if they get involved in investigations in Congress, trying to obstruct. And so I just putting this out there, I'm going to be trying to impeach that judge unless he can basically give a waiver, let the DOJ release the files immediately.
Yeah, and just real quick, I just want to say on the general thing, I agree. I mean, I think it would be best if the ranking member and chair can huddle and figure out how we can change it so we can actually hear from them. Because my concern, too, and the other thing is there's no faster way to make sure that we never actually hear from them in person than moving forward a criminal contempt that says put them in jail. I mean, we're just not going to hear from them for our investigation. And so, I mean, I agree if they can come to something to figure out how can we move forward in a way where we're actually, there's a pathway to hear from them. I'm for that. So
to be clear, I do not agree with what the Clintons are doing. Okay, and I think that they need to come in here to explain. But I do think that when you go after someone's pocketbook, I think that they quickly change their tune, and I think that they might be compelled to come in. I also don't want to set the precedence, though, that just because you're a president means you're outside of this, justice. That's basically what it would be doing. And so, Chairman, I will let you direct the ship on this, but that is my suggestion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. I'm going to start by yielding to the ranking member.
Thank you. And I want to just respond to Ms. Luna and Mr. Maxwell as well. Just to be clear, I think two things can be true. It can be true that we want to hear from the Clintons and that it's important that we hear from them and that we want to enforce our subpoena. I think it can also be true that they have also begun clearly making efforts to answer questions by declaration, to negotiate coming in, to give testimony. They've made offers to obviously be in, their initial offer was to do that testimony outside of Washington, D.C., with the leadership of the committee and staff. They have been open to transcription. And so I just want to re-emphasize that I think there is room here to continue to negotiate and get the testimony that we need. In addition, I am incredibly thankful that we're finally moving forward on ensuring that Ghislaine Maxwell come before this committee, that we're going to get Pam Bondi finally in front of this Congress. We need to release the files, get that testimony, and of course, ask the questions that this committee has of President Clinton. I think that is all fair, and I hope that's the direction that we end up moving in. Thank you. Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. Given much of what we've heard today, and especially in light of some of the hypocrisy that we've heard today, I just want to walk through the timeline of Donald Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, because I think it's important for folks to remember how we got to this point. This was a series of deliberate decisions made at the highest levels in the White House and the Department of Justice to keep the truth hidden from the American public and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his allies' abuse. Let's start with what the president said during his campaign trail repeatedly. At multiple points in 2024 when running for office, Donald Trump said he would, quote, declassify the Epstein files, use it as a rallying cry to win over voters. In October 2024, J.D. Vance said, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. But the moment Trump and Vance had power in the White House to act, that commitment disappeared. That's when the cover-up began. On February 27th, 2025, Pam Bondi said that she was releasing the Epstein files with her statement, quote, this Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. Then it became clear, very clear, that Donald Trump did not, in fact, want information about Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes revealed to the public. Starting in July 2025, Donald Trump began to gaslight the public. He said, quote, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. This is the point when Congress stepped up. On July 23rd, Congresswoman Summer Lee moved in this very committee to subpoena the full and unredacted Epstein files. And just to be clear, because of that subpoena, the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi have been required by law to provide the Epstein files to this committee since the summer of 2025. They have been in gross illegal violation of the subpoena this entire time. To my Republican colleagues on this committee, do you remember that subpoena, the lawful congressional oversight subpoena from July 23rd? Pam Bondi has been in violation of that for 6 months now. At the same time, members on both sides of the aisle filed a discharge petition that would have put a vote on the floor for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. For a moment, the petition was one signature away from forcing a vote in the full House. And what did Mike Johnson do? He shut down Congress. He refused to swear in our colleague, Adelita Grijalva, for a historic 7 weeks in order to keep her name off the list. He forced the American public to endure a government shutdown to protect Donald Trump and to cover up the Epstein files. And when it finally came to the floor and it became clear that the bill would pass overwhelmingly, only then did he endorse and then sign the bill so that he wouldn't lose. This required the DOJ to release the unredacted Epstein files publicly by December 19th. The DOJ has blown past that deadline, releasing only 1% of the files, which is patently absurd. And the files they did release were heavily redacted, which is completely illegal according to the law. On December 23rd, the DOJ said they miraculously discovered over 1 million files related to Epstein. All of these patterns are an attempt to slow down the release and fail to meet the lawful deadlines are consistent and coordinated. This is all part of an intentional cover-up, which leads to the unavoidable question, who is the president protecting when we know he only cares about one person? I guess I'll end with my question to the chairman. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has violated the subpoena issued by this committee. We should be holding her in contempt to remain fair and to remain transparent. And so I ask that you do that if you really, truly want to be fair and care about the justice for the victims here.
May I respond? We have been very clear. We expect those documents. She has complied. She's turned over documents. In the
1%
in the beginning, you all complained and said the first document dump didn't have enough redactions, and the second document dump had too many redactions. So they're trying to get this, and I believe
Mr. Chairman,
that we will get those documents very soon. I have been assured we're going to get those documents very soon.
I hear you, but with all due respect, given everything that she herself stated in February of last year, her own statements in front of the entirety of the American public saying, we have the documents, they are ready to go. The subpoena from this committee was issued in July.
And nobody on our side is defending Pam Bondi. I can assure you.
She should be held in contempt. If we are
she is complying with. They have turned documents over. They have turned documents over, and every time they do, you all complain about too many redactions, not enough redactions. So.
That is unacceptable. It has been 6 months.
All right, your time's expired, and we want the documents. We've made that very clear. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Can I do unanimous consent first?
Okay, before I recognize Mr. Crane, we'll let.
Thank you. I just want to do a unanimous consent request. This is actually an email that has been sent to your your team, Mr. Comer, and our team from the Clinton lawyer and the Clintons that basically says, to be clear, we are not objecting to a transcript and never have. Please make that clear during today's testimony that was sent to you, Mr. Comer. So I just want to reemphasize they are not objecting to a transcript. Thank you.
And before I recognize Mr. Crane, let me reply. We just got that email, and we have spent 5 months trying to get acceptable terms that I think everyone within any sense of fairness would agree needs to occur. After we hold this vote, hopefully it'll be a bipartisan vote. They're going to have 2 weeks before this bill's on the floor. We're going to have 2 weeks before the full House votes on it. And make no mistake, to the Clintons and their lawyers, this bill will pass, and I believe it will pass with Democrat votes, even though I've heard Democrat leadership is whipping to try to get you all to vote no on this. They have had 5 months to comply with this, and to defend the indefensible and try to act like Bill Clinton's a victim here, I think is a stretch. We know who the victims are, and I think if you ask the victims, do you want to hear from Bill Clinton? I'm pretty confident I know what the answer will be because our staff has communicated with their attorneys. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this committee hearing is about whether or not we're going to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress. I strongly recommend that we do, especially in pertaining to the release of the Epstein files and trying to get to the bottom of what exactly went on there and how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to continue doing what he was doing and abusing so many people for so long. It's interesting when I look at the history of the Congress and look at the fact that Peter Navarro, former Trump trade advisor, who defied the January 6th committee subpoena, was sent to prison for 4 months. Steve Bannon, also a former Trump advisor, defied the January 6th committee subpoena. He was sent to prison for 4 months, and several others. So it's going to be really telling to see how my Democrat colleagues vote on this one. Mr. Comer, how many times, Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Epstein go to the White House in your recollection, sir?
According to the evidence that we've obtained, it appears he went 17 times during the Clinton presidency.
Is that more times than you've gone to the White House, Chairman?
I've been member of Congress for 9 years, and fairly high up on the pecking order. I've been to the White House, I believe, 9 times in 9 years. So he went to the Clinton White House double the number of times that I've been to the White House in my entire congressional career.
Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Clinton fly on Mr. Epstein's plane?
At least 26 times, according to the flight logs that were subpoenaed from the estate.
Right.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Those were 4 different trips, 4 trips, and every time they regassed the plane, they counted that as another trip. But it was Asia, Africa, and they had to refuel. So every time they stopped to refuel, they counted that as another leg of the trip. There are 4 trips, not 27.
That's almost like I didn't inhale.
Reclaiming my time. That's still enough trips for us to want to be able to ask the Clintons questions about their involvement with Epstein. Is that true, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, like I said, I hope that my Democrat colleagues who all of a sudden have found religion, this Congress, and now they want the Epstein files, even though over the last 4 years when they had control of Washington, D.C., you didn't hear a peep about Jeffrey Epstein out of any of them. And so I think it's going to be real telling, how my Democrat colleagues who claim to be all about the victims, how they actually vote on these contempt charges for the Clinton family. And I just think it's interesting, too, that, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is you've been working for the last 4 or 5 months to get the Clintons in here. Is that correct?
5 months, yes, sir.
Did they tell you that they would come in over December 24th and 25th, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
They have implied that they would come in, yes.
Okay, so that just goes to show that they're trying to dodge
suggesting dates that they know none of us are in session. And I think that's pretty despicable. The other thing I believe that they said is that you and the ranking member could fly up to New York, but you couldn't record any of the conversations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does that sound like any congressional deposition you've ever heard of, sir?
No, and it would be my word against Mr. Garcia's, and I'm pretty confident I know whose side the New York Times would take, and the Washington Post would take, and MSNBC would take. And look, an investigation, you have to have transcripts, and the media wants transcripts. Well, you have to have transcripts. We don't do the notes. And the Clintons have already accused us of lying, and they accused us of saying this was an unlawful subpoena, which I appreciate Mr. Garcia admitting that it is a lawful subpoena. So I yield back.
I also want to point out one thing that I think has been pretty interesting. When I flew into Washington, D.C. yesterday, my chief of staff told me that he'd been contacted by the Clinton attorneys at least 3 times to try and stop this. So it looks as if they tried to resist you for about 5 months, and once we finally pulled the trigger on it, now they're realizing that this could go very poorly for them. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's how it appears, that they could stall, and then when it finally came to this vote, they felt like they could count on the Democrats objecting and a few of the Republicans that the media would go to, and the moderates, and say, oh, is this going to affect your election? Is this going to affect your election? At the end of the day, I think even the media wants to hear from Clinton. We all want to see the documents. So everyone in America that's keeping up with this, which is a majority of Americans, they want answers, and we're trying to get answers here today, and the Clintons have obstructed for 5 months. 5 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Randall, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to, again, just clarify that that the Clintons have not objected to a transcript. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Comer, which you just mentioned. And I think that in this moment of negotiation, which you've been in, and you've been in with them this entire time, there's progress being made, and they've not objected to the transcript. Let's talk to President Clinton, and let's get a transcript of it. Let's have the committee there and the staff there and move forward. Thank you.
If may I respond? We won't stop the talk. May I respond? They did object to a transcript, Mr. Garcia. They did object to a transcript. They're just now changing because they see that public opinion is not on their side. Chair recognizes Ms. Randall, and we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying I do not feel it is my responsibility to defend the former president of the United States. As a member of Congress in a separate and co-equal branch of government from the executive branch, and as a individual person who is responsible to my constituents, it is not my job to defend the former president of the United States. Just like it is not your responsibility, Chair Comer, to carry out the political retribution of the current president of the United States. It is also not this committee's job to yield to the Judiciary Committee to question the subjects of our subpoenas. It is not our job to defer to anyone else's interest. And in fact, we have the opportunity at any time to amend the rules of our committee should you choose to take action that our rules keep us from taking. Like that is a tool that you as committee chair and we as a committee have. And I also want to say, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a regular person. I'm 1 year into this job, and contrary to attempts by my Republican colleagues to put the burden of decisions made by Congresses of the past on our shoulders, I was sent here by my constituents just a year ago, and it's to them, to my neighbors, who I am accountable. Not to party leadership, not to anybody else, but to my constituents. So I want to talk about what they are seeing and hearing right now. They are seeing, just as Ms. Ansari previously said, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Pam Bondi switch allegiances, decide they no longer want to pursue accountability and full release, unredacted release of the Epstein files. But they're also seeing a system that has failed survivors and regular people over and over, that privileges the powerful and well-connected over regular people. You know, regular people who don't have the luxury of saying, I'm not gonna come to court and I want to be free of any accountability. Regular people who see us acting and carrying out the demands of the president, former presidents, rich people, people who come to lobby us, folks who have access to power in a way that regular people don't. And I think we've all made very clear, all of us on both sides of this dais, that we want to hear from the former president of the United States about any information that he has related to Epstein's ring of trafficking and assault of women and girls. But we also, and you know, Chair Comer, you have said over and over, that it's been 5 months that you've been in negotiations with the Clintons. It has been 6 months since this committee subpoenaed the Department of Justice for full release of the files. And I'm down to hold anybody accountable. I'm down for us to enforce our congressional subpoenas, to uphold our power as a separate and co-equal branch of government. But I want to call the question, will my colleagues on the other side of this dais also hold accountable the Attorney General that has been illegally withholding evidence that has been subpoenaed by this committee and in a bipartisan law passed on the floor of the House? Is it just political theater? Are you just trying to point fingers and say, like, it's you, it's not us, it's them? Or are we here to do the work of holding accountable people who have committed heinous crimes against women and girls and people who might know about them? Are we doing that work, or are we just pointing fingers and trying to consolidate our own political power? That's a question I know that my constituents have, and it is one that I'm asking my colleagues on the other side of the dais. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair, any member seek recognition? Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan. Mr. Chair, I think many of us were there with the survivors, and I'd like to bring them into the room because I think it's really important. You know, it's not just one president, but now two that have been connected to the Epstein sex trafficking. One of them even testified about walking into the house, the butler opening the door, there's administrative assistant, having no idea she was walking into a horrific scheme that was sending young girls to the powerful, to the rich, the elected officials. And one of the first pictures she said she saw was of Clinton with his arms around Epstein. She saw another one of Trump with Epstein. And I just remember her almost trying to convince us, like, understand that I had no idea, as if somehow she was guilty. Do you all remember that? And so I'm here to tell you, I'm ready to vote, but I'm also just taken aback and disgusted because I didn't need a birthday card to say the President of the United States, current President of the United States, had something. I didn't need to see the photos by the chairman today of Clinton. All I needed to do was hear the survivors tell us, please do something. These are people that have impacted their lives forever. What I just don't understand, Mr. Chair, and this is with all due respect, I just don't get why Bondi cannot be held in contempt, why we're not for it. I don't care if she says that she wants to plead the fifth. So what? Do it in front of the American people. Same thing with Maxwell. She's telling the committee she's going to plead the fifth. Fine. Have her come before this committee to do it in front of the American people. The fact of the matter is, are you saying that if anybody wants to plead the fifth, they don't have to be forced to come before this committee? That doesn't make any sense. What excuse is that? That doesn't make any sense. The fact that I continue to tell you all, what is the most consistent thing survivors have asked us to do? Follow the money. How come we haven't forced J.P. Morgan Chase before this committee? How come we haven't allowed Bank of America to come before this committee? Mr. Chair, it is so disgusting. And this is why everybody's so distracted by this whole thing of like, oh, you know, the Clintons, Trump, and everything. But who was funding it? Literally, J.P. Morgan turned a blind eye to evidence of sex trafficking even after his 2008 conviction. Hear me out. After he was convicted, they still hid suspicious activity reports that should have been reported. You know, you see the fact that continuing them saying, well, in 2028, agreed to pay what, $290 million to settle a lawsuit? I don't care. You come here, and because it's the truth, y'all. You guys got to realize Epstein's not the last person. There's probably another Epstein out there right now doing sex trafficking right now. We should hold everybody in contempt that had anything to do to cover this up, including bank executives that still have their jobs. The fact of the matter is, we know what this is. You want to talk about Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, but talk about everybody involved. Because it does look like you're only doing this to distract everyone when we know not one, but two presidents were involved. And those young ladies shaking when they were testing in front of them because they didn't know if they could trust us. Some of them literally said, we had no idea what we were walking into. But they were connected to the rich. They were connected to the presidents. You heard them say that over and over again. But one of the things they continue to say is follow the money. Because, Mr. Chair, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, J.P. Morgan, all these people, they will not be the last folks that allowed a sex trafficker to harm young women, children. And so we have to set a very good precedent that we will not sit back and say, well, Maxwell's going to plead the fifth, Bondi's going to plead the fifth. I don't care. You're a public servant. Come before this committee. Maxwell, you were directly involved. How many times did the survivors mention her? How many times? Saying that she lured them in. She was primarily involved. And Mr. Chair, you and I had conversations. And you said, give us names. They gave us names. And you know it. So why are y'all focused only on them? And let me tell you, you know where I stand. I will hold anybody in contempt that will not give us information. I don't care how many lawyers they bounce up on us. But I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, shame on us for not forcing Bondi before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing Maxwell before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing J.P. Morgan Chase to answer questions that many of us have of $1.5 billion in suspicious activity. Because somebody had to fund this madness, this horrific actions by these men. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield. Ms. Tlaib, if I may respond to some of that before I recognize Ms. Bobert's next. Okay. I believe with all my heart you are as sincere as anyone on this committee about wanting to get answers about the truth. And I believe your heart is pure. Maxwell is coming in front of this committee. And but we've tried. No, let us decide that today. When, well, when? It's nailed down. February the what day? The 9th. She's coming, 9th. and you'll be able to ask her questions. That's one of the things Clinton wanted was only me and Garcia. Maxwell's coming. Anyone who wants to ask her questions on this committee will be able to. So that's. No, I think the American people want answers from President Clinton. I'm not trying to argue with you, Ms. Lee. I just want to respond to. Pam Bondi is coming before Congress in 2 weeks. I am confident she is going to be grilled by both parties on the discharge petition. If you didn't want, I don't want to, and Ms. Randall, you mentioned something about the Judiciary Committee. Believe me, I don't want to work with the Judiciary Committee on any investigation, okay? But when we passed that discharge petition, that got them involved.
But we had an outstanding subpoena.
Just let me explain. Pam Bondi's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's been a document dumped.
Mr. Chair, we can't
after that.
forget the banking
and then the
institutions
last thing, this is the most important thing. Months ago, I approached Ms. Tlaib, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Stansberry, and I said, please, if you all get a chance, and I know you all are all sincere, try to get some names from these women, and we will continue to try to get documents.
Mr. Chair,
If I didn't want to know that, if we didn't want to, Ms. Tlaib, you're out of order. I'm just we want to hold everyone accountable. We don't care. We don't care if they're billionaires. We don't care if they're Republicans. We don't care who they are.
Do you agree to work with me, though? We got to get the bank executives here. Because, Mr. Chair, you and I know that this is still being funded in some other way. Epstein's dead. But we know there's another person out there doing the same thing. We know it because the banks cover it up. These suspicious activity forms were literally, these reports that had to be filed, they were there for a reason. So we can stop.
And last thing, and then I'm going to open it, I think, see if there's any other members, but we are going in looking at suspicious activity reports, both Republicans and Democrat staffs going in looking at suspicious activity reports as we speak. I'm all about looking at suspicious activity reports. Now, time's expired. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Fallon from Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share a quote with you. I thought it was interesting. No one is above the law, and no one should be escaping accountability. And Hillary Clinton said that. And according to the LA Times, there's another quote. No man in this country is so high that he's above the law. I agree with both of these quotes. Al Gore said that when he was a member of this chamber, Bill Clinton's own vice president. I hope every member of this committee agrees with those quotes. So we have to ask ourselves, are we a rule of law nation or are we not? When a citizen of these United States is subpoenaed by this Congress, they should comply, plain and simple, regardless of who they are. We all get accused of things, and we should do everything we can to, because accusation is nothing but that, to prove it false if it's untrue. Jeffrey Epstein was a rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker. In street parlance, he was a scumbag, lowlife, and slimeball. And some of the things that I've read in these files, he was evil incarnate. He's also dead. I didn't even know who he was until he wasn't. So why are we here talking about a dead guy? Because he was associated with powerful people, some of which are highly likely to have participated with him in some of the worst kind of criminal activity. And if they did, they should pay. They should face justice. Whether they're rich or poor, famous or anonymous, mighty or meek. So is that what we're doing today? Are we pursuing justice and transparency? Because transparency makes an easier and shorter path to the truth. We should be pursuing the truth. But some on this committee and in this Congress are pursuing fame and campaign fortune and exploiting this issue, not in the pursuit of justice, but in the pursuit of raising hundreds of thousands of dollars using a false premise as a battering ram. Jeffrey Epstein, and here's the false premise, that Epstein was a creature of the political right, and they're protecting him, and he was pounding around with Donald Trump and those in his orbit. And that's why the Republicans won't release the files. Now, that's incendiary, but is it true? Or is it just a cheap, woke fantasy? Well, here's the facts, and the facts matter, so let's look at tail of the tape. How many confirmed visits to the White House? Under Bill Clinton, there were 17. Jeffrey Epstein visited the Clinton White House 17 times. How many times did he visit the Donald Trump White House? 0. How about documented political donations? 21,000 to the Clintons, 0 to Trump. Documented non-Clinton political contributions. 118,000 to the Dems, 18,000 to the GOP, for a total of 89% to the Democrats and the Clintons, 11% to the GOP. Now to the matter at hand. Epstein files released by the oversight Democrats from 2019 to 2023 when they were in charge of this committee, 0. Epstein released files by the oversight Republicans from 2023 to present, 53,000 pages. Epstein files released by the Biden Department of Justice in the 4 years he was in office. Again, 0. Epstein files released by the Trump DOJ, 2025 to present, 125,000 pages. And a member of this committee completely jumped the shark again. And right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a left-wing loon, and it was a time where we really need to turn down the temperature and practice some civility, said, and I quote, "Republicans have been so busy protecting pedophiles and rapists that they forgot what this committee is supposed to be about." Well, I tell you what this committee is supposed to be about, Mr. Chairman, about transparency and truth. And on this matter, the Republicans have led, and we produced results, and the Democrats have done squat and bumpkiss. For the record, you know, that kind of incendiary rhetoric, while it may make headlines and make people famous, or perhaps better stated infamous, and raise loads of woke cash, maybe even get you invited to Hollywood parties. But at what cost? Those kind of lies create division and damage, and they're ludicrous, absurd, lazy, and perhaps, worst of all, unoriginal. And I don't think it's going to translate much to journey to the upper chamber. I hope it doesn't translate to that. The Trump administration and Republicans on this committee and on this issue have served Lady Justice by a count of about 178,000 to 0. So the Clintons should come in, honor the subpoena, and testify. And you know why, Mr. Chairman? In the pursuit of truth. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll have to forgive me if I do not give a slow clap to our colleague across the aisle for his Academy Award-winning appearance just now in front of the committee. But I want to just address some of the things that I heard here today and to talk about why we're here. What I've heard here this morning in front of this committee is exactly why the American people hate politics. Because the American people don't care if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're an independent, whether you vote or you don't. They want the Epstein files and they want justice and accountability. And they don't give a damn whether or not it's Democrats or Republicans or who is implicated. They want accountability. And that is what the survivors are asking us for. They are asking us to do our jobs, to make good on the promises that we made them when they came and met with us, and to actually, in good faith, conduct an investigation. Now, I always think it's important to pull back the curtain for the American people about what happens in these committees. And I was not shocked and surprised, but, you know, I think it's important to note that when I stepped out of the committee a few moments ago, the press were huddled on the Republican side of this committee room to take statements from the Republicans. They're not out in the kind of like neutral area. They're standing outside the Republican door so that after this vote is taken, our Republican colleagues can walk out and make a statement to the press. Now, I think that that's important to note for the public here, because this is not about true accountability. Because if this was actually about getting to the bottom of this case and actually holding individuals accountable for the crimes that were committed by Jeffrey Epstein, by Ghislaine Maxwell, by the associates, and the many, many people who are implicated in this case, what would be happening right now in this committee is that Pam Bondi and DOJ officials would be sitting right there on the witness panel answering questions under oath, because they are breaking the law. They are not complying with our subpoena. They are not complying with the Epstein Transparency Act. And on the day, the final deadline, that they were supposed to release their final explanation about why they may have redacted some files, and in fact they have, as has been stated many times, only released less than 1% of the files, Donald Trump used the United States military to invade a foreign country and steal their oil. And while we're sitting here and our colleagues are trying to create a spectacle for the media, every single newspaper in the United States and the world's headline is about how Donald Trump right now is in Europe embarrassing the United States. how he is threatening our NATO allies to invade Greenland, humiliating the United States. And I have to say, I was home over the weekend for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebrations to honor the life and legacy of Dr. King. And the question that I got over and over again from my constituents is, what is in those files that is so bad that President Trump is invading Venezuela, threatening our NATO allies, and sending thousands of armed paramilitary troops onto our streets to create violence and chaos in American cities? That is what the American people are actually asking us. And so I will be honest, Mr. Chairman, I am deeply troubled that the individuals who are the subject of today's hearing did not appear on their scheduled date. No one is above the law. But I do know, based on the correspondence, that they have been corresponding with you regularly to try to resolve this issue. But I don't believe that's what this hearing is actually about. Because if it was actually about getting justice and about getting the truth, we would have DOJ here. We would be holding Pam Bondi in contempt, and we would be hearing from the survivors themselves. And so I have to agree with my colleagues that I believe that this is part of an extended smokescreen to try to cover things up. And so I do ask my colleagues across the aisle, if you are earnest about getting to the truth and getting to justice, then bring DOJ in here and hold them accountable, because that is actually what the American people want. I yield back.
And lady yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Biggs, I want to point out again for the umpteenth time, Pam Bondi is coming in front of Congress under oath, and there'll be lots of opportunities to ask her questions about the Epstein files.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
She's violated a subpoena from this committee, and she should be held in contempt for that. That's a fact.
Here's the difference. They have been turning over documents. Now, I've said it 100 times. It's not as quick as we would like, but they're turning over documents. And I've been very clear today and in hundreds of interviews.
You can't be serious that 1%
document
is turning over documents. What's the deadline for them? When do you expect the full document?
Well, in our subpoena, there was no deadline. And then we voted for the discharge petition, and there's a deadline. The discharge petition's in judiciary. She's coming in front of judiciary. Now, that is a fact. Don't try to and Bill Clinton's not a victim here, and the media's not going to take Republican side on anything. So let's just be right. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. It's Mr. Biggs, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just point out, the previous speaker was talking about peeling back so the public can see what goes on in a committee. I mean, I just came from another committee where we were talking about massive fraud around the country, and in particular in Minnesota. And I'm glad that 2 Democrats could find time out of their busy schedule to even attend that hearing. What a shame. What a shame. So when someone says, what is in the files so bad, I'll ask this question. What is in the files that's so bad that the Democrats for 4 years, when they had control of this committee, didn't release a single document, didn't call a single witness, didn't make any motion? In fact, for those 4 years, go back and look. Did they ever say anything about Epstein? No, they didn't. But wanting to make wanting to get it on the press, that's why you're making the issue today. Because let's talk about why we need to talk with do this contempt. Is because former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton basically strung us along as we were bending over backwards trying to accommodate their schedule. They didn't show up after we finally had to get a subpoena for them. And I have right here, this is just interesting to me. This is a little note written by Mr. Clinton, former President Clinton, to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Jeffrey, happy 50th. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted as long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and, no illegible word, and also to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. He rode on that plane many times. He was apparently close friends with him. Jeffrey Epstein claims that, and I don't know if we should believe anything Epstein says for sure, but I mean, Epstein says that he helped set up and fund the Clinton Foundation, and former President Clinton in his note. I mean, this is what he wants. He doesn't want to come in and testify. He wants to do the same thing that he did in previous times. Just, okay, we're going to send a little note, that ought to do it. He says something to the effect that he spent significant time in the Clinton Foundation after he left the presidency. Well, if Jeffrey Epstein set it up, then there's some reason to ask questions of both he and the former Secretary of State. They were given a subpoena. It was a lawfully issued subpoena by a standing committee. By the way, I happened to be at that subcommittee hearing. I was there when every Democrat voice voted that out. Nobody objected and said they didn't want him to be subpoenaed. But he was subpoenaed, and he didn't show up. So here we are. And with Mr. Chairman, I'll yield time to you if you need it.
I appreciate it. I think that everything that needs to be pointed out, we've pointed out. So I will.
Then I'll yield, sir.
Okay. Chair, any other members seek recognition?
Chairman.
Mr. Mfume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member, and I particularly want to underscore the ranking member's opening statement, and that was that oversight Democrats want the truth about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and accountability for everyone involved. He said, and I agree, we want transparency, we want the facts, and above all, we want this committee to use its oversight tools in a serious and responsible way. I would be remiss if I did not thank, on behalf of all of us, the efforts of Representative Rokana of this committee and Representative Massey. Thank God they stood in the way of things and took the heat to get the discharge petition up and voted on. And I want to also point out something that I think is important, and that is consistencies, Mr. Chairman. The action that the majority has been proposing today departs from this committee's established practices, including its long-time standing acceptance of written testimony and the level of accommodation this committee has traditionally required before proceeding to criminal contempt, not civil, criminal contempt. I'm glad, as the ranking member has stated, that the Clintons have agreed to testimony and to a transcript and to meet. I agree also that that meeting should not be taking place in New York. It sends the wrong reason for anybody that gets something from this committee. They should come to the committee. It's just that plain and simple. But it departs in many instances with the way this committee has moved on. And I say that because we never know this time next year who might hold that gavel and who on either side may want to go after the current president, his sons, his wife, his family, and anybody connected to him as a department head. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's a slippery slope. Now, does Bill Clinton have to defend himself? Absolutely, yes. It is a bit curious, however, why we are going after Mrs. Clinton. I've not seen anything, as the gentleman from Massachusetts said earlier, that suggests that she ought to be a part of this in any way or has done something wrong or is complicit in this matter. And I would hope that there's some consideration, Mr. Chairman, to withdrawing at the very least that particular resolution. It just makes me think that this is a fishing expedition and that we want to dust her up a bit if we get her before this committee. Now, a couple of quick things. We're being asked to move forward holding a former president of the United States, again, not in civil contempt, in criminal contempt of Congress. And I'm going to tell you why it's an extraordinary step. Not that it's unprecedented, it's extraordinary, but it is unprecedented in the fact that we did not do that with Richard Nixon. We did not do that with Donald Trump. There was a subpoena, but there was never an attempt to find them in criminal contempt of the Congress or of this committee. It's an extraordinary remedy that's usually reserved for situations where a witness has clearly and willfully defied Congress after extraordinary processes have been exhausted. The majority has not demonstrated that standard so far. I do want to say also that we're in a situation where I don't think that anybody on the Republican or on the Democratic side of this committee is trying to defend former President Clinton. They're trying to find a way to make sure that we're consistent. So the reason we keep hearing the need to have Pam Bondi before this committee is that we're getting ready to bring criminal contempt charges before there's been an investigation. Usually that happens after the investigation. And the notion that somebody is going to come before this committee, Mrs. Maxwell, and take the fifth, I don't care. She's already a convicted criminal. She can't take the fifth. But we can do the actions we ought to be about, and that is to make sure that both of them are before this committee, and then to make sure also, or to suggest, it's up to you and the ranking member, that that meeting takes place and those transcripts are made available, and that Mr. Clinton comes before the committee with counsel so that we then are in a position to move forward. We're taking a big jump here without doing some of the things that we normally do. Now, I'm glad that Ms. Tlaib brought up the matter of victims. She's not here right now, but all of us sat in that room with those victims. It was gut-wrenching, and all of us made a commitment that we would prove that this institution could and would do the right thing. So we're challenged here, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that you and the ranking member can give us a way to proceed here, that both of the concerns on both sides are addressed. But if we just move straight as we're going now without an investigation, it begs the question, what happens when the shoe is on the other foot? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Simons next. Before I recognize her, I just want to add, with respect to the Hillary Clinton subpoena, you all voted for that. This committee voted for that in a bipartisan manner. Her name was on that list. And with respect to Pam Bondi, again, she's testifying in front of Congress in less than 2 weeks. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment, and I have a friendly question for my colleague, Ms. Luna. And I'll say a friendly question. I've worked with victims for decades. So few opportunities present themselves for victims to sit face to face with folks who hold power, to beg and plead that everyone who had anything to do with their harm be held to account. So few opportunities. I have been a victim advocate where brilliant young women who have been trafficked across this country have stood in courtrooms and were demanded to testify against their traffickers, and they did with such power and grace, in fear that their lives may be taken because of that braveness. And a number of those young women that I witnessed take all that they had to confront their demons. They were murdered because they took a stand. And so when we did stand in front and sit in front of those victims and they gave us their all, I hope that this is not the only opportunity, Mr. Chair,
thank you very much. And,
to speak on their behalf.
An audience I recognize
from our
so
president,
many, I know so many. We have the king of soccer, the king of sports over here.
to everyone in those files.
And I heard you. I just got a report on the sales.
Read all the political gains.
There's never been
If
anything like
these
it.
women who are connected with the largest sex trafficking ring
appreciate that.
in modern day American history
so
cannot get justice, what about the girls in every single state?
Page after page, and I just said,
I mean,
made a speech. And
it is what it is.
They heard it one way or
That
the
being
other.
said,
and I said, the last thing we want to do
Ms.
is
Luna,
waste our
you
time and
talked
do it
briefly
again.
about a proposal.
But I do want to say the people in this room are amazing.
She's out. There was a proposal put on the table to rethink how we might have a conversation about the Clintons or President Clinton coming in and having a conversation
It's exactly a year if you think
with
about
this
it.
body.
Time flies. It's 25%. It's a long
And I
time.
guess that time has
But it went
passed.
very, very
but
fast. We've had
I know that I
tremendous
would
luck.
love
I
to
think
hear
it's,
from the president of the
been
former
reported by
president
even
of the
people that
United
aren't
States. I would love to hear from the
lovers of
Attorney
Donald
General.
Trump.
I would love
It's
to hear
been
from the
maybe
current
best
president
first year
of
for any
the
president.
United States.
I think in terms of what we've
The
accomplished, it might
victims
very well be,
deserve
but we've accomplished a lot, including ending
to be
8 wars.
heard.
I have one to go.
The victims
I thought that
deserve
was going to be one of the easiest ones.
for the files to be
It's turning out
released
to
in
be
their
one of the tougher
entirety,
ones, but you
and the
heard
victims
me say
deserve
before,
for
25,
us to get
30,000
to the
people dying
bottom
a month. It's ridiculous.
of this matter.
And I think we're getting close.
I yield back.
Jared's
Well, I actually
here,
would like to
Steve
yield my
Witkoff
time
is
to the
here.
ranking member.
A lot of people that are
Actually,
working
I'm
on that
okay right now on
here
time.
have done a good job.
Might come
I
back
think it
around,
could have
but
gone
back to
into a
Mr.
world
Comer and the
where we weren't
Republicans.
here.
Thank you.
It was out of
Yes, sir.
control. But I think we're going to get it resolved. And I'm doing it to save 30,000 people a month, if you can imagine.
Do any other members seek recognition?
Your son leaves home, waves to you.
Seeing
proud
none,
of it.
we
So
are
beautiful. And then
going
2 weeks
to.
later, he had his head blown off.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Fighting, Ukraine or fighting Russia. It's both of them. The
Well,
total
let's
are
Ms. Lee.
averaging 30,000. Actually, 30,000
What purpose do you seek
young
recognition?
people, generally soldiers, a little bit in towns, but for the most part,
Will the clerk
soldiers.
distribute the amendment to all
Every single
members?
month they're dying.
And
So
the
I think
clerk
we're
will
gonna do
designate
well
the
there.
amendment.
But we have
Amendment to
Scott
amendment
Dussin,
nature of a
who
substitute
everyone knows,
to the
and
William
Howard
J.
Lutnick, and these
Clinton
guys are
Contempt
doing a
Report as offered by Ms.
fantastic
Lee of
job
Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized for
They were
5 minutes.
both. They were both
explain her amendment.
recommended by
Thank you,
many
Mr.
of the
Chair.
people in this room. I said, "What do you think of Scott? Oh, he's
I
fantastic.
think that
What do you
even
think of Howard?" Very
listening
different
to
types. I would
this
say
debate
these are
throughout
two
our
exact
hearing today, our
opposites.
markup today, I think it's really
And I
clear
like
that at the
that.
heart of
I like
this
that.
effort
They
to
are the
release the
exact
Epstein
opposite.
files
You know, I
are
never thought of
very
it that
real
way. I'm just
human
saying
beings
that. I'm
who have
looking at you
experienced
two. You are in
unimaginable
every way.
harm.
But
They
they're
have been
tremendously
repeatedly
talented
victimized
people.
by the
And very
indifference of the
successful
U.S.
people.
government
And I like
and the
bringing
injustice
successful
that they
people in
face.
'cause there's a
They
reason for
deserve
success.
peace and healing
It's one of the
and
reasons that
justice.
we've had such
When
success.
my
You know,
motion
we
to
took
subpoena
over a
the
country
Epstein
with the
files
border. It was a
passed,
disaster
this
with
committee
millions of
resolved to
people were
get
coming
that
in. Millions of
justice
people were
for
coming
those
in every
survivors.
single
And I
week.
thank Mr.
Literally a
Chairman
week we
Comer
had
for
millions of
pushing
people,
this
and a
effort
lot of-
forward
and
by
they weren't
issuing
vetted.
additional
Totally
subpoenas
open
for
border.
the
You had
Epstein
people
estate
come in, you could
and the
look at them. I
banks.
don't want to say what.
And we know that without
why
the
define that?
full
Because they always
files from the
discriminate, so I
DOJ,
don't
that is just not
But,
enough.
you can look at some
That's
people and
why
say
I'm
they're
introducing this
criminals.
amendment, which
And we
holds
took in tremendous numbers of
Attorney General Pam
murderers,
Bondi in civil contempt
drug dealers,
for failing to
mental
comply with the August 5th subpoena.
insane
And I
asylum
urge my
people,
colleagues
people that
to
were in
support it.
insane
And we
asylum.
believe that we should start with civil
Institutions
contempt
for the
because we are
mentally
serious
ill and
about
dangerous,
this
very
investigation.
dangerous.
We
They
want
dumped them into
these
our
files and we
country like
want
we
to
were-
hear from them.
Like we were dirt.
And we must start
And,
there. The Department of
we're doing a
Justice
great job
needs to be
of
the
getting them out,
priority.
But it's, it takes a lot of
We
time, a lot
can
of
move
effort.
to non-compliance
And
by
it's
anyone
a
else,
nasty business,
including Ghislaine Maxwell,
But if they were bad
after we have
someplace else,
received
they're
those
gonna be bad
files.
here.
It
They
has been
killed
5
people
months,
in
and we're still
their
missing
country,
over
whether
5
it was
million pages
Venezuela
of
or
documents
the Congo
purportedly.
or
The
any of
Department of
countries
Justice
where
has
they
only
came. In the
released
Congo, they emptied out
1%
their
of those
jails into
files.
our country.
They have stonewalled this
In
committee since
Venezuela, they
August,
did the
and they
same
have
thing,
failed
and
to
many other
provide
countries,
even
they
the
did
most
same
basic
thing. So when you read all these
updates.
stories about us,
How
you'll
is that
understand
not
they're
an insult
doing
both
a
to
hell
the
of a
authority
job,
of this committee
because we can't have those
and the
people in our
survivors?
country.
Without the full
we're getting them
files,
out.
how can
But
we
we're
know
doing,
who might have legitimate
numbers in
knowledge
terms of people
or who might
investing
be
in the
culpable?
United States
We
like we've
wouldn't
never had
have to
before, I
speculate
guess.
on the Clintons or
It's
anyone
because of
else's
November 5th,
involvement
the
if we
election,
had all of those
the
files.
election gave
And to be
us
clear, I'm
a
certainly
view,
not
and
opposed
it's a view on tariffs
to
the President and Secretary Clinton being held accountable for violating the subpoena. But the fact that this effort to hold the Clintons in contempt was fast-tracked and is happening before any action against the Justice Department is just evidence that the Republicans on this committee are not taking this investigation seriously. It is an unequal application of
tariff
law.
money coming.
And again,
I
it
think
is
we're going to have
a bit ironic that these contempt
by next year,
resolutions
it'll be much
empower
more
the
than that.
Justice
That's not
Department
including
to
the countries
imprison
that-
possibly
the
two
countries
people
and
for
companies. We have
defying
countries
the
coming
exact
over
same
and building
subpoena
it. We have
that they themselves
great
are
companies coming in.
defying.
Apple
If
is
this
spending
committee wants to be
$650
taken
billion,
seriously,
and so
we would
many
be addressing all
one
the
just
bad
announced
actors
10
in this
billion.
investigation,
Toyota,
not cherry picking them for
Toyota
political
in
points.
Japan.
The Justice Department needs
what's
to
your
be
name?
held
Toyota.
accountable for their non-compliance and lack of transparency. They have been selectively producing information, shielding powerful people, and obstructing any
I said,
efforts
you're
for
rich.
oversight.
Yes,
And if we don't hold them accountable, Mr. Chair, we are
He's going
too.
to do $10 billion worth
Just
of plans.
this past
It's
Friday,
amazing what's
Attorney
going
General
on.
Bondi asked
It's
a New
amazing.
York
We've never
federal
had
judge
anything
to
like it
deny
or
an
close.
appointment of a
Nobody else
special
has it.
master to monitor the
So I
release
think,
of the
in
Epstein
terms
files.
of
They don't want a neutral third party making sure they follow the law.
It's like
I think all of us should be questioning what the Justice Department is doing that they don't want the American people to see. We can't just take them at their word that they'll eventually get around to releasing the fouls. Quite frankly, they have put up the same, if not far less of an action as the Clintons have.
And we have so
what
many
little information
people
they've released so far has either already been made public or has been a mess of just sketchy redactions. A group of survivors sent a letter to the Justice Department's Inspector General complaining that the redactions had been, quote, selective.
Fantastic people.
They pointed out that multiple times
But
the names of alleged abusers appeared to be redacted, yet some survivors' names and identifying information were released. To be clear, the subpoena I moved to secure does not allow for redactions unless it would protect the identity of a survivor or contains child sex abuse materials. They have had plenty of time to work with this committee to protect survivors' identities. This is bigger than one case. It's about rich and powerful people being protected by each other and institutions. It's about a system that has enabled Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and whoever their co-conspirators are to buy favors and silence from our government. This effort is the one time we could get some real accountability and reclaim the power of the system.
I can't do it.
Republicans don't drop the ball by
if I had a
allowing
chance, I could just take
the
them and
Department of
say,
Justice to play
you
us for
can't
fools.
do what
Mr.
Apple's
Chair,
doing.
you are setting a precedent
But
that
you're not allowed to
non-compliance
do
with this
that, Newt
committee
Gingrich.
will result in
You can't do
immediate
it.
contempt proceedings. So I challenge you and my Republican colleagues to put your money where your mouth is and pass this amendment and holding Pam Bondi in contempt. I yield back.
Investing money in the
Generally,
United
yield back.
States.
I'll recognize myself just for
I made a statement the other day. Thank goodness for robots.
I oppose this amendment,
we're never going
and
to have
I
enough
hope
people to run all these
everyone on the
places
committee
that are being
opposes
built.
this.
And I think
That's
robots are
because
actually going to be a very
Attorney
big
General
business. I
Bondi
think it's
and the
gonna
Department of
be
Justice,
surprisingly big.
they
but I think
have
we're gonna need
released
it.
documents.
We're
Again,
gonna
not
need
at the
it.
speed
So we
or
have
pace
a
that any of
country
us
that's
want, but
becoming
they
very
are
safe. We have
complying
the best
with our
crime numbers
subpoena.
that we've had
That is a fact.
ever in recorded
Oppose
history.
your amendment.
Perhaps they were better
because you amend the
100 years ago.
criminal
I'm not sure, but
to
the
civil.
recorded history is 67
And
years, and in 67
think
years
that
are the best numbers, and that's despite
most of what I'm
having a lot
hearing
of
from
people in
my
the country that shouldn't
colleagues
be here.
on the other side of the aisles, everyone wants to hear from the Clintons.
We've got tough law enforcement, smart law
They've had an
enforcement,
opportunity
and
for 5
patriotic
months.
law
They will have
enforcement.
another
They've been
opportunity
amazing. One example is Washington,
between
D.C.
today's vote and the
you couldn't
floor
walk down the street in
to come
Washington,
in and
get
answer
mugged,
questions.
get killed.
Pam Bondi
They
is
were,
coming in front of
losing 100
Congress
people. Think of it,
in
100
less than
people a
2
year.
weeks to answer
They're
questions. Your
dead.
colleague, Ms.
You call
Crockett,
up the parents that
again,
come
I
in
don't want to
from
speak
Iowa,
for
they
Ms.
come in
Crockett,
from
but I'm
Indiana
pretty
to see the
confident
Washington
Ms. Crockett's going to
Monument,
grill
and they end up being
Pam
killed.
Bondi,
It's not
right?
happening anymore.
You agree with me? I would have won that bet.
People are going to dinner. They're walking. They're meeting their wives in the middle of the.
We'll see. I
the
think
street.
that's a
They're
good.
walking across the street
She
to have
may.
dinner. New restaurants
I
are
hope
being
she
built.
does. So I oppose this.
Records that
Now,
nobody's
Chair
ever seen.
recognizes
They were closing.
Mr.
We lost
Garcia.
half of the restaurants in the last 4
Thank
years.
you,
during the
Mr.
Biden
Chairman. I wanted to start by
administration.
saying I strongly support
They're
the
all
amendment
opening
proposed by
again.
Congresswoman
I even went
Lee.
to have
The House
dinner
majority
just
keeps
to
saying that
show,
they
I guess,
believe
to
that no
make a
one is
point.
above the
I went to
law.
a restaurant in Washington. I walked right down.
Oversight
the middle of
Democrats
the street.
certainly believe
I
that.
wouldn't say that Secret
But the
Service
Attorney
was
General is
thrilled,
violating it with impunity
but
in
if I
support of
did
a
it a
White
year
House
before,
cover-up
believe me,
every
it
single
wouldn't
day.
work. Here's my
We want
other friend
accountability for her
saying,
failure to comply with our
"Are you
subpoena for the
okay?"
full Epstein
you got a
files
lot of
that's
good
been in
people
place
here.
since the
This is
summer.
a very good
She
place.
fails to comply
But,
with the Epstein files
so it's
Transparency
amazing
Act.
what
She
happened
fails
there.
to comply with
Memphis
the
is
subpoena put in
amazing.
place by
When
Representative
you go to
Lee
Louisiana,
and the committee.
what we've
This is
done there has
clearly
been
a White
incredible.
House directed
Always much more
cover-up.
helpful if we could have
Now,
a little
over a month after the deadline,
participation.
only 1%
In the
of these
case of
files have been
Louisiana, we
released.
have Jeff Landry, the
No
governor,
explanation has been
Republican
given for
governor.
illegal
We have a
redactions,
couple
again
of
in violation
Democrat
of the law.
governors. We have a couple of
Epstein
actually,
survivors
we
have
have a couple
reported
of
that their names have
Democrat
appeared
mayors who very
in,
quietly are
in parts of the
begging
document
us
that
for
were not
help.
redacted.
And
And
we're
every
making them
day,
all look
she
very good,
continues to
but I
withhold
would
files
do
and
it.
conceals
If I
the
were a
truth.
Democrat,
She
if I
continues
were
to
a
give
mayor or
Ghislaine
governor,
Maxwell
I'd be
special
saying,
treatment
Mr.
by
Trump,
moving
could
her
you
to a less
quietly
secure
come over
prison that we
here
all are aware,
Would
which
you
is
do
completely
this
shameful.
precedent for me? Send about
Chairman Comer, you claim, of
1,000
course, that
troops in here.
the Attorney General
follow was complying with our subpoena. I mean, that is absolutely
It's amazing
false.
how effective. You know, I didn't campaign on this. I
of the
campaigned on law
documents
and order, but I didn't know
since
it
a
would
subpoena
be
in place
this type of
during
law
the
and
summer
order. But the
is
cities,
not complying
some
with
of
our
the cities
subpoena.
we've lost these
Now, on
cities.
August 5th,
And we're bringing
2025,
it
this
back, and
committee,
we're bringing it back
issued
quickly.
that
Washington
subpoena,
took us literally
compelling
6
me to
weeks to
produce
make it
documents and
safe,
communications.
and 8 weeks to make
That
it really
subpoena
safe. And now it's really
unambiguously
safe.
required the Attorney General
And I don't
to
know,
do that
you know,
no
some
later
people disagree, but I
than
like
August
seeing those big,
19th
strong
of
soldiers.
2025.
You know, we won,
August 19th, not
we
December.
won in the Supreme Court
August
a very
19th of
important case,
2025.
merit.
On August
Our
22nd, the
country was
DOJ made a
built
single
on
production
merit,
of
and then all of
approximately
a sudden we got away
33,000
from
pages
that,
to this committee.
people with
All
A
of those documents,
averages and
however, were
high college
already
boards and everything were
public.
not able to get
The
into
DOJ has made
colleges,
no
and
additional
people
production to
that
the
had
committee pursuant to the subpoena.
C averages and
The
low
DOJ
college
has failed to
boards were
provide
getting
specific
in.
information in response to repeated
it's
requests
not fair.
from Democratic oversight staff
Our country
as
is
to
based
why
on
the
merit.
DOJ's
The whole
timetable
concept
continues
of
to
the whole
move
system only
and why
works
it's not fulfilled
on
its
merit.
production
It
or the
doesn't
law.
work on anything else.
Now, in response to letters from our committee on
our
November
military works
25th, the
now on
DOJ
merit. So when
transmitted
you
a
see
single letter in
the
response to the
soldiers
committee's
in the
inquiries.
street
They
in
claimed that the
Washington
DOJ was working
or
to
in
comply
Memphis
with the Epstein
or in
Files
New
Transparency
Orleans
Act,
or in some of
which
these
now, of course, we
places,
know they
including
actually weren't
Chicago.
doing
You know, we have
because we actually haven't
crime down
received
in
very
Chicago,
much.
despite the
The
fact
letter
that we
made
have
no
an idiot
reference to the
governor
committee
and a mayor
subpoena,
that, I mean, very low IQ
no
person.
reference to DOJ's plan
He's
for
a low
compliance.
IQ person.
The corrupt
And it's
failure to
amazing.
comply
You have
with the Epstein
these
Files
wonderful,
Transparency
beautiful
Act
black
is
women
not
with
just a
Make
crime.
America Great Again.
It also
MAGA
shows that the
caps on.
Attorney General has
They're
made
all
no
over
attempt
Chicago. They
to
want
actually comply with
MAGA
our
to come
subpoena.
in. And we went
Now,
in
oversight
in a
Republicans
pretty
might be
quiet
happy
way, as
to
opposed
give
to the way
President
we
Trump
did
and
it in
Pam
Minnesota.
Bondi
You know,
a
in
free
Minnesota,
pass to
took
break the law.
We took out over
But this committee shouldn't do
10,000
so. This amendment will allow us to go to court
with big
to
convictions
force
that came
Pam
in
Bondi
that
to
shouldn't
comply
be
with
there,
our
brought them back
subpoena
to
and to
countries.
finally
In some
bring
cases, we
Epstein
bring them to
files
jails
to light.
because if you bring them back
I
to the
urge
country,
adoption
they'll find
and
a
I
way,
yield back.
despite the strong
Yield
borders, they'll
back.
find a
Any
way in.
other members
Because a
seek
lot of them are really
recognition?
evil, but they're not stupid.
Lynch,
So
Mr.
we're doing
Lynch
a
from
real job.
Massachusetts.
The country's
thank you, Mr.
the
Chairman.
hottest country
Look,
anywhere in the world. Best
As
place
the
to
ranking member
invest.
pointed out,
The great big
we've got
beautiful
about
bill
1%
is
of the
incredible. You
documents.
get that 1 year deduction. You build something and you take the whole thing.
I take
down. And
exception
I always said
to
that's
the-
what made
the
my
declaration
first
by
term
the
so
chairman
successful
that-
because.
that
I mean,
Pam
people were
Bondi and
buying
the Department
things
of
that
Justice is
I have a friend
actually
bought an
producing
airplane. He never
documents, is
used it. He just
cooperating.
bought it. He said, "I
So
get it.
we've got-
I deducted it."
We've got the
He's on the
30,000
plane. I think
documents
he's
that they
got
sent
Steve.
us
You
in
could buy it.
August.
He's got about
Was
4
dumped.
hours on the plane.
And it was
Been
largely
3 years.
already
I think
made
he's got. It
public.
would be a great plane to
It
buy,
wasn't-
actually, because he'll
it
never
wasn't
use
prepared.
it.
I'll
But
give you a comparison.
it really
We've got a
spurred people
handful
to
of
do
attorneys
things and
that
do
work for the
projects that
estate
they really
of Jeffrey
would have
Epstein,
delayed or
and
hold,
they have
held.
given us more.
And the beautiful thing
in the
about
same
the
amount
great
of
big
time
beautiful bill, the
than
one that we
Department of
just did,
Justice
is
has given.
over there
I want
you
to
had
point out that there are
a 2-year window to do
100,000
it. Now we have a
employees at
10-year
the
window,
Department
which I
of
hate to
Justice.
tell you because people will
And I
take
know
their time.
very recently,
So in one way, I didn't want that. I call
the
that
U.S. Attorney for
not
the
good,
Southern
but
District
it is
of
good
New York
ultimately.
has now put a considerable
think of it, it
number
gives
of
me a
people
chance
on
to
the
use it.
case redacting.
If and when I ever get out of this
documents.
position,
But
there's a big question.
That was 6 months
Gives me a
after
chance to
we
use it. Otherwise,
we
I'd
started to
be
do that.
precluded. That
Clayton
would be
started to
terrible,
do that
right?
after.
But it's 10
6 months
years.
after
But it's
we had
you're
originally
able to
requested the
you build
documents. So
something.
this
You
is
build
a
a factory. You
stall
write the
tactic.
whole thing off.
They
1
haven't
year.
given
Nobody's
us
ever thought
any
that
of the
was possible.
documents.
There's always
Remember,
38. Sometimes
back in-
40, sometimes 41
back in
years.
February
You know, you get a little here, a
of
little there.
2025,
nothing. You write it all up. So it's been
Pam Bondi
really
said
amazing.
publicly
And you are the
that
people that made it happen. Really,
she had a
largely,
client
largely
list
it's you. It's you.
of
and a
the
group of others.
perpetrators.
Not a lot more.
And the Epstein
here, I guess, because
client
of Larry.
list was
the
sitting
people
on her
that,
desk right now to
came
review.
this
That was back in
event.
February of
It's really incredible.
2025.
I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out.
She
We
went
had somebody,
on
as you
later
know,
on
that
in
ran it
March
for many, many
3rd,
years. I'm not sure
2025.
what happened there, but I figured,
She
well,
told
that's all right. They had a
Sean
hell of a run
Handy
in
that a
Davos.
truckload of evidence
Then
had
I heard Larry
arrived.
was taking it over, more
That
or less.
FBI Director Kash Patel is going
called
to get
me.
me
He said, "Would
and
you do me a
himself
favor?
really
Would
a
you be there?"
detailed report as to
And
why
we've had
all
some
these
great business
documents and
dealings
evidence
together,
had
and
been
he's a
withheld.
great
Close
quote.
He's one of you. He's one of the
However,
greats.
in
And
July 2025, Bondi and the FBI released an unsigned memorandum concluding that the review found no evidence.
Type person.
No evidence that Epstein
But
had a
sometimes you
client
need a
list
dictator.
or that he blackmailed
But
prominent
they didn't
associates.
say that in this case.
This is
And no, it's
obviously
common sense.
contradicting
It's all
her
based
earlier
on
public
common sense,
statements.
It's not
and
conservative
faced
or liberal or
significant
anything else.
backlash.
It's mostly, I'd say 95% common sense, and that's what we
This
have.
is clearly
So I just
obstruction
want to
of
thank
justice
everybody
on
for
the
being
part
here.
of-
It's such an
of
honor.
Pam Bondi.
And if we can ever help,
we have
you let
every
me
bit
know. And
of
I have a
reason
pretty
to-
direct line. Marco Rubio's here
infer
too. He's
that
done a fantastic
she
job.
has no intention
Secretary of State
at
will
all
go down
of
as
producing
maybe the
these
best
documents.
Secretary of State if he keeps going like he's going.
She has
That's a
made a
big
mockery
question.
out of this,
I don't know that he
this
will,
whole
but
process.
for the first year, he's right.
Including
He's headed to the
allowing
top.
Witness tampering.
And I just want to thank everybody very much for being here.
Ghislaine
Thank you very
Maxwell,
much. Take care of yourselves.
convicted of,
Thank you.
trafficking in this instance, removed from one jail to a much more comfortable position. Why is that not witness tampering? We should ask the questions about that. And the idea that some other committee is going to do this is an abdication of our responsibility on this committee, I believe. We should not look. We are the ones that we had the victims sit down in front of us and tearfully asked for justice from this committee. And we promised that. We promised that we would do everything we possibly. We didn't say, well, we'll check with the Judiciary Committee and we'll let them do the work. We said we would take on this responsibility, which is ours, Mr. Chairman. This is the rightful jurisdiction for this case, and we should demand people with evidence to produce that evidence so that we can proceed in our work. We haven't done that thus far. We've let Pam Bondi distort and obstruct the justice that's due to these victims. It's shameful. It really is. And I want to hear from everyone who has a connection to this. I want to hear from every single witness that might be able to provide evidence to this committee. And I think Pam Bondi, with the millions and millions and millions of documents, is at the top of that list. And she has thwarted justice long enough. She is a lapdog to the president. She is trying to protect the president, who is all over this case. And I'm hopeful that eventually he'll be a witness before this committee at some point. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Scott Perry, if I may, this committee has done everything that the victims asked that day in that hearing. They asked that we subpoena the estate. We had no idea what was in that estate documents. Could have been all Republicans. Had no idea. Could have been billionaires. Could have been donors to the Republican Party. Could have been donors to the Democrat Party. Had no idea. Without presentation, I signed that subpoena for the estate. And then with respect to your criticism of Bondi, I don't disagree with anything you said in your criticism of the current Attorney General. And I think she's going to have to answer those questions in front of Congress, in front of the American people in 2 weeks. And I'm confident she's going to be asked those questions, and I expect to hear answers from the criticism that you leveled against her. No one's defending her. Again, we expect to get the documents. They have produced some. We aren't satisfied with the pace. And she's going to be in front of Congress in 2 weeks to answer that exact criticism. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the unjustified and cowardly claims made against me by members of this committee after I left, and maybe they were afraid to face me while I was here, but I'm here now, I'm going to face you. Just to be clear, if you have this job, you should know that any subpoena from another Congress is invalid in the next Congress. It dies with the last Congress. That's minimum information that you should know if you're going to serve in Congress. So just let me inform you of that if you didn't know that. Regarding the so-called subpoena, it is unjust and it is immoral to get a group of your friends together who have a predetermined outcome, put them together in a room, and then use the power of the federal government to prevail on your political enemies. The subpoena that was served to me or my counsel was not valid because there was no valid committee serving it. I did not violate any law, and I reject the claims or the appearance that I did. The Democrat Party sought to, by use of the awesome and just the grand power of the federal government, to destroy my reputation as a person who was not charged with anything, was not accused of anything, was not the target of investigation. You wish to dirty me up and bankrupt me so you could get rid of me. It is outrageous, and I have not mentioned that at all, but since you brought it up, I felt it was appropriate at this time to clear my good name. And as the years have gone by, more information has come out to prove what I just said was absolutely accurate. What happened during that period of time when you were in the majority was you set up a star chamber with predetermined outcomes and then sought to destroy in any way possible your political enemies by fashioning lies and then repeating them over and over again, which you do to this day, which you do to this moment. Now, when I spoke earlier, I didn't mention the subpoena. I mentioned the truth, and that's what this committee should be all about, wherever it comes from and whoever it touches. And I believe that to my soul, which is why I have been on this bandwagon long before you have ever been on it, and much more than you have ever done. Much more than you have ever done, legitimately and sincerely. So I thank the chairman for allowing me this opportunity to set the record straight. And hopefully, that won't happen in the future. Now, regarding the Clintons, as you know, I offered the amendment, the resolution, to bring everybody in, attorneys general from both sides of the aisle. But with the Clintons in particular, because of their particular knowledge of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and his exploits with underage women. It is horrific. As a father of two young daughters, I would just say that the perpetrators of whatever happened ought to be thankful that their fathers don't know about it. But I sure hope that they do know soon. And I sure hope that there is justice for all the victims and that we don't seek to destroy the lives of those uninvolved for political purposes, which is what, quite honestly, this whole theater, this whole charade has been about. This should have been easy. Is Mr. Clinton an American citizen? We appreciate that he was the president, but according to his wife, he's not above the law, and neither is she. This is a lawful subpoena with plenty of time. The committee has been, and the chairman has been more than generous trying to work it out. But it's pretty obvious to anybody with eyes in their head that the Clintons feel like they're above the law and they're going to get special treatment, as Secretary Clinton did the last time she was subpoenaed. I'll remind everybody that she worked out a deal to come in with her so-called attorney, but was her aide behind closed doors on a Saturday without any transcript. That's where we're headed. I'll yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Colorado if she wants it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just think that all of this is rich. I mean, we have every Democrat here just with their typical talking points, claiming they want to hold the Clintons accountable and hear from them. So I think it's time we move on and get to the actual point of this. We had the Clintons defy a lawful subpoena, and that is what we are here to discuss. But Democrats want to bring up anything but that. And if this continues, I'm going to call the question. So continue with your Clintons and how you are going to protect them or defend them, or I'm going to call the question, we're going to have the vote and end all of this nonsense rhetoric that's going on. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry's next on the list, I think. No? Okay. Frost, who's next? I just go by what the ranking member wants. So who's next?
Mr. Frost.
Frost from Florida.
I just want to speak in support of this amendment that has been put forth by Representative Lee. Look, at the end of the day, the United States Congress voted damn near unanimously. One member of Congress voted against releasing the Epstein files, happens to be a Republican on this committee, but damn near unanimously, we said we want the files. Months before that, in a subcommittee on this committee, we said we issued a subpoena for the files as well. They have failed to comply with the law, not just on one law that we passed, but also on a lawful subpoena that this committee put forth. And so I just want to speak in support of Representative Lee's motion here, an amendment here, because we have to go at this everywhere. We want to hear from everyone. We want to hear from former president. We want to hear from anyone who's implicated. We want to hear from anyone who has information that might help us get justice for the victims. But it is obvious that my Republican colleagues are doing anything they can to play defense for the administration. 1% of documents is unacceptable. 1% of documents is unacceptable when you've had months and months and months since June or July of last year to produce these documents when we sent a lawful subpoena to the Department of Justice. 1% of documents is unacceptable for a bill passed by the United States Congress that they are in violation of. They're breaking the law right now as we speak. And all we're asking for is accountability here for everyone. And so this amendment, I think, is very simple. I know the chairman keeps bringing up the fact that Pam Bondi is going to come to the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee is not the committee that is leading the investigation on this. We are the Oversight Committee. And so she can go over to the Judiciary Committee all she wants, like she, by the way, is supposed to, like every other attorney general has in the history of this country. He shows up before the Judiciary Committee at least once a year or once in Congress to talk about a lot of different business. But we have a very specific thing we need to talk with her about. And it is talking with her about the fact that she's breaking the law and that the administration is obviously slow rolling, putting forth the Epstein files. And I do not buy this thing that, oh, well, they're taking their time to redact it and this and that. We all know that's a load of BS. We all know that that is a talking point that perhaps the administration gave some of my colleagues that they are just repeating over and over and over again. But when you have the entire Department of Justice or a lot of people working on this, you should be able to produce documents in a much faster way. And the law was clear. And by the way, it's the law that we all voted on. So if you thought that the timetable was unfair, you should have voted no. But you voted yes. We all voted yes, except one. And so I think this is a very sensible amendment that everyone should vote yes on. Because it is important that we have accountability across the board, no matter who you are. I will yield. You want my time, ranking member? I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Frost. Just to conclude, we obviously have and support Representative Lee's amendment. We think it's important. It's important to get Pam Bondi to actually produce the files. And it's certainly important to move this debate forward. And so I just, again, want to reiterate and reinforce our support as we wrap up this debate on this amendment. And so thank you, Mr. Coomer.
Thank you. We have one more speaking request on our side. That's Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And turns out, apparently, I was mentioned as well. When I was conducting that hearing that on Minnesota fraud and other fraud that the Democrats were so interested in that only 2 of them bothered to show up. That's interesting. Well, so let's talk about the illicit subpoenas, because I think some of my colleagues may not remember this, but the resolution that we all passed, that passed out of here to install the J6 committee, gave to then Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy specific authority to name the members from the Republican side that would sit on the J6 committee. So he named them. But Speaker Pelosi didn't like those guys. So she said, no, they can't be on the committee. So she booted them and replaced them with people that she felt would be more amenable to accomplish the desired political outcome that she wanted the J6 committee to have. And that was, so she put 2 individuals, you will remember Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on there, having removed, and no other Republicans were on there. And so not only did she violate the resolution, but the resolution all called for a certain number to be on there, and there were not that number. So the committee itself was illicit. It was not a standing committee like this is, where you have jurisdictional authorities. That committee, by that point, was no longer a committee. It was an effort to railroad people, including myself. And things have been said about me repeatedly that have been debunked. Everything's been debunked that was said about me. But here we have it today, and Mr. Perry was right. This was designed to go after certain specific people. I'm still not quite sure why I was one, but I was one. And bringing it up today is actually kind of an abhorrent tactic, because it was an illicit committee, didn't have authority to issue an illicit subpoena, whereas this committee issued a legitimate subpoena. Not only did it provide the subpoena, but it actually worked for months trying to get the Clintons and accommodate their schedule, including continuing this at least once so the Clintons would find it more convenient to come and respond to the deposition. Leaving all other deflection aside, if you really want the Clintons to come in and answer these questions, then this would be the appropriate time to vote to hold them in contempt. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
If I might,
go ahead.
So that we know exactly what we're doing here, because this has gone way off of where we started with Ms. Lee's amendment. So that members of the committee know, this resolves itself that the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform shall initiate judicial proceedings in any federal court of competent jurisdiction on behalf of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to seek declaratory judgments affirming the duty of Patricia or Pamela J. Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, to comply with the subpoena duly issued to her by the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform as a part of investigating and the investigation into federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking law, generally and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. How we vote on this will be very telling. I support this amendment. I would urge other members of the committee to do so also, if we are serious about equal practice and holding everyone accountable. I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania. All those in favor of the Lee amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not.
Recorded vote, please, sir.
A recorded vote is ordered as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the William J. Clinton contempt report is offered by Mr. Min of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Chair Comer, I motion to amend your amendment in the nature of a substitute to authorize the House Oversight Committee to do 3 things. First, pursue federal court action to enforce a subpoena against former President Bill Clinton related to the sex trafficking investigation. 2, require the committee to report back any resulting litigation. And 3, direct the House General Counsel to represent the committee with the Speaker's approval. Now, I have, as mentioned previously, spent my career trying to enforce the rule of law. I started as an SEC enforcement attorney, went on to become a law professor. I very strongly believe in the rule of law. But the rule of law is not just about not having anyone above the law. It is also about not targeting people simply because you don't like them, or because they're in a different political party, or because they've done things you don't particularly care for. Going after an individual uniquely because of how they're positioned is also a gross violation of our powers and of the rule of law. And if you look at the precedent of how Congress has operated, we have 3 inherent powers when it comes to contempt. Inherent contempt, civil enforcement, and criminal contempt. Now, since we initiated criminal contempt back in the 1930s, we have rarely, if ever, used criminal contempt as a charge, and we have almost never leapt from civil enforcement to criminal contempt. The decision here to go from civil enforcement and to ignore that step, jumping to criminal contempt, is, in my view, a gross imposition, a gross abuse of power on our part. It is also counterproductive because if we launch criminal contempt proceedings, I think my colleague Mr. Biggs pointed out that we want the Clintons to testify. If we launch criminal contempt proceedings, we will not hear from the Clintons. That is a fact. They will be tied up in court. We have no guarantee that they will ever testify before this committee. Civil enforcement will achieve the goal we want of getting the Clintons out here before this committee. Now, I just think this is problematic. We talked earlier, Mr. Comer, and I still have not heard you to this point in time say anything about the Clintons defying the subpoena. I've heard you say obfuscate, delay, drag their feet. We've had 5 months. But at no point in time did they say we're not complying with the subpoena. And to me, civil enforcement is an appropriate intermediate step. It makes sense because it allows a court to step in, secure compliance with the committee's subpoena in a nonpartisan, orderly way that follows the rule of law. Court would be empowered to impose fines and actual imprisonment if the individual or entity refuses to comply with us. If we break from precedent, this is going to start potentially a chain reaction of partisan warfare with criminal charges. That is not a road I believe we want to go down in this committee or in this Congress. I think civil contempt will achieve our goals, and it will do so in a way that is consistent with the rule of law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself for a few minutes. The committee's consulted with the House Office of General Counsel as well as committee counsel, who have expressed significant concern with shifting from criminal contempt to civil contempt because it would likely result in extended litigation that would go beyond this term. As Mr. Perry said, a subpoena is only good for a congressional term. He is already 5 months past his subpoena. The Clintons have lawyered up. There's no question in my mind that if we do this, they will ride this out and hope that the House flips and that you all are in control and you all just let them get by without answering any questions, which I think is terrible. So I cannot support this amendment. I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amend motion. I just want to reiterate something I think all oversight Dems have said today is that we all want to hear from President Clinton. We all want questions answered from President Clinton. I don't think one member of this committee has stated anything differently. And this amendment is a way for us to secure compliance without immediately moving to criminal contempt while they have been trying to negotiate answering our questions. We can continue to let the legal process play out. Both the integrity of our investigation as a whole is critical as we move forward. This is an opportunity for us to get our questions answered from President Clinton. We will do that without empowering a Department of Justice that, quite frankly, has been corrupt and untrustworthy for many, many months. We should continue to negotiate and work through an established process. Clearly, there's interest to negotiate from the Clinton side. Let's hear from President Clinton. Let's support this motion. I yield back.
If I may, and with all due respect, if you want to hear from President Clinton, have him come in for the deposition. They've had 5 months to do that. For whatever reason, you've been unsuccessful. There's 2 more weeks before this will be voted on for the full House. We will hear from Bondi in between, and we will go from there. We expect to hear from Bill Clinton. He's not above the law. Mr. Walker-Charles, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points. One, it seems to me like we made some progress in the negotiation to talk to President Clinton here today. You have acknowledged you and your team are no longer going to demand to be able to ask questions not related to Epstein. The Clintons have agreed to transcription of that conversation. So you could go to New York and talk to President Clinton on the date that you all set. That's ready to go. We've heard from Ms. Luna that it would be a bad look for you and the ranking member to have to drive to New York. They got airports there. You all could take a flight and go to New York and have the conversation. That would move our investigation forward. I'm supporting Mr. Men's amendment in the nature of a substitute, and you know, I'll share. I was a staff member for a member of this committee for more than a decade throughout the Obama administration, multiple chairmen of the committee, and time after time after time, Republicans who chaired the committee, Democrats who chaired the committee, negotiated with members of the administration or private individuals who they wanted to have come before the committee, negotiated the terms. Not once did I see this kind of leap to criminal contempt. It is not consistent with the way that this committee has operated. It is not necessary. Mr. Men's amendment or you and the ranking member going to New York and having the transcribed under oath conversation with President Clinton would move our investigation forward. Either of those are better options than pursuing criminal contempt, which would not get us a conversation with President Clinton, would not move our investigation forward, and would not get the survivors the transparency that they're demanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Mr. Walker, subject to reply to that, one reason that your counteroffers today don't hold a lot of weight with me is the fact that we never demanded to their attorneys that we ask questions outside the realm of the Epstein investigation. That was never a thing. They have just made that up. So their dishonesty, we've already admitted one lie when they said this wasn't a lawful subpoena. That was in the letter from Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to me. They said this is not a lawful subpoena. It is a lawful subpoena. Does anybody disagree with that? It is a lawful subpoena. So number two, we've never asked to ask questions outside of this. And I'll give you an example. When we were negotiating with Hunter Biden's attorneys, or judiciary was negotiating, we agreed when Hunter Biden came in to talk about the Biden influence peddling and the money that they were receiving from foreign countries, we wouldn't ask about the stuff on the laptop. We wouldn't ask about the stuff in the suspicious activity reports about human trafficking and other things with Hunter Biden. We only asked about the influence peddling, which was what the investigation was. And it's been the same with the Clintons. So if their attorneys are trying to spin out with the media that we wanted to talk about Monica Lewinsky or anything else, that is not true. All we want to talk about is Epstein. That has always been the deal. And for them to say otherwise is a complete 100% lie by the Clinton attorneys.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad that the Clintons have agreed to have the conversation transcribed. So it seems to me that the only remaining barrier of the barriers you have identified is you don't want to go to New York. And from my view, this investigation
I'm going to New York
is important
this weekend.
Enough.
That's not a barrier.
Go to the moon. Let's have the conversation. You can do it.
Chair recognizes who's next. Ms. Stansbury.
Thank you. Honestly, I just want to get some clarification because I've heard so many different things here this morning. So, Mr. Chairman, you just said you're willing to go to New York. In fact, you're going to New York this weekend. Is that correct?
The committee has released the emails, so
No,
you can see the communication between the
I'm not trying
staff.
to be difficult. I really just want to understand. Are you willing to go to New York to conduct this interview and deposition?
With the committee, with the staff, it's not going to just be. We have negotiated this for 5 months, Ms. Stansbury.
No, I'm just asking simple
And you're all
so
are thinking, and they've had 5 months.
So is the answer a yes? It sounds like it's a yes. My other question for you is, so it's my understanding that you guys have received both correspondence by phone, email, and from a written letter from the attorneys from the Clintons offering to do this on the record with you, with the staff, with the attorneys. Is that correct?
I wasn't paying attention to your question.
Okay, we're here pursuant to a motion you brought for contempt, and the claim is that you have made reasonable accommodations and that they have not been responsive, but they have transmitted correspondence to all of the members of the committee, including yourself and all of the members, basically including a letter from their attorneys stating that they have offered by phone, that they have offered by email, and they have offered in a written letter from both themselves and the attorneys to meet with you on the record with the staff to give sworn statements. Is that correct?
We have negotiated for
yes
5
or no,
you all are trying to create a false narrative. You've had 5 months. You should have gotten to the Clintons before the contempt vote.
All I'm asking you is if that's true.
And if they weren't losing public opinion, Ms. Stansbury, they would be defined this now. That's the only reason there's negotiations at the last minute.
But Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking.
They don't get to make the rules. We make the rules. The chairman of the committee, we make the rules.
But Mr. Chairman, is that the fact? That's all I'm asking. Is that factual? Just to be clear for the public, his staff are advising the chairman to not answer that question. Okay.
No, the staff said they couldn't understand what the hell you were saying because you've blabbered for 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let me say it again. Is it true that the Clintons and their attorneys have had multiple conversations with you via phone, via email and via written correspondence offering to give sworn statements on the record to you and the staff? Just a yes or no.
The Clintons said that we could take notes, Mr. Garcia and I.
But
the committee would like to ask questions as well.
Are you not in receipt of a letter postmarked from their attorneys yesterday saying that they would give sworn statements under oath?
Sworn, that's not a record.
You're not in possession of the letter that their attorneys sent yesterday to the entire committee.
What their letter is stating isn't what you're stating.
Okay, well, I'm not going to read the letter. We'll make sure it's available to the public.
Although I'm sure they'll make sure anything's available to the public. The problem is they've not been truthful. And
but Mr. Chairman, the legal standard for contempt is non-cooperation. And so my question to you is, are you making reasonable accommodations? Are you cooperating? Are you in correspondence with them? And this is in direct relation to the motion that was made now for an amendment that essentially would use our civil compliance code in order to get full compliance from the committee. And you're saying you're opposed to it because they haven't complied. But I have not heard you lay out the case for compliance. So why would you oppose civil compliance?
Ms. Stainsbury, we've been negotiating for 5 months. In the meantime, every other person has complied with the subpoena that we've dealt with.
That's not the legal standard for the court, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Well, I see we have a lot of armchair lawyers here. I am not one. But Mr. Min, I do support your amendment. And I think that while the chairman refused to answer questions on the record, I think we established that there has been ongoing correspondence and that it does not meet the standard.
Ms. Simons recognized.
I would like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to clarify two things. The first is in the comments, I know, Mr. Chairman, you had just discussed about not going beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation with questions. To be clear, though, during the Bill Barr, that you were not interested in, during the Bill Barr deposition, you did go beyond the scope of the Epstein questions. You asked questions about Russia and a bunch of other things. And so that has been that testimony was public. That has been a pattern that has been in the public realm. And so the reason the Clintons have pushed back on that is because you actually have gone beyond the scope of the Epstein investigation in depositions on this investigation with folks you have subpoenaed. I just want to be clear about that, because you just mentioned that right now in your comments. And the second thing I want to say, just to Ms. Stansbury's point, to reiterate, is regardless of when it was done, it's false to say that the Clintons haven't agreed to a transcript of the deposition. They have agreed to a transcript. They've done it and they've reiterated that position in an email that they sent today. It's a position they've made before. Today. To position, sir, I mean, obviously, to position that they've made before to your team. It's a position that they have made a few days ago. They've publicly said it in the press. In fact, it was covered, I think, today or yesterday in an article in the New York Times. And they again reiterated it during this testimony when you said that they've not agreed to. They've clarified their position. They are willing for it to be transcribed. I just want to clarify that.
Chair recognizes who's next.
I still have time.
Okay.
If that's okay, Chair, I would like to use the remainder of my time and yield it to Representative Min.
Thank you, Rep. Simon. I just want to add a couple points here. First, I just want to note something that I think has been a little bit conflated today. This vote today on the contempt proceeding is not about whether Bill and Hillary Clinton were involved with the Epstein sex trafficking ring. If either or both of them were involved, they deserve to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The survivors deserve justice, but the vote that we are about to take later today is about whether the Clintons' actions in negotiating through their lawyers on the particulars of how, when, and where they might appear before this committee, whether that constitutes a willful defiance, and that is a legal standard, a willful default of the subpoena issued to them. And again, I want to point out that Chair Comer has repeatedly talked about negotiating for 5 months, delaying and trying to run out the clock. I do not believe that that is willful defiance of the subpoena. That's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of every serious lawyer in this space that I've talked to that actually knows this area of the law. I think we are going far afield here and going straight to criminal contempt. I would also just point out and rebut what the chair said about criminal contempt leading to the Clintons testifying here. If we issue criminal contempt proceedings, I don't know if you followed how courts work. A civil enforcement of a subpoena can take place very quickly. Criminal trials will take a very long time, months, if not years. That will definitely run out the clock. We will never hear from the Clintons before this committee. And so I would urge you all to consider this amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, because it will actually allow us to hear from the Clintons, maybe get the answers we want from